What is up? I'm live, I'm so damn live. And it's taking forever to upload. The fuck? Why is it taking so long? Oh, there we go. Hi-yo. What is up? Here in America. I'm in America. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fart. Yeah, the stream of many farts. Fuck you, Pigment. I hate you. Oh, okay. Really love the new video, man. Really spoke to me as someone who's been overweight for a while and who makes excuses. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm glad that it helped you. I want to be honest about that video. I think it's one of the most important videos I've made in a long time, and it was just me on my phone. But I think it is one of the most important and one of the best ones. Um, I am very proud of the video. I don't care if it's a successful video or not. I am extremely proud of it. It's something that comes from the heart, and it's something that I needed to say. And as you can tell, I really wasn't in Pimp Monk character when I did that stream, so I sounded half-assed intelligent when I did that video. I mean, so yeah. Absolutely, Pimp. You really have fantastic wording, easily one of your best. Well, believe it or not, Pimp Monk can actually talk properly. A lot of people don't know that. Red Eye has actually had a long discussion with John Crawley and not Pimp Monk, and if he's in here, he can tell you. I mean, I'm not the smartest motherfucker, but I can talk sometimes. Thank you, Lucas. I think it was an important message. I got this hair dye. I'm going to be dyeing my hair later because I'm tired of the gray. I need to quit lying to myself. I'm old and I need to cover it up. Yeah, hey, Pimp, good luck on the weight loss. You can do it, man. Just stay determined. Well, I appreciate that, Wizard. I really do. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's not an overnight thing. It's kind of a journey, of course, and it's not a sprint. It is a marathon, of course. But yes, I'm getting there. Now I don't know if I'm smart, but there's one dude that commented and says, "Hey, you're a smart guy." I think, well, thank you. Brown, of course. I need to get orange hair dye because I owe you guys an orange hair dye, but I can't find it around here, so I'm gonna have to order it online, and that'll probably have to wait till next week. Yeah. Yeah. What is up with you peeps, man? What is up with you peeps, bro? You are smart, people. Thank you. I'm thinking about doing a couple more videos, not really based on that subject, but in that style of me just talking and doing my, I got a couple of ideas for that kind of videos. I was testing the waters with this video. You're so fucked up on dabs and legal tobacco. I hear you. Sat down and says 3 ways. Okay. Thanks for the science lesson. By the way, Landon, I think they're still live, but Landon's been on a stream for like 4 or 5 hours. I can't think of the dude's name. But I watched some of it. I watched a good bit of it, and it was very entertaining, educational, my friend. But it was time for me to go live. Fuck Landon, that faggot. No, I'm joking. I love Landon. Apparently, Landon gave me a shout out, and apparently, dude wants me to be on his stream one time, and I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to go on and tell my stories. You love Pimp Serious video? Pimp Serious video? Well, I'd rather do comedy any day of the week, but sometimes, I like to do those types of video. Funny is my thing. I like being goofy. I love being goofy. Goofy's good. Goofy makes people smile, and I like to make people smile. But sometimes you got to talk about shit that matters to you. And that is something that matters to me because it's about me. I mean, I'm part of the problem of the overweight lie, and that's what it is. I actually would love for this video to be popular and to get out there. So, you can share that video on Twitter and put hashtag the overweight lie. I would appreciate if you did that. Because I think that video needs to be heard. I think that video needs to be seen by many, many people. I appreciate that, Media Legend. And if you like I said, if you'd like to, tweet it with the hashtag the overweight lie, and I would appreciate that. Yeah. Cool. That's good. I'm glad that you shared. I'm glad that you shared it. I appreciate it. Yeah, you are awesome, Larry. Hey, and by the way, let's give Larry a shout out for losing weight. Larry's been losing weight. Larry suffers from the lie as well, and I think he finally figured out the lie too. And Larry's lost quite a bit of weight, so congratulations to Larry for that. On that, I mean. Yes, Alan, I know, and I'm working on it. Way to go, Lips. Way to go. Hey, man, let's take this journey together, bro. Let's take this journey together. We can do it. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about giving Larry permission to make videos on the Fat Boy vlog if he would like to. The Fat Boy vlog could be for many people, not just myself. You got mantas you need to lose? Well, actually, here's the thing about me, which shocks everybody. I've never had man titties. As fat as I am, I don't have man titties. I don't have them. I got a little pudge right here underneath the arm, but other than that, I do not have saggy man titties. Don't know why that never happened. I'm also weird because a lot of fat guys are like mushy, and I'm not mushy. I'm a solid dude. I've always been solid. I don't know why, but yeah. All right, yeah. Also, I got to do this shilling shit, but I need $83. I'm still $83 short of a bill. Now, I thought I had to pay it in the morning, but I'm not sure I do because it's Memorial Day tomorrow, and I don't think the light company will be open. The bill place, the place I need to pay the bill. So $83 I need, and hopefully we can make it tonight. So if you want to throw some money at the PayPal, highly appreciate it. Also throw money at Patreon, highly appreciate it. Links are in the description. You can also buy a gift on the wish list. Now that doesn't help the bill, but it makes me happy. Somebody bought me a TV last night. Fucking cool. Yes, Larry's right. That's the email right there. sswomanx@gmail.com. And Patreon is patreon.com/Pitmo. The support, highly appreciate it. If we could get over $83, that'd be cool, because I can throw that money toward the bus tickets that I got to pay, because they just went up again. Bus tickets I got to buy to go to San Jose and San Francisco next month, which is not far away. I mean, I leave on the 6th of June. Oh, okay. Well, now, make sure you tell them it's the DP subreddit, Mutilated. I do believe that's what you're talking about, right? You just said subreddit, Do a fart. Give me a minute, bro. Give me a minute. I'm working on it. I'm pumping it up in the big old belly here. So just give me a second, J-Man. I'm pumping it up, brother. I'm working on it. I am working on it. 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 I'm looking at something. Give me a second, boys and girls. I should give me a second, boys and girls. Give me a second, boys and girls. The stream of many thoughts. It goes good, Quiet. How you doing, Quiet Atheist? Also, let me give a few shout. Drunken Doctors up in the house. How you doing? Satirical Rabbit. How you doing? Mutilated Larry, the Quiet Atheist. Mark said eat Indian food to shit bigger. India food, sorry, Indian food to shit bigger. Okay. We need bigger shits. We need the bigger shits, man. We need to eat because the reason I'm talking about it is he's got a scar. It looks like a Scarface icon there. The Pelican Fly. That's my favorite movie, by the way, if you don't know. Scarface. I fucking worship that film. I think I look at Scarface a lot different than most people, though. I hear you, buddy. Shut up, Drunken. Drunken Doctor. Hush your mouth, boy. Hash it up now. Hash it up now. Hash it up. You need a thingy, all right? Just a cigarette, not right now, Jay. Maybe in a minute. Maybe in a minute, brother. Maybe in a minute. Maybe in a minute. Maybe. It's true. Kill Paul like Manny. Yeah. If Paul, I do have a stepsister. And if Paul fucked my stepsister, I would definitely kill him, because she's way too beautiful for him. Because she's a beautiful girl. I love my sister. And she's way too pretty for him. So if he fucked her, I'd shoot him. Just like Manny. I don't break them. I got two things in this world. I got my word and my balls, and I don't break them for anyone. You need people like me so you can point your fucking finger and say, yo, you're a bad guy. Fucking great quotes. I love the Scarface quotes, man. Fucking A, dude. Give it a quick little show, love me again. I love that. I know. I want the world, man, and everything in it. What was weird? You're weird, Alan. You fucking troll. I know who you are, Alan. I know who you are and what you're doing here. You are a stupid fucker. Gino, no, Gino, no. TJ can be in the chainsaw scene, but the chainsaw would probably break. Yeah. I don't look like neither one, but okay. But okay, man. Why don't you try sticking your head up your ass? That's a fucking scene right there, dude. And that was so fucking unique for its time. You know, they're supposed to be remaking Scarface with Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh, I'm like, oh. I mean, if they don't do the Tony Montana character, I'll be all right with it. But if they try to redo the Tony Montana character with Leonardo, I'm probably gonna be upset. Even though I think Leo's a good actor, but as Tony Montana, don't fuck with that. It's what I've heard, man. This is paradise, I'm telling you. This town like a great big pussy, just waiting to get fucked. I like the part where Manny does look like a bug coming out your mouth. But yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio is a great actor. How's he going to play a Cuban? Well, that's the thing. See, a lot of Scarface is a remake of another movie. The original Scarface was like an Irish gangster or something. But so maybe they'll redo it as a different type of character. If they do that, it might be okay. But if they try to portray Tony Montana again, I don't think I'm gonna like it. I mean, I could be surprised, but Scotty could definitely be the guy hanging from the helicopter. I don't want Leonardo to do Tony Montana. I just don't. Leo's a great, but I don't know about that role for him. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Goose, they probably will. If they do Tony Montana. Now, if they do like an Irish guy or Italian gangster, maybe. But I do not want them to be. If they do a different character for Scar, that would be okay, like they did with Al Pacino. But as Tony Montana, oh fuck no, I just don't want it to happen. I just don't want it to happen. Dude, they're probably gonna make him a chick. The Leo, I don't know. I just hope it don't. I hope they don't portray the Tony Montana character. The new Gotti movie, I haven't heard anything about the new Gotti movie. You heard Diego Luna would play Tony Montana now for sure. From what I hear, it's Leonardo DiCaprio, but maybe he's just in the movie. Maybe he's just in the movie. I always tell the truth, even when I lie. Yeah, that is good. Dude, I just hope they don't read. I just hope they don't try to portray with Leo. And I don't know, dude. I just don't want to. I really don't want them to redo the Tony Montana character. I want them to, like, if they do it, do another character like they did with Tony Montana. But like I said, the Tony Montana Scarface was a remake of another Scarface in the 40s, a movie that came out in the 40s or 50s, whatever. I can't remember exactly. But that was a remake of that movie. And, so if they do a remake in that way, their own vision or whatever, revision of it, I'm good with it. Just I don't really want to see the Tony Montana character again because that is such a fucking impactful character in my life. From what I hear, they are Van City. From what I hear. A tranny midget. Yeah, I like Gotti, man. Gotti's got a good story. But I definitely, Scarface is my all-time favorite movie. It's just, I don't know, dude. I just love that fucking movie. So I hope they don't fuck it up, I've had several, like the anniversary editions of the DVD sets and stuff. I lost them, but I used to have a big Scarface poster and shit. I want more. I'm thinking about getting back into collecting Scarface stuff like I used to. At one time, I was a Coca-Cola collector. I had all kind of Coca-Cola stuff, and it was cool. I had a bunch of shit. But then I had a bunch of Scarface stuff. Yeah. Oliver Stone and Brian De Palma coked and making great movies. Yeah. Highlander is so old and campy, and it didn't age well. I could give that one a pass for a reboot. No, it didn't age well. I agree with that statement. I liked Highlander for what it was. For what it was semi entertaining to me. It's not something that I would just watch today at all. Some films age well, some don't. Yeah, Scarface was phenomenal. Al Pacino's performance is like, wow. I mean, Al Pacino's fucking amazing. Yeah, the soundtrack is pretty cool. For what it was, I like the soundtrack. Yeah, yo. Get the yayo. Get the yayo. So it was like bomb ass movie. It just really is. And it ages. Fuck. Talking about aging, that movie ages as well as any movie out there. Push it to the limit. So you got this shit in my head now. I've heard of the video game. I haven't never played it. All right, we need some cloud payments. Cloud payments, PayPal.com. Did I get a message? What message? No, I didn't get the message. As far as I know, I didn't get the message. I didn't get no messages. Ethan's supposed to send me a message. I didn't get a message from Ethan. Wait a minute. And last message I got from Ethan. Oh yeah, I did get it. Well, first off, I'll reply. This is not, these are random streams. These are like fucking ideology in a way, like Paul and them do, just random fucking streams on a random channel. When I get my main channel back, you'll see a more structured show on the main channel, Mike. And I think, smoking this piece of cigarette. Play the clock, tater tarts. Pay this man, you know you want him all hot and sweaty up, wait, never mean to no nigga your money. But thanks, Mike. I do, but like I said, this is more of a random streaming thing for this channel, and my main channel. When I get to start streaming there again, I will do a more structured. Hope so, anyway. Man, I'm getting good response on my latest video. I like that. I kind of thought I might get some positive response because it's a good video. So, yes, they are monetized, but that doesn't really make a shit anymore. It doesn't really matter anymore if they're monetized because of the advertiser friendly bullshit. And YouTube taking away subs every time you make a fucking vid. YouTube is a fucking pile of shit. It really is, pimp. It really made me tear up watching it. Honestly, you're a true legend, pimp. You're really motivating me to keep working out. Love you, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I love you, too. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the support. Speaking of support, let's pay the clock, people. I got a goal of $83. We gotta make that $83. If I make that goal of $83, Luna will show you her vagina. Bum, 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 bum. The vagina is amazing. Johnny. Never seen Scarface. What's the Blue Painters tape for? Oh, I was working on something the other day. It's just in here, bro. It's to hush the girls up when I bring them in the house. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if everybody gave $5, $10, you know. What up, buddy? How you doing, Divisionary? Working on it, Mike. Working on it, bro. I'm definitely working on it. There's a couple ideas for some new streams or new shows. Actually, gonna be on. Me and Galen may be doing a morning show. Pimpy in the Brain. And then me and Dirty Hippie Panda is also talking. I love that motherfucker. Dirty Hippie Panda is one awesome chick. I love her to death. Love her to death. She's amazing. Amazing person. Smart chick, nice to look at. You know, she got a good man. He's a good dude. You know, as far as I know, he's a very nice guy. Respect him a lot. Here's a suggestion, group. Try the Amazon affiliation. You get a percentage. Yeah, I'm working on that too. I already have that, but I gotta work on it. Gotta do something. We're working on things, man. I got a few people, and the Pimp Monk organization is working on. Scrodes, how you doing, buddy? Schrodes, Mr. Schrode, Schrode the Toad, Schrode the Toad, coming to theaters near you. You think you're safe, but when this big fucking fag frog bites you, you're gay dad. Dun dun dun. Gay dad. What about you, D? You doing commentary on his gaming streams? Nah. I mean, I would work with D, but not doing that. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. But yeah. PayPal, Patreon. First off, patreon.com/PimpMonk. Become a Patreon. It would help. It helps. Also, throw some money at the PayPal. The email is sswomanx@gmail.com. I got a goal that I need because I got to pay a bill. $83. I need $83. Let me say that one more time. I need $83. So hook a brother up. And I'm not a brother, but still, I can act like a brother. You can hook a sister up. I don't give a fuck what you call me as long as you give me money. As long as you give me your money. But dude, there's also a wish, the Amazon wish list if you want to buy a gift, but the other two is more important right now. So please hook a brother up. Hook a brother up. You don't think you've seen a more inept gamer than D? D kind of sucks. I love D. I'm not even a gamer, and I think I can do better than D. The show would get on, would be cool. Yeah. Pimpy in the brain, man. I don't know, Van City. I watched D purely out of fucking up entertainment. Yeah, that's about right, Larry. D dies a lot. I would too. I'm a sucky for, but once I get an Xbox S1, once I get that, somebody gonna wish this and buy that motherfucker eventually. But once I get that, I'm gonna be playing games online, and hopefully it'll entertain you guys. I know it will because when I do play games, I rage like a motherfucker because I get really mad. I don't know yet, Mike. We're gonna work on it. If this comes to reality, we're gonna work on it. We technically made it up, so it's just as much hardware. You can use it. Say it, nigga, nigga, nasty. Watching you play video games would be awesome. Watching me take a shit would be awesome. I'm serious. I make everything better. I do. It's just the way it is, man. I make everything better. You know, I'm not trying to brag on myself, but I'm bragging on myself. I make everything better. What you saying, nigga? I didn't know you were Canadian. I guess I did. Just forgot. I don't know. Hey, cigarette time. Words cannot be on. That concept is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous concept. Culture can't be on, in my opinion. Because what is culture, man? Culture is something that happens around us, so it's all our culture. And there is no such thing as, I mean, we all borrow from everybody, so culture is mixed up anyway, so who the fuck cares? I'm not seeing no cloud payments. That disappoints me because if I don't get that cloud payment, then I need to go. I won't be back until Thursday. And y'all know y'all want to see me before Thursday, right? Want to see me before Thursday. I can call someone a motherfucker, but expect a response for him calling me. Okay. I agree. Divisionaire. I think you're, look, the truth is, with anything you say, you better expect a response. Because if you don't expect a response, then you're an idiot. But I think a lot of people, like myself, use certain words maybe to trigger a little bit, but also to fucking deaden the fucking word. Because the words shouldn't have that much power over anybody. They really shouldn't. Words are powerful. Don't get me wrong. They're very powerful. But they shouldn't have that much fucking... It's like, Yeah. But, I do agree that you have to expect a response from anything you say. YouTube would be perfect for that, the way you feed off each other. Yeah, me and Galen has a certain chemistry that works. There's certain people online that I've got certain chemistry. I have certain chemistry with, I have a definite chemistry with Sketchy. When me and Sketchy's ever live together, it works because, me and Sketchy are fucking so much alike, dude. We look different. We were from different areas, but we're so much alike in the way we think and stuff. We just work well. Dirty Hippie Panda, I work well with her. Yeah, but me and Galen definitely has a certain chemistry that we work off each other. I'm not afraid to speak my mind to Galen. He's not afraid to speak his mind to me. We care about each other, so it's all. So yeah, there is a chemistry there. Sketchy's still around. I'm actually going to be seeing Sketchy next month. In a few weeks, I'm going to be seeing Sketchy. He's coming out to hang out with me in San Jose when I'm there, and that's pretty cool because a lot of people are like, I can't believe you and Sketchy's never actually met y'all because the way y'all are about each other. Because I love the dude, man. I love that dude with all my heart. He's like my brother, and he's one of the people I haven't met yet. Well, me and Shayra talked some, yeah, and I'm eventually going back out to Seattle area to see her again. Raisin and Pimp got chemistry too. That's because I really, really want to fuck her. Yeah. That's the chemistry there. I got a crush on the bitch, man. Get some from me, Van. That's what I said. Yeah, that's what it's. Yeah, Larry, that's what I said. That's why me and Larry has chemistry because Larry wants to fuck me. Go figure. Welcome back. So let me see here. No cloud payments of yet, man. Y'all really disappointing me. Don't make me start putting people on the clock. $83. 21 people in here, man. 21 people. They each gave 5. Yeah. You're a horny bastard. Yes, you are. But that's okay because I am too, brother. And we got love, baby. We got love. You fuck anything that walks. I would not fuck anything that walks. I'd fuck Schroeder, which I have fucked Schroeder. When I was in Tampa, Florida last year with Matt Schroeder, we did have sex. Let's just tell the truth, Schroeds. We had sex. We did meth, and then we had sex. Lots and lots of meth, amphetamines, and lots of gay sex. That's what happened in Tampa. Butt sex and meth. Butt sex and meth. That's the best sex you could ever have. Butt sex and meth. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Butt sex and meth. Pimps a wicked blues. Not really, dude. Well, when I was born, my mama looked at me, said that some bitch is ugly. Shove him back in me. I don't ever see him again. But that's a lie. 'Cause I'm a mama's boy with pretty blue eyes. Let me tell you the truth. I don't know what I'm doing. Must be a southern thing. I don't know, man. I'm really into the blues, though. I mean, I just love the fucking blues. The blues grab a hold of me, like, you know, metal grabs a hold of some people. When I was a little bitty dude, and the first time I ever heard a blues song, man, I was like, wow. I mean, seriously, that was my actual response. It was like something just spoke to me. You know, something fucking spoke to me when I heard that shit. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. You got to love it, man. I would not say blues is a southern thing. It originated in the South, but it's all around now. Oh, exactly. It's not a southern. Well, it's Mississippi created. I mean, let's face that. That's true. The blues originated from the state of Mississippi, and I don't give a fuck who says different. It's the way it is. To the Delta, to be exact. Fuck you for saying that. There's no such thing as Chicago blues. B.B. King, Howling Wolf, Nina Saran, been hitting up. Yeah, good choices. I also recommend Little Walter. I recommend Stevie Ray Vaughan. Definitely recommend Stevie Ray Vaughan. Johnny Lang. Hit up Johnny Lang. Johnny Lang's a good little white boy. Plays blues. It's fucking pretty good shit. Lead Belly. Hell yeah. That's right, Schroeder. You can't like something that doesn't exist. Chicago blues does not exist. Yeah, Stevie Ray's a bad motherfucker, dude. Stevie Ray is amazing. Chillin' Con Carne, I fucking love that shit, dude. What's that song? Some Crying in the Rain or some shit. I can't remember what the fuck. The ones parts of the tears roll down my nose. Fucking love it. What genre of music do you like besides the blues? Look, I'm a music fucking freak, dude. I like all kind of music. Metal, rap. I like hip hop, dude. But old school. I'm mostly old school in every genre. I like country, but I like older country. I mean, like yesterday, I was actually in an old country music mood. I was listening to fucking John Schneider, George Jones, and Merle Haggard yesterday. But then I can go right to fucking metal, listen to Slayer, you know, fucking AC/DC, if you consider that metal. You know, anybody. I like any kind of music. I mean, there's some I don't get into, like, not really electro guy, but I'm the type of guy that believes if it sounds good to your ears, then go with it. Who gives a fuck what anybody else says? Pimp is over. Remember looking at that. Fuck you, dude. It's gonna go away pretty soon. I love Cash. But see, a lot of people are so biased against country, they don't really sit down and listen to a lot of the old country and listen to the fucking stories. Country music is some of the best storytelling music out there. Now, whether you agree or not agree, that's okay. But blues, of course. I like older country. I cannot stand new country. People like Luke Bryant and all that shit. What the fuck is that? That's that. Yeah. But I'm that way with every type of music though. Like metal. I don't really listen to a lot of new metal. Rock and roll, which I think rock and roll is partner dead these days. Um, hip hop, rap, man. There's only a few out there that's half decent. Hank Williams Sr. I wasn't a big Hank Williams Sr. fan, big Junior fan, but not a big Senior fan. But I do like jambalaya, crawfish pie, filet gumbo. Tonight I'm gonna see Mama shed a meal. Good jaws, jars and be gay. Pick guitars, fill fruit jars and be gay. Son of a gun, gonna have big fun on the bayou. Yeah. I like a lot of shit, dude. I like a lot of shit. I'm more of the, like I said, I'm more of a past kind of guy, though. I think a lot of modern day shit just fucking sucks. I really do. Rally, I do. I'm a secret Nickelback fan. If I was, I'd admit it, though. I mean, that's true. If I was a Nickelback fan, I'd tell you. Feel through jaws and you. Son of a gun, go have big fun on the bayou. See, I like, and a lot of people don't know this, but I'm into Sinatra. I really like Sinatra music. Dean Martin, I like Dean Martin. I like all kinds of music. Nickelback. How the hell do we wind up like this? Yeah, Rat Pack was fucking sick. Yeah, you're right, dude. That shit was awesome. Dean Martin is better than Sinatra. Well, let me tell you. I like Dean Martin. It's a toss up though. I don't know. I don't know if I can say I actually like Martin better, but I do really like him. Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis was very funny together. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's the more. Then comes in Jerry Lewis. That's your more. Fucking funny as hell. More. Yeah. You like Dean Moore? Hey, nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing wrong with liking Dean Moore. Nothing wrong with that. Fucking love. I mean, I like a lot of big hair bands from the 80s, dude. A lot of people don't. Fuck, I love Poison. Every rose has its thorn. Just like every night has its dawn. Just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn. See, I fucking dig anything, man. If it sounds good to my ears, I'll fucking listen to it. When are you gonna fart, dude? We gotta pay in donations to receive one fart. Yes, you gotta pay in donations for me to fart. I'm working on it. Such a white guy song. Every bread has its dawn. Get me some mac and cheese before I break your goddamn knees. Darn, you better listen, bitch, or I'm gonna fuck you up. I may not have much of a dick, But you better get down there and shove. Every bread needs its dawn. Ba 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 baran. Ba 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 baran. Ba baran. You take my hand, Barbara. You got me rocking and a rolling, rocking with the rhythm, Barbara. Barbara. Don't know why the fuck I just did that, but I did it. That was from Beach Boys. Hey, Pimp, I put a YouTube link in the group chat I think you'd like. Instead of pay-per-view, paper fart. Exactly, Luna. Paper fart. Paper fart. If you want me to do a stink, you better put some money in my bank. If you want me to take a shit, go to PayPal and pay Pimp. That's what you gotta do. If you want me to take a poot, you gotta pay me some money for that stinking noise that's funny. Okay. I'll check that out later, Schroeder. Schroeds. Every pimp needs a Schroed. Your ears bleed. You think I need to relive? That was great. All right, bud. You do that, Schroed. Schroed there, Schroed. Look at here, boy. Let me tell you now, boys and girls. You need to get your money out right now, boys and girls, and you need to go to your PayPals, and you need to put the email SS Woman H up in there, boys, and pay him up some money because he needs 83. I said, let me repeat it, $83 is what he needs. Praise the Lord Jesus Christ. Pimmont's mixtape would be so hot it'd burn down all of Mississippi. I hear you, boys. I hear you. I hear you with my ears. I read you with my eyes. Fuck is this shit? $3.50. I do what I do because I do it so well. No, okay, I disagree with that. That is because overweight people have tried to lose weight and can't. So they have convinced themselves and everyone else that being overweight is okay. They have to settle for being overweight, so they lie to themselves and everyone else until they actually believe it. They say they are happy being overweight, but the truth is, if you can give them a pill. Well, now, see, I disagree. We can lose weight. I mean, I hate when people say, I just can't lose weight. Yes, you can. I mean, you can find a way to lose weight. I mean, it's just facts. Don't say they can't lose weight because you can lose weight. Try it, man. All you can do, I'll tell you now, like people used to tell me all the time before I got on DP, Pimp, you need to be on DP. Tell them, don't tell me. If you want me on Joe Rogan, tell Joe Rogan, don't tell me. I would go on Joe Rogan in a fucking instant, but I mean, look, I'm not big enough to go on Joe Rogan. But if you want me on Joe Rogan, tweet his ass. Tell him. Tell that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Say, hey, Joe Rogans, gets this motherfucker on your podcast. That's all I can do, you know. I'm gonna check my clock. I better have a fucking payment or I'm gonna cry. See, I'm crying. Y'all hurt me. Y'all hurt me deeply. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Like I said, if I don't make this go, I won't be back on until Thursday most likely. So, yeah, it's the way it is. Life will never be the same. One of these days, here I sit, masturbating, never thinking about anything else, just pleasing myself. That's what I do. I like to yank on my love tube. I like to jerk on my pecker a lot. It feels real good when I rub my cock. A masturbation. It's so cool, masturbation. I like to do it all the time. Yes, I do, masturbation. It's amazing feeling when you masturbate on top of a ceiling. I don't know. You too drunk to give me money. That's bullshit, Van City. You bitch ass motherfucker. You bitch ass motherfucker. Bitch ass motherfucker. Bitch ass motherfucker. Why you lying to pimp? Why you do that, you bitch? Don't make me angry. 'Cause you'll wind up in a ditch. Boombastic, baby, fantastic. Let me tell you, Pitmo, you ever encountered any clan members in your life? Yep, I have. Doing my job, Schroeder. I'm just also the new video with the reason you removed the one before. No, actually, that was an accident. Uh, I thought I was deleting a video promoting one of my live streams over here, and I accidentally clicked that one and deleted it. So that was a pure accident. But yeah, that was pure accident. Nope, never be too cool for anybody, man. I mean, of course, if I get discovered like I want to, I'll probably be too busy to communicate with people as much as I do right now. But I will always stick with my friends. Never what you expect, man. Yeah, the new one's more important. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. Let me tell you now, friend. Don't take her, she's all I got. Pimp be amazing on rollers. Yeah, well, that's probably not going to happen, guys. So. Oh, we got a $5 clock payment. I appreciate that. You would like to stay anonymous? Absolutely. Anonymous gave $5. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate it so much. Every dollar counts, man. Every dollar counts. So we got an anonymous kicking it off for $5. We can see more. We can see more. We need to see more. Absolutely, think anonymous. Absolutely. 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 Pimp Monk, how come you're very positive all the time? I wish I was like you. I'm not very. I mean, look, I try to be positive, but I'm not positive all the time. That's impossible. Um, I got a goal, bro. I mean, I got a goal in life, and in order to get that goal, I got to be positive. Even when people insult me or try to bring me down or whatever, I try to stay as positive as I possibly can. I do have my moments. This is true, but yeah, I believe so, Schroeder. I believe it's at the end of next month, if I'm not mistaken. Anonymous is awesome. Yeah, Anonymous is awesome. You don't want to pay the clock tonight, $5, and I appreciate it. We need to get that more. We need about, I said 83 earlier, but I looked earlier and I needed a little bit more, but as much as we can get, as much as we can get. But not much more, as much as we can get, though. But as far as the positive thing, I do fall sometimes and I get negative and I'll be shitty to people, whatever. But for the most part, I try to keep my chin up and just go at it. Man, I'm too high. I'm going to bed. Love you. All right, Larry. Good night, bro. I hope I got another mod in here. Hope I got another mod in here. Hope I got another mod in here. Do you ever visit other cities like DP? I'd like to one day. Hell yeah, I do, man. I visit all the time. Last year, I took one or two trips every month. This year, I've only been on. This will be my third trip of the year, I think. Let me say, February I went to North Carolina, then I went to Seattle, and now this one. I'm going to San Jose, California. Nate, where do you live, Rabbit? What area are you in? This Paul Pimp ain't Paul's. No, I love Paul. What the fuck? Me and Paul, Paul's a friend of mine. I don't hate him. That's stupid. I'm here, but drunk as you. Well, you need to mod, bitch. You need to mod that shit up, bitch. Which we've got a good chat room right now. Seems like it. We've got a really good chat. So seems like most of them are pretty cool tonight. Pretty cool peoples, man. Pretty cool peoples. Yeah, make sure you share this. Make sure you go to my channel and see my latest video, which is the overweight lie. I think it's an important video. Make sure you share the fuck out of that. And if you would, put the hashtag the overweight lie, and let people know about it. You live in Minneapolis? I was actually in the city of Minneapolis for about 20 minutes a couple months ago. Plus, Paul's a great storyteller and can make me laugh as okay. Pimp, I'm sorry, I can't pay at the moment. I understand, brother. I understand. I do get it. But I'm just trying to, trying to get that bill up where I can stay online and for the rest of the week. And also, if extra money go to a fucking bus ticket because they went up. Vancy, you ain't loaded. You ain't got no damn money. Quit on. No damn money, Vance. Vance City be lying. He lie. He ain't got no money. The video's pretty good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. The video's getting good response from people, and I'm glad of that. I mean, I just think it's the truth that needs to be heard. Unfortunately, probably a lot of people won't listen, but wow. Oh, well, man. I got to pop my shoulder. Fuck, I'm out of. Yo, CJ, you in there, baby? Will you do me a favor, bro? Will you go in there and I don't care what's in there, whatever drink box. Don't, cause I think I ate like 2 packs, so don't fill it up. But like, would you do that for me? Yeah, I have. Thank you. I love Paul's picture. His voice impression overall, he seems like a chill. His voice impression's got to suck, in my opinion. I love Paul too, but no, I'm joking. The video spoke to me, and 100% Rabbit would love to smoke a joint with Paul. Yeah, Paul's cool. I was joking. I had Paul stream with you, Pimp, from a while back. That was cool when you were there. Oh yeah, I did. I forgot about doing the ideology stream. I forgot about it. I forgot about it. Thanks for posting him. I'm currently doing thin. I was just 420 pounds before daddy. It feels so much better than before. I hope the video helps more people realize that if you're overweight, you need to get then improve your health. Oh, that's good. Good stuff. A lot of good comments on that video. Nah, he's decent. You like his impression of me? Well, it's off by a mile, but okay. It's his interpretation of me, I guess. It's his exaggeration of me. Just like when I do voices, it's exaggeration. So I get it. It's okay. It's funny. I don't think he sounds anything like me, but because I don't talk like this right here. I just don't. Like, what is this thing? Yeah. Mixer, 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 mixer. React to 2 girls, 1 cup? No. Nah, I really don't. Yeah. Yeah. It's all good, though. I find it funny. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it, bitches. I'm cool with it, bitches. Oh, yes, I am. Anybody pay the clock? Nope. Goddamn. Y'all motherfuckers suck. Why y'all suck so much? Why y'all suck? Y'all need to quit sucking. You need to quit sucking. You need to quit sucking. What's up, Enclave? How you doing? I gotta adjust my balls. Okay. It ain't it's And he can't do the off shit. He even admits that. He can't do the You gotta have that sassiness, and he don't got that sassy. I'm all right, baby. I'm all right, baby. How you doing? How you doing, baby? I'm doing good. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. The stream of many thoughts. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. What? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Just making noises, making wonderful, wonderful noises, making some wonderful noises, children. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I said yes, breast. Yes, breast. You got that black ghetto ass chick ass. Yeah, I guess so. You don't know what you're talking about, child. Child, please. Child, please. Get the fuck out of here with your stupidness. I ain't got time to play with you. I said I ain't got time to play with you. You getting on my nerves. My nerves you be getting on, child. Child, please. Boom. 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 More pimp blues, more clock payments. How about that? You see you got all this money, Van City. You on the clock, nigga, right now. You on the clock, you got 5 minutes to pay, or your ass is gonna get timed out for 5 minutes. This is truth, Cleveland. Oh, Peter. Oh, Peter. I really wanna fuck your wife. I don't give a shit what you said. I also said you get timed out for 5 minutes if you don't pay the motherfucking 5 minutes. So this is how it works, Fan City. Like, I don't give a fuck. Pay my motherfucking clock, you pay it now. Obey thy words. Obey thy words that are being spoken, okay? The words have been spoken and you must obey thy demand or you shall be punished. And you don't want to be punished. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. When you're in this motherfucker, you go by my rules. My rules are the only rules to go by when you in this chat room, nigga. Don't you get it? I said, don't you get it? Nigga, I ain't even playing. When I speak, you listen, and you listen well. Okay, you won 18-12. I don't need to, whatever, dude, whatever. Look at me, I don't give a fuck. It's 2017, nigga. We ain't living in the past. Why you living in the past? Why you got all this attitude? This is a water with a drink enhancement, and this actually is peach tea water enhancement. So yeah, it's kind of yeah. Are we fucking around? Satirical Rabbit, you are also on the clock. If you do not pay it, you shall be punished as well. I don't give a fuck. You understand? I don't care. I'm living right now, nigga. I'm here, standing here, sitting here, actually, right here and right now. And I will slap the fuck out of your ass, you understand? I'll put the pain upon your body. So suck on my dick and pay the clock. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I appreciate it. Tell you what, boys and girls, Luna there better give me some pussy. I want some of that poontang. I like pie, and poontang pie tastes good to the people. Yes, it do. All right, man. You got 1 minute, man. You got 1 minute, nigga. Uno minuto. You think I'm playing? Watch this shit. Just watch this shit. What? It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up, Van City. It's coming. It's coming at you, nigga. I better see some PayPals. I better seize it. I better seize it. It's almost here. What's up, Liz? How you doing? Up in my chat room and shit. Looking like a damn person. Looking like a damn person and shit. I don't give a shit. Did I offend somebody? I don't give a shit. All right, Van. Let me go over there and check, Van. You saw me hanging with Landon. I was in there for a little bit. I wasn't in the stream. I was just in the chat room. Oh, Van's in trouble. Van's in serious trouble. Oh, Van. See you in 5, Van. See you in 5, nigga. You think I was playing? Did you think I was playing? Because I wouldn't. Look at that shit. Look what just happened to you, Van. Look what just happened to you. I timed your ass out for 5 minutes for disobeying my goddamn rules. No, motherfucker, I ain't drunk. I'm entertaining, dumbass. The fuck? People don't get it. People don't understand. People don't understand these days. Fucks with me, and I'll fucks with you back. You understand? I need $80-something. Oh no, like 79 now. Some of you, well, I need some money, so give me the goddamn money. Is what I'm saying. Just give it to me, and I won't slap you. I won't punch you. I won't drop kick you. I won't put you in a figure 4 leg lock and make you submit. I won't do it. But if you don't do what I say do, motherfucker, I will fuck you up. When I have been having a good week, I have a few bucks, then I guess I gotta run. Well, okay, bitch. Spend that money and then leave. I don't give a shit. As long as I get your money. No, thank you. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate it. What's up, Raisin? You fucking bitch. I will slap your vagina with my penis. I'll be all up on the JJ like, hey, JJ. Let me bust a nut in your butt. Oh, fuck. I need to stop. Oh. Red Eye up in here with his Australian ass. Up here with his kangaroo motherfucker. Goddamn big lizard son of a bitch. Motherfucker got spiders the size of basketballs. What the fuck's up with that? Why Australia got all these deadly goddamn creatures? Fucking death everywhere. Just a goddamn land of death. That's all Australia is. It's a land of death. I don't want to fucking die. Why would you put a house in a place that you're gonna die in? What the fuck? Australian land of death. Fucking big ass bugs. Goddamn. What the fuck's up with that shit? Ain't nobody paid the clock. That pisses me off. God damn it. What voice? What voice you talking about, nigga? I don't have a voice. I got an angelical whisper. An angelical whisper. And that's what I got. Yeah, God damn it. All them convicts. You learned about squeeze zones. Well, I've been squeezing my goddamn zone for a long time. What the fuck you talking about? I just put my hand around my dick and I squeeze. I squeeze tightly. Then I go, woo, woo, woo. That's what I do. The fuck you talking about? Kangaroo spiders everywhere. Fuck that shit. Raisin girl with her goddamn ass. Philadelphia. Steak and cheese sandwich eating bitch. I thought Liz said she was going to spend some money. Liz didn't give me no money. Where's my money, Liz? What the fuck, Liz? Did you lie to me? Hello, Molly, with your pretty ass. Molly's so pretty. Molly like, whoa, hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? And then you got raisin, it's steak and cheese, nigga. What do you mean it's locked up on you? That don't make no damn sense. Yeah, I like cheesesteak too. They good. I like vaginas as well. Everybody talking. Fucked up on kangaroo spiders and shit. I don't need no goddamn kangaroo spiders. Fucking hopping spiders. You could stick your dick in a cheesesteak. Really? I can't, it's the hot cheese would hurt your dick. I can't deal with that. I gotta stop the voice. I'm trying to stop it now. Fuck. Fuck it, man. It is what it is. Fucking computer. Goddamn computer. I need that money. I need that money. Money, money, money. Money. Let me see. Kudos to you, sir, broaching this difficult subject and urging people to see it differently from a realistic point of view. Thanks, Pimp. I need to hear this. We all want to live the best life we can for as long as we can, and high cholesterol diets full of saturated fats, degree budget quality, and we only get one life. Thank you. I'm getting a lot of good response on this video, and I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate it, baby. Thank you, Liz. I looked at the stuff and said I didn't realize that I spent some of the money this morning. Well, I actually did realize it, but I thought I was going to get it back quick because I had something going on. So, yeah. As long as I get the money to get the one bill, and I got this smaller bill I need to pay too, but I can get that, I think. Hopefully. As long as I get the money out, I don't give a shit. If you can follow, thank you, Liz. Appreciate it, baby. She gave 20. Thank you so much. And the other person who was anonymous gave 5. So I appreciate that so much. I'm your snuggle buddy. Hey, you work a lot. I know I do. I've been putting a lot of time on like different stuff, not just YouTube. Starting to pay off again, I think a little bit. Hope so. Had a rough ass month, but everything's good. I'm so proud of my new video, though. I really am. Look, let's face the fact. A lot of times I'm character, right? I'm doing the Pelmo character. In this video, I'm not doing the Pelmo character. I do talk half-ass intelligently, and I think I'll make a very good point. And I think this video needs to be seen. Trying to get the VidCon, so I did good. Stupid crap over here. Good. Yeah, enjoy VidCon. I'm opting out of VidCon this year. Don't want to go. I'm going next month to California, but I'm not going to VidCon. I'm going to the Bay Area. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Very motivating too, and there's a reason everyone loves it. And I read it already. 21 plus videos. What? Where? Mutilated. Please send me the link to this Reddit because I looked at it on the DP Reddit earlier and I didn't see no 21 votes. Eleven out of 10. You're being serious. The stream of many thoughts. What's up, Gavin? How you doing, buddy? Sorry, I was typing a quick message. The video on health issues you posted is outstanding. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate that. I do. I appreciate that a lot. It means a lot to me, buddy. I'm glad you like it. I'm very proud of this last video. I'll be honest with you. This video I posted today, I'm actually proud of it. It was just done me and my phone, but I think I spoke well in the video. Maybe had a few flubbers, I don't know, but I think it was John is in command. I appreciate that. I am in command now of my life. I think so anyway. I'm trying my best. But yeah, I think it's a message that needed to be heard by a lot of people who are, I don't know, living in a delusion, man. They just convince themselves of bullshit, and it needs to stop. Thank you, Alcion. I appreciate that so much. You know, I love being funny. I'm the funny guy. I like being goofy. I don't, you know, I'm a fucking goofball. That's the facts of it. But sometimes I do speak a little serious, especially when it's something passionate to me. And I've got a couple more ideas to do a couple more videos similar to this, not about that issue, but about some things that I want to talk about. So maybe, you know, that style of video for me will work a little bit. I don't know. It seems to be getting a pretty good response. So there you are, my friend. My friend. Byron. I done lost myself. There we go. I lost my fucking tab there, dude. I'm sorry. I couldn't seize the chat rooms. I could not seize it with my eyeballs. Byron. There was a deep passion, even disgust in you, a fury you quietly unleashed. Well, thank you. Anytime you feel you're losing motivation, go watch that video. It will put the fire back in your belly. Well played, boss. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that, guys. Man, you're making me blush. I do appreciate the compliments very much. But Galen, you're right in a way. There was a passion, and I'll agree, even a disgust that I had to get out, that I had to say, and I felt like I needed to talk real to people. Or just call me, not JJ. Yeah, I can call you. But today was that day, man. Today was that day where I needed to talk about that because I believe that if you're going to do something, you got to be honest with yourself. I honestly believe that, and I convinced myself for a long time that it was okay to be overweight, and it's not. It's not okay. It's not. It's a lie. It's not okay. It's not healthy. And I touched on that. I wish I kind of touched on it more about young people. A lot of young overweight people saying, "Well, I'm healthy." Well, you're young. I kind of did point that out, but I would have liked to talk about that a little more. They don't get that their youth is not going to always be there. And once you start getting older, once you start becoming, my age, that shit affects you, man. It really does. You're going to go watch it. Okay, thank you, Alan. I mean, it does really affect you, so you really need to take control of that. JJ left that comment telling you not to take unsolicited advice, which of course is giving you unsolicited advice. Yeah, well, that is true. I didn't even think about that, but you're actually right. You're actually very right on that. But like I said, guys, earlier, if you really want to get this video out there, the one I did today, tweet it and put the hashtag the overweight lie, because I think that will work. I think this video needs to be seen by overweight people, and maybe even people with like other problems like anorexia and stuff. People like health in general. They need to see that. It's hard to face facts sometimes. It really is. Thank you so much, Molly. I appreciate that. It is hard to face the fact when you are fucking doing it to yourself. It really is hard. Make more videos about that. Put people in their places, and JJ can shut her feminist up. I will make more videos about it. I think it is a topic that needs to be discussed more, and I think I have enough knowledge about it to do so. There's also some other topics that I want to touch on a little bit. Yeah. I own JJ too. Me and I love JJ, but we disagree on a lot of things. But I do love JJ. But I've got a very good response to the video so far. Maybe it'll get out there. I love the video, Pimma. Really informative, and motivational. I'm 19 and I'm getting a little big like when I was young. You're telling the truth of us being lazy to control our life and health. Yes. Thank you very much, Rabbit. I appreciate that. I agree, Halcyon. She can. You got to go? Okay, Pimp. I got to peace out. All right, Van City. See you later, bud. Stay safe. Stay safe, my brother. Stay safe. She's either spot on, retarded, switchy, or retarded. I snorted. Fuck, Galen, that made me laugh. Sorry for the fucking snort, but that just got me. Oh, that was pretty funny. Spot on a retarded Swiss cheese. That's fucking good. I'm going to have to use that. Ah, shit. Got the pig out of me. You got to snort. Ah, shit. That was good. But I do appreciate the compliments on the video. Like I said, I probably should have done it with like the camcorder and done it more professional. But I thought, fuck it, why not? Just turn the cell phone on and start talking about it. Oh, wow, that really is a great video. Very real, man. I love great content like that. Thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I do appreciate, said my friends. I also appreciate clock payments. Won't you pay that clock? Pay that clock. Pay that clock. Pay that clock. Let me go over and see. Let me see what's going on over at Chow. Over at Chow. Oh. What the fuck? You never did send me anything mutilated. Okay. Sorry about that. I was reading something. The only thing worse than Lacey are all these fake ass motherfuckers professing dialogue. Pimp also got a shout out on Steve McRae's channel when Landon was on. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, that was cool. I don't know much about that dude, but yeah, the only time I ever was I watched some today when Landon was on. Landon was good too. Of course, Landon was good. So I know I got to work on this, but I'm trying. I'm trying. Let's see. Steve is a cool guy. Well, cool. I'll have to talk to him some and see when. I know he said something on the stream about wanting me to come on sometime. That'd be all right. That'd be all right. That'd be all right, man. Dialogue and name only. Yeah. Let me tell you now, friend. Let me see here. Let me see. Oh, shit. That's fucked up, man. Landon did an amazing job. It was impressive. It seemed like a cool community. I'm not okay now. I'm not into the great debate thing. I think there are fucking a lot of great debaters. And he mentioned 3 names, dude. Like, he was cool with them. And I'm like, P.Z. Myers, really? He's cool with P.Z. Myers? That's some shit right there. P.Z. Myers is a fucking crazy son of a bitch. Matt Dillahunty, I don't give a fuck about Matt Dillahunty. I'm honest now. I'm honest. I don't give a fuck. The guy that Red Eye's talking about, but he did say that he didn't like his SJW shit, but he liked his the other kind of stuff he's talking about. PZ's a fucking freak, dude. I don't like PZ. Yeah, Steve McRae. Now he said he didn't like his SJW stupid shit. I do believe he said that. I'm not talking about Steve. I'm just saying he named 3 names. I was like, You've never heard of Dillahunty, Aaron Raw, and P.Z. Myers? They're, I think all 3 of them are shit. I'll be honest with you. I think all 3 of them are shit. There was someone in chat that mentioned PZ was. Now he mentioned PZ, his voice. I heard him. Okay. You're missing something. I don't know. Oh, they're talking about today. Landon was on Steve McRae's stream. I guess called the Great Debate or something like that. And he seemed like a very cool guy. The Steve McRae does. But he mentioned those three guys, and I was like, oh. Kind of. It seemed like he was quite in favor of Dillahunty and Raw. Not so much PZ. I can't remember exactly what he said. He wasn't down with the SJW shit that PZ talked, but something that science or whatever. I don't remember what he said. You actually like Matt D. Aaron Rodgers okay when he talks fossil. PZ can fuck off. I know it's a different opinion, but all three can fuck off in my opinion. My day was it was okay. My day was okay. It was a day. It was a day. Matt Dillon is a wuss. Yeah, he's a fucking wuss. You know, I don't know. Just something about the dude that rubbed me wrong when I met him. And he seemed like a very fucking, which I know I'm an arrogant fuck as well, but I don't know, dude. Now, I will say this Aaron Raw was way more friendly than Matt Dillahunty. He was. Dillahunty wasn't very friendly. I didn't really care for him. So, but now, I'm not suggesting anyone else. I mean, I think y'all should make up your own damn mind about these people, even PZ, but I don't know how anybody can like that motherfucker. But you make up your own damn mind, but my opinion is they suck. PZ is not debatable. Anyone liking him in any way is a fucking asshole. I dare anyone to challenge me on this. I kind of agree with that. I'm glad to hear it was a day. I hear you, Donna. She's so cute. Molly's a cutie. Molly's a cutie. He's just never getting me. Steve has had PZ on one single time since I've been watching him. Really, Aaron loves attention, but is a duplicitous egomaniac and treacherous, bigoted rat. Right? Well, goddamn. How do you really think? Yes, fuck. PZ's stupid. I don't be honest with you. I don't know tremendous amount about PZ Myers. I just what I've seen, I didn't like. I think he's had him on you. Yeah, I'm a cutie. Something wrong with your eyes. Something wrong with your eyes, girl. I don't know, Gavin, to be honest with you. I guess so. I think he has a lot of different types of people to come on and debate. That's what he do. So that's so. I mean, he has them on to debate and shit. So yeah. Oh shit, man. But he seemed like a very nice gentleman. The dude, he was in there with Landon. Landon was tearing it up. Landon was doing a good job talking about the eclipse and all that stuff. The eclipse. The eclipse. I sounded so fucking country. Eclipse. The eclipse. Something wrong with your eye. I didn't say that. So something wrong with your eyes. I think I may have said something. Fuck, I don't know. Saw you on Reddit. You were cool. Well, thank you, Papa. I appreciate it. Where at on Reddit? On DP or what? I don't know. I thank you. Man, God damn, Gary, you don't even know the man. You being now, hey, it's your opinion. You're so funny. Gavin's crazy, man. I love Gavin. Fuck Gavin. He makes me laugh. Patchwork Revolution. Steve's channel focuses on science. Steve is an anti-SJW. When he had PZ on, they were just talking about science and young Earth creationism. Okay. I'm sure Red can get you a link, Gavin. You may enjoy. You may, yeah. He seemed like a decent guy to me. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Videos. I really felt touched by your story. I am a beast myself, and I truly hope you succeed in your weight loss journey. Others need to be honest. Well, thank you, Papa. I appreciate it. Are the videos? Okay. Well, somebody send me a link to that shit, because I'd like to hear it. I mean, I can see the Reddit. No to your stream. No to my stream. What do you mean, no to my stream? Steve does host a show that does indeed focus on science. He provides a place for open discussion. How's that bad? How is that bad? I don't know if he said it was bad. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he said it was bad or not. Okay, gang, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm trying to, yeah. I need some cloud payments. I do need cloud payments. So, patreon.com/PimMonk. Also, you can donate via PayPal. The email is sswomanx, sswomanx@gmail.com. It's all in the description below. Go check it out. Check it out. Send me some monies. I need your monies. All right, give me just a second again, and fuck me. Fuck my butt. Okay. Damn it. I'm doing everything wrong here right now. Oh, by the way, it's this Sunday, so expect my internet to fuck up. That didn't work for me. Why didn't that link work for me? Shit. Wait a minute. What's up, Landon? How you doing, buddy? You're a Patreon now? Thank you, Molly. Pimp Snitch. Oh, yeah, is that the fat boy? You got to put down a dot where I said, well, fuck me, dude. It's crazy. Where did you say dot at? Oh. Still didn't get it. Anyways, let me get in the lane. Wait a minute. I'm working on something. 8 o'clock. All right, let me look over here. Go to Facebook. Where's Facebook? Fuck, where's Facebook? There it is. Give me a second, guys. I'm working on something. I do is apologize. Too late to apologize. You just subscribe. Alright, Galen should be here in a minute talking shit. You sent what to him? He doesn't have the link. You don't even have the link. How'd you send it to him? It's a different link from last night, darling. I should add you on Facebook. You add, okay. You add me on Facebook. I'll add you. I hope you don't turn out to be that fucking troll. Hey, Dad, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
I do.
Okay.
What you want to talk about?
Well, since Red Eye, he is bringing up this guy who he seems to be coming over. I don't usually get it. I don't think I've ever been into it with Red Eye, but not that I'm getting into it. But he keeps talking about this guy and bringing this shit up with this guy, and it's like taunting, it's like flaunting PZ Myers around me. It's like I'm just gonna shoot everyone I see, and I'm not gonna ask questions. Like fuck that guy. It's just the same with Lacey Green. Talking about Lacey Green, these people who dox PZ2, trashing fucking people, slander, lying people who spend years working at and trashing their character and trying to get people censored. They make Steve Shives look fucking nice. I mean, and there's a false flagging motherfucker there. Lacey's horrible. Lacey is a nasty, vicious person who goes around and says, I want to talk about issues. What about all the campaigns that she has led to flag people? How about campaigns where she has doxed people and said, go harass them? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What about all the nasty behavior and lying she's done? And then somebody, a fucking guy like Chris Raygun, fuck that little twerp, who's like, oh, I'm hanging around with Lacey. Let's have dialogue. And Blair Light, a fake ass, ignorant son of a bitch. And it's like, oh, well, she's an anti-SJW. I don't give a fuck if you're an anti-SJW. I don't give a fuck if you're an SJW. I'm not with either of your fucking posses. I don't give a flying fuck about your fucking ideology. I'm not with your fucking religion. I'm not with your politics. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't give about any of that. Down with any of these people. I'm not down with you, no, with anybody. You know who I'm down with? Me. That's who I'm down with. And I told you recently, Pimp, and you know it. I asked you who you were down with and if you were even down with your own fucking self because of how you're treating your health. And I got in your fucking face about it. Mm-hmm. And you were like, you got real with me. Mm-hmm. In the conversation, and I've seen you get real in video, and I've been complimenting you about it. I complimented you when we were talking on the phone.
Yeah.
I can't. You're standing up to these people who are apologetics and bullshit, like don't be offensive with this. And the same thing I feel like, somebody spins, dialogue. Oh, let's have a debate, like an honest debate, and you'll be nice, and we'll just talk science. Oh, we're not going to talk with, Thunderfoot when he's doing this bullshit. Or this guy with that. We'll talk science. Those people don't talk science. Get the fuck out of here. Those motherfuckers play scientists, but they aren't. All they do is get on the internet. They're fucking addicted. They make money off of that. And that's what they do. Spinning ideological fucking narratives. And if you don't know that, fuck off and die. Kill yourself. Fuck you. You are a fucking worthless organism. You are so fucking stupid if you don't even know the basics of how people talk since kindergarten. You might as well be going to some fucking goddamn church like with Pat Robertson. You're so fucking retarded. At least you'll have something to believe in at the end of the day. better than fucking people like that. God damn.
You believe in me? Don't you?
I don't trust anything. I don't trust myself. I don't trust shit. I think trust is bullshit. I believe in action. How about that?
What, can I ask you something? I didn't ask you something.
No, let me finish. Well, you asked me already. Action. Action is what matters. And most people think actions and ideas are one and the same. They're not. That's bullshit. That's stupid.
Yeah.
It's fucking dumb. Like you are getting at people with their ideological, they want to think about themselves while they stuff their faces, and they want to tell it, and what, no matter what everyone tells them, like, don't say anything bad to them.
Yeah.
They're fine how they are. And it's like, no, it's not. That's bullshit. That's dumb. Well, I'm the same way with all these people going around kumbaya and dialogue. Well, that ain't what fucking dialogue is. Dialogue has a process. Dialogue has methods. And you hold people accountable. You don't just, oh, well, hey, PZ, I want to tell you, PZ blocked me like 6 or 7 years ago. Did I do anything to him? No. Fuck no. You know what? I hold people accountable for everybody else. You know why? Because I hold people accountable. And I get this across the board from people. I've gone to Steve. It took forever for Steve to block me. Those motherfuckers blocked me a long time ago. And charlatans like Thunderfoot and all these idiots. And I mean, I still actually am connected with Lacey Green, but she knows what the fuck I think about her. I've told her straight up to her face what a disgusting piece of shit she is. More than once. And she knows, and I'll tell you, she is as malicious and as vindictive as anybody. I would say more so than a person like Eva Onision, who's a sociopathic rapist. I mean, she is a nasty bitch. As far as a personality goes. And all these people going around not holding her accountable. Oh, they'll hold Steve accountable, Steve Shives. They'll hold this person accountable. It's like people keep forgetting, and I hear people talking about like Thunderfoot and this person and that person, and I'm like, all these people suck. Like all these people fucking people suck. They're all garbage. They're like, well, they're an SJW or they're anti-SJW. I don't give a fuck. Like JJ recently did a video on the Breakfast Club, and she's fucking talking about, well, egalitarians is still like a fucking narrative and this and that. It's like, so if anyone has an intentionality, they're biased. So you're going to admit your own Socratic ignorance right here, JJ? And no, she just bitched and whined. It was like, okay, go stick your head up your ass, because that's where it belongs. So I'm not going to sit here and everyone go kumbaya and be like, well, it's for science, it's for this. Well, they're just talking about that, but not this. That's bullshit. All those motherfuckers are peddling is their crap, and they can't wait to stick it in there. I mean, have we missed something over the last 10 years of bullshit on YouTube? I've been here since 2005. So that aggravates me when I see people saying, oh, well, they're just going to talk science. Oh, kiss my ass.
Yeah.
What do you think, John?
I think that was a lot. The trust that you said trust is bullshit. Do you really think that?
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing you really can trust in. You can't trust in your books. You can't trust in these faith and these politics and these politicians. You can't even trust yourself. And I think in a lot of ways, your video was saying that. Yeah. You got to fucking show real action. And that's the only thing that is really written, is what you write it in. The real writing that you do. Like if I'm trying to write poetry, I can't bullshit my way through that. Mm-hmm. I can't bullshit my way through the actions of my life. I have to embody them. I'm not a person who says, do as I say, not as I do. Mm. That means something. But apparently not to all these motherfuckers that I see on Twitter, on YouTube, and Facebook. And all their gods is fucking dumb. So dumb. They're fucking pathetic. So fucking laughable. They couldn't stand any debate with anybody who had an ounce of integrity. But they talk about debate and this and what was won. And it's just a bunch of dog shit. I mean, I accomplish, you hold yourself accountable. It's like, it's so hard to find people who hold themselves accountable. And you have a lot of people who care about you, John. You have a shitload of people who care about you. And that means something, because they found value in you. They found something of value in this internet that has turned into a pile of shit. When we used to come on the internet 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it was wonderful. Everyone was pretty nice. Now, it's hard to find most people probably in your room because they like you and they can't stand all these other motherfuckers.
And I think some people, Galen, confuse edginess with conviction.
Yeah.
Right. And some people say that the whole talk show circuit helped, helped sort of promote this notion that uncivil dialogue was somehow good because it meant the person was really strong in their convictions, right? When in fact it was more gave people more the platform just to pontificate.
Yeah.
And unfortunately it's rare to find somebody you can sit down and have a discussion and a disagreement with and maintain civil, particularly in areas of politics or philosophy or religion or things that tend to on the internet degrade into just name calling, right? But we see that in the news, right? The notion that somehow it's news when you have a couple of talking heads that yell at each other, and that's somehow informative. No, it's just a really base form of entertainment.
Well, people get their entertainment conformed with what truth is, and they have this idea. The more they believe something, and this gets into what John is saying about with their fucking feelings about eating and everything, which is a problem. The more the truth quotient is, it's just like all these people who are fucking so-called atheists, this fake ass bullshit. I'm so fucking anti-atheist. I'm so fucking anti-everything, but that it's they believe they ditch the idea of a God without even understanding it in its historical fashion. Even though I don't even believe in a God, but I'm like a Kierkegaard. You can still understand religions and even practice stuff that if anything suits you, you take from history whatever you fucking like. I mean. I think that's a much better notion, not to cherry pick and morally judge it in this fascist sense of Sam Harris. I think that's just disgusting. That fucking bigot. He is like the most ignorant. He's anti-epistemology, the study of knowledge. He's so dumb. Fake ass neuroscientist. But they have this quotient. They leave the dogma and they leave the belief linguistic system in of that faith system of how much I believe something, the more it equals true. The more I like this person, the more they are likely to be true than what they say. If you're a fan, and there you got a sycophant right there. And you know what? Most people are fucking sycophants. Oh, I like NBC. I like this. I like Fox.
Yes, and
I like TJ. I like Thunderfoot.
That if it agrees with your worldview, then you say, then you say, well, it must be true because this is what I agree with, as opposed to sitting down with somebody you disagree with and having a discussion. I mean, most people, I think, don't know to have a discussion about something they disagree with. They have to yell, or they have to pontificate, or they exclude people who are not comfortable with their worldview. Right, that notion of polarization, we see that in politics all too often. It's hard to have a nice, rational discussion with somebody who's coming from a different political perspective. And we're much for the poorer of it because we don't have the exchange of ideas if we exclude people that don't fit our nice, comfortable world. I think in the U.S. it's particularly insidious because we tend to not see, for example, what's going on in the rest of the world. We tend to see news that's only from a particular perspective as opposed to what's going on elsewhere. So and some of it's a matter of just people are too busy, right? Because some people don't have time to go and watch the debate going on in South Africa about landform and Pan-Africanism and what's happening there. But that's a really important topic in today's society, and it's fascinating to watch an entire system and how they're dealing with it, for the good and for the bad. But the ability to have a civil discussion and a civil debate is unfortunately rare.
Fuck you. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I mean, because some people are either too afraid to offend,
Gavin left.
or they're just too offended to.
Just too pussy.
Yeah.
Too many. I mean, to be. Landon says it's so smart and nice. I said they're pussies. I mean, seriously, there's a bunch of pussies. And like I don't know if you've seen my video today.
I have not. Unfortunately, I was been online.
Well, I'm going to say it's probably one of the best videos I've ever made.
Excellent. Okay.
It's called The Overweight Lie. And
is that in your that's on that new channel, right?
No, it's on the main channel.
On the main channel.
Yes,
Okay.
on Film on Cakes. And I think it's one of the best videos I've done in a long time. And I pretty much get into why fat people lying to themselves and trying to protect themselves with lies is doing, it's hurting them. And I think it's a good video. It is an amazing motivational video. Thank you, Papa. I appreciate that. It's getting a great response, too. So I'm proud of that.
Landon is a person, who got really worked at getting his health in line. And,
Yes,
he's still around because of it. And you've been through a few scares, which I think it finally woke you up this year. It's like, hey, no more walking the line.
Yeah.
No more Johnny Cash shit. Okay, you can't do that, man.
I'll stop lying
You
to
have
myself.
Yeah, and Pembroke, the thing that and I don't mean to dump on you, but the thing that concerns me about you is that your medical treatment and medical process seems to be crisis management, right? That where you get stuff where it gets bad enough that your mother gets on your case and pushes you into the emergency room.
And me too.
Right? Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be honest, I don't care.
And that's and I wish, for example, that you would spend if you would invest in trying to get regular health care and regular medication, you're going to be around much longer on YouTube, right?
I agree.
Again, I've told you before, and I mentioned anonymously to my doctor about some of the stats, and the guy says the guy isn't dead yet. They're amazed that.
Yeah, I agree, and that's basically what this video was a lot about. That I know you hadn't watched the video yet, so this video was me basically telling people I woke up. Now it's time for everybody else to wake up.
I like that. It could be a name for his next serious video. I'm not dead yet.
Yeah.
The I'm not dead yet Chronicles.
Yeah.
Like fuck you, death.
Yeah, that's what this is about. That's what this video was about.
Is there some way that we could find that you could get regular medical care and access to regular medication? Because one of the things I've learned about medical care is that you have to it's iterative process. You can't simply go to the doctor, get a prescription, go to a pharmacy, take a pill, and everything's magically cured. Life is not that simple, right? And sometimes you have setbacks where they give you a drug and you find that's a bad reaction. You have to go back and forth. You've got to have a regular cycle. You have to be a part of a process. And if I had my one wish for you is that you could get regular access to regular medical care.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest with you. There's been a long time where I haven't cared enough about myself to do that and to try to take care of things. And I lived that lie that I talked about today, that I'm okay. I'm just big. I'm like in that video. But I'm like Galen said a minute ago, I'm kind of waking up. I'm waking up and I'm learning things, and I'm getting there. And that's how process. Part of the process is the medical stuff,
Yeah.
and so I'm working on it.
I claim. I mean, I'm almost certain that there's a way that you can get regular medical care. I'm almost certain that there's a way for you to get some kind of insurance, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was there now, and it seems here's a possible theory. When you were much younger, you talked about having a death wish, right? That you were going to get into fights with people and hope that someone would kill you.
Yeah.
I think that this avoidance of medical care and avoidance of finding insurance is perhaps a different form of that same destructive behavior. But I'll tell you, if you want to live long enough to see your mother get a house based upon your hard work,
yes, sir,
that's got to change.
Yeah.
I think one of the things is care. Now, you might be stubborn enough to go on a diet and lose another 300 pounds again.
Yeah.
But that isn't going to solve the marginal problem.
It's it's not gonna solve. It's gonna help a lot, Doug, because a lot of the problems is a direct result of overweight. Now some aren't, and I got to work on those.
But reducing reducing weight is just one of the symptoms.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not disagreeing at all. I'm just saying that is going to be it's a big step. But I'm not. Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, John and I talked about it. It's one of the biggest aspects is the cigarette smoking, but it's across the board, and John knows it. But John knows before the cigarette smoking comes something else, and it's him. Mm-hmm. It's him being accountable. That's what matters. That's the number one thing, and I think that's where he's really laying down the law, and he's telling people, but he's not just telling everyone, oh, this is what you need to think and say. He's actually saying it to himself.
Yeah.
And he's declaring, like, hey, like, this is how I fucking feel. But he's out there proclaiming it. He's not just talking shit. He's doing it and saying it. And I think you can hear it in the passion in his voice, too. I mean, it's indisputable. And I want to see him continue where there's not peaks and valleys either. But, I mean, I know he's had a renewed passion now. And at one point, it was very hard, but he's done it before. He's done one thing, and he's gotten off. He had drinking problems before. John's had problems before, but he's overcome. So he has a good record of that. But this one's severe. Like the smoking affects the blood vessels and so forth.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that access to being an intelligent medical consumer is so important, right? The being an active part of and having access to medical care and being a part of that team is quite important, and that means finding, going and interviewing doctors and finding a doctor that you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
And finding an insurance process where they can get paid because they're not doing it for free. It's not a charity case thing on there. But you might find that there are charity groups that can get you access to the doctors that you need to have a dialogue about health, because it's more than just losing some weight, right?
Yes.
If you medically lose 300 pounds, that doesn't mean all of a sudden that your pounds is over the there's other things involved.
Absolutely. I've got some other issues that the weight loss is not going to take care of. I agree. So there's a lot of things I'm working on, and it's all a part of what's going on with me. There's a change going on with me, right? And I'm proud of myself for the changes I made. Yes, I need to quit smoking, and I have slowed down a lot, which I'm not bragging saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying I'm taking the baby steps and I'm working at it. And so, yeah, and you're exactly right. I agree with everything you said. I need to get the doctor, the insurance and stuff.
But first you got to hold yourself accountable. Then, like you're doing, you change your habits, which are eating habits, consumption habits. Those are habitual problems of chemical dependency, whether they're through food and smoking and food and the taste between both.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times after you smoke, you have to go do this because it becomes a habit-forming chemical that your body is used to and then it requires. And so there is no free will there because your body's like, get it, get it, get it. And that's where, things like, I want to say do you know the poem Invictus by William Ernest Henley? Do you know that one poem?
Yes. But do you know?
Do you know it, John?
You gotta remind me because my memory, my memory.
Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I think whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul.
Yeah.
In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Yeah, I have heard this. It's an amazing poem. I am the captain of my soul. I don't have a soul, but I'm a captain.
So, but anyway, it is. I understand that some of these addictions are really hard to address. So I'm not trying to trivialize and just say just do it. But
Yeah.
I'm a real firm believer in being a wise consumer of medical services, right? Evaluating, being part of the team, that involves also selecting. So I go through a process of interviewing doctors. I just don't pick the first name out of the book. When my current doctor, I went and interviewed almost, I think it was 11 different doctors. Where I sat down, had an office thing, and talked with them, and found someone that I thought had the approach that I thought was going to be beneficial for my health, and was willing to have a dialogue and spend the time.
Yeah.
That's because using and not being a passive victim of your medical treatment, right? Being an active member is important. So some of that's a matter of study yourself, but also it's dialogue with medical officials and having multiple opinions, right? That you can evaluate the result.
I think one of the problems is John has not been in a place also to get the medical knowledge he's needed about his own health, and I think that was a good psychological analysis of John, where he's had these other issues, and like I said, it's habit, how we think about ourselves, and they can come back to get us with these bad habits. That was a bad psychological habit he had before. They can come back. But like I said, I think John is ready to tackle that stuff right now. He's ready to kick some ass. He's about ready to take his little id out in the backyard and whoop its little ass.
Yeah, and I think that's so. I see. I'm encouraged by your willingness to take a fresh approach to this process. I would just like to see some consistency in your medical interactions. Not simply wait around someone give you enough money to get the medication that you got from the room, but the social worker that sit there and said, "Oh, you don't qualify."
Yeah.
BS. If anyone can qualify for medical assistance, it's someone like you.
You're damn right. Damn fucking right.
Right. And you should not have been let go of that hospital. Right.
Oh, I agree.
My doctor didn't understand. Say, why isn't this person in the hospital? I don't know. They let him go. Why? They said, well, and they said he has no much medical concern. He says, no. This is exactly what these systems are for. It said if that had been my patient, I would have had him restrained and stay in the hospital. I don't care if he's worried about his mom and blah blah blah. No, right? You needed the medical treatment there to stabilize, and you needed the medication, and if it turned out that the person who you talked to said, "Oh, you don't qualify," then find another person who finds that you can qualify for assistance, right?
I've done the same here with doctors that I know, multiple ones, and one's a former, was the head of health for the city, and I talked to him, and he was just astounded that John was not put in the hospital, like for his health. That he felt he was at risk, and it was scary. He was like, he just is like, what the hell is going on in Mississippi? Like he literally asked me that, John, what the hell is going on in Mississippi?
Fuck it. Phil Bryant's what's going on in Mississippi.
Phil Bryant?
Yeah, the governor.
He doesn't like your health care?
He's a piece of shit.
That's what Bobby Jindal did.
But there are charitable systems where
Sisters of the Poor. There's all types of medical systems.
That are there. I'm going to go out on a limb and posit, John, that you are not interested in having medical care, and you find the first person who says, "Oh, I can't figure it out. You don't qualify," and then you leave.
No, I disagree.
I think that you can get medical care, medical insurance.
Well, I think we need to figure out something and research it. So what I want to do, and I've been wanting to get down with Danielle to do it. Now listen, John.
Yeah.
First, Danielle wants to sit down there with you and explain, because she's researched some of the stuff with your medical problem, and she has a great way of explaining it. It's better than me, and probably better than Landon with your current predicament. Mm-hmm. And but Danielle knows all about the ones like those little ones, like more than me, and I'm pretty knowledgeable. But Danielle knows about all the ones that you can go to look up, and I will go over with her this week. We will look stuff up, and then we will have like a hangout, and we'll go over it with you.
Okay.
So we could get you some goddamn care, but and show you all the places you can go, and you could, of course, you do your own looking too, and we could brainstorm together.
But I believe that there is a system of medical care that you can take advantage of to maintain, to try to get some progress on your health as you try to get progress on your career. I think those will go hand in hand.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to say this. Apparently, my video has made it on the front page of the R videos on Reddit.
Excellent.
Which video?
The one I did today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn. John getting serious.
That's pretty cool.
Remember I told you, John, a long time ago?
Yeah.
The greatest treasures are found in the darkest caves.
Yeah.
And the more you dig down into yourself, you're going to come out with treasure if you dig down deep enough. Anything of value is worth the hard work that's put into it.
Yes, sir.
And goddamn Landon, fuck Landon, because he got me off my fucking ranting and on back to your health.
Oh, it's all right.
Yeah. Well, okay, let me just, for the people that's in here that don't know, Landon has been my biggest supporter for him and Galen. Actually, these two people right here. Also, the two smartest motherfuckers I ever met, and gay. They're also gay. But anyways,
we're trisexual. Get it right.
They'll try anything once.
Try anything 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, we have to be scientifically accurate.
Yes, that's it. You have to be accurate. But anyways, these guys have always been there to support me. And the thing is, everybody's like, how'd you become friends with those guys? They saw me out, goddammit. Both of them did. Because they want my dick. But no, seriously, I'm being stupid. They're good people, and they've always been there. And Galen's rough at times, of course. He's rough with me, and I've called Galen out on shit, but Galen will tell me the truth, and that's the reason I like going to Galen, because I don't want to hear bullshit. I don't want to hear people blow smoke up my ass. I am not that type of person. I think both these men will tell you that. I'm not one for you.
I'll back you up here. Like one time, I don't want to get into details on this, but it was like there's stuff with John that I've gotten on him privately. I don't need to get into here publicly, but he's talked to me, privately. And there was some ugly shit going down with something privately with me, and John like, sat and was like, hey, can I say something to you? And I'm just like, well, of course, because I will listen to people. I know it's unheard of on the internet that you would actually take in criticism from another person, like, wow, sincerely, but I can do that to John, and I can tell it to him, and I call him up, and I'm in his face, but he's talked to me, and we listen to one another. That's what actual people are supposed to do who are intelligent.
Yeah.
I know it's unheard of. It's like, wow, that's not true. And it certainly isn't going on in debates with fucking where people are actually giving a fuck listening to each other when they're Blair White and Lacey Green. It's like, blow it out my fucking ass. Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
That's all right. Throw it in there, buddy.
Fucking idiots buying into that shit. It's like so stupid. Motherfuckers like Vadim who are like Thunderfoot and this guy and that guy and that guy, and it's like, oh, a dumb drama. Fuck off. Fucking idiots.
By the way, speaking while you're out here on the line, Galen, have you been watching King Crocodeck's Science Wars and the stuff about the feminist epistemology and some of that?
I've seen a couple things, but not much. I haven't had the time. I have a backlog of like so many videos on my to watch list that I'm backed up.
It's a very, 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 very well researched stuff he's doing, and some of the stuff like his the sort of neo-Lysenkoism and some of the stuff that's going on where talking about woman science and that sort of thing has been a very interesting
Feminist science.
Yes.
Ideological science. Yes.
Yes, and that so it's not a SJW anti-W rant, but it's actually he's got sources, references, quotations that he's gone.
So he's contributing something of value.
Yes, absolutely, and it really is where he's talking about where it came from, where the philosophers they're drawing upon. And how people like folks like Steven Weinberg's discussions about Freiburg and some of those people that he's bringing in, Joel of Tel Aviv University. Those things are he's going through and doing actually real research and presenting some very interesting stuff that reminds me a lot of some of the stuff that you've talked about. But it's an interesting perspective on what we're seeing in there of perversion of science. And back to the science wars, yeah.
But it's not just with that. It's also going to where it's not just when we talk, well, what is this perversion of science? Really, it gets into this perversion of academia. Mm-hmm. Where exactly. A certain narrative, it's not just online. This is an epidemic, like a virus. That this is contaminating education. This is why organizations like the FIRE are so important. They're on the front lines more than the ACLU right now, and making sure academic freedom, because it's being it's having its ass kicked right now. Where yes. People can basically learn. This is going to, when you have only this narrative, I mean, they're not trying. They're going to say, "Oh, we're for freedom of speech." Look, mm-hmm. They don't care that they're like, "Okay, we can't defeat the First Amendment, but we're going to do everything in our power to make it in the universities how people think, where they're anti-free speech. They're in one narrative only. They only speak in one meaning system, and fuck everything." It's a very tribal, dominant view. I mean, if this was anything in religion, people would be going crazy over it.
Yes,
but it's
yes,
and it's ridiculous.
So you have people like Sandra Harding, who are I think, and I liked how you talked about it being an infection, right? Because Sandra Harding is teaching people who are moving into stuff, becoming tenured professors, who are then propagating this infection onto other people. They use long multisyllable words to make their stuff sound really scientific, but they're they're really, again, I think, as they said, it's sort of a Lysenko type of approach towards knowledge, because they have an answer, and it's this particular viewpoint.
Sorry.
And everything else has to conform to that answer. I don't know if you're familiar with Sandra Harding.
Sounds familiar.
But she's one of the early.
I'll be right back.
Early people that again are talking about this perversion of the academic process.
Well, one of the big ones, as you know, with me to get me going, and I find that a lot of the stuff going on in this Twitter and all this stuff where they talk about Milo and Blair and Anita Sarkeesian is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. The real problems is the cult of Nussbaum. The cult of Nussbaum is disgraceful. Even people who are these so-called anti-SJWs worship her. Yeah. This is a person who has books on the offensive internet, literally the offensive internet, who has works at the University of Chicago and is academically one of the most respected philosophers and professors in all of academia in the entire world. And this person is so full of shit. It's like the empress has no fucking clothes. She's so awful. Well, Landon left, so it's just me because Pimp is dead. He finally bit the bucket and had a fucking heart attack. So y'all are left with me. Poor things.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, Landon died.
Because Landon's gay.
Well, yeah.
Gays die on the internet.
We were talking about the cult of Nussbaum. And I literally do mean there's a cult of Nussbaum. I literally do mean that's true. There's a fucking cult with that bitch. She's a professor. And Catherine McKinnon's the other one. People will actually criticize McKinnon. Lots of people have over the years. But a lot of people will not dare criticize the great infallibility of Martha Nussbaum. I've always told Tisha, like, why don't you do one? Part of my book is written against her. I wanted to spit upon her existence. So, critically, I'm going to answer her for all what she says.
Yeah.
But I don't know of anybody else who's going around like, oh, Martha Nussbaum, let me criticize you.
She's a cunt.
What's the point of all these anti-SJWs if they only get fluff people? They go around to fluff people, and then they have the audacity to say, we're going to have dialogues with them. It's just silly. It's absolutely silly. Yeah. They're silly people doing silly things, talking nonsense. And you know what? I'm going to go even further. Most of the shit that they talk about is as much nonsense with their fake-ass debates and dialogues as feminist science. It's all bullshit. It's all blended with entertainment and narratives. And a lot of these so-called people, they just want your attention. It's bullshit. If you're really not interested in bullshit, figure out what that is. And, you can start with yourself by not letting people tell you how to think. But guess what? The atheist movement started off, don't let people tell you how to think. You know what? All those motherfuckers were then started telling everyone how to think. Listen to me. Give me money. Listen to me. Give me money. Do this. But if you don't, you're a heretic. Fucking pieces of shit. All dogmatic fucking languages, dogmatic creeds, but they dispense with the gods. So as Hitchens would say, they, Adolf Hitler, Stalin, they were atheists or something. If not, I don't believe Hitler was. But at the end, what did he have? A God complex. What do these people have? They don't need a God. They are one to themselves. And a lot of people are like that today. They're a bunch of narcissistic motherfuckers. And I don't pay homage to narcissists. I don't. And then people are like, well, you're an asshole, Galen. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm not a toilet. That's what I'm not. I'm not a fucking toilet that gets shit on by you, who is an asshole, and you who are an apologist for someone who shits in my face. Fuck you.
It is difficult on the internet to have have dialogues when you're having sort of pseudo-anonymous people drifting in and out. It's much easier for you and I to sit and talk about something here, voice to voice or face to face. But the internet as a medium somehow does not always lend itself to having civil dialogue. But in academia, what I've been seeing is that the professors have turned the classroom into basically a way to preach to the students. And if you want to pass, if you want to get ahead, you got to play their game. And that's really unfortunate again, because that's part of that infection. That is as you get professors who propagate this stuff into the hierarchy, then they go and indoctrinate students who then perpetuate the problem. So I don't know, but I don't know what the solution is. How do you fix this infection going on?
This infection? Well,
Yeah.
First of all, there needs to be. We have a great device. We have this internet right now, which they're using, and it could be used, but most people and most of these vloggers and social pundits, they don't use it to help. They use it to get in bullshit. So they've forgotten it. They've forsaken. They have this greatest communication device in the history of primates. Mm-hmm. And they have forsaken it and shit upon it. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. I know people put out like 100 fucking Onision videos. I did one and it was like 8 years ago or something when I got into an argument, but I was pointing out about censorship and how we're all together. I used it for a purpose. Most people are like, I'm going to pwn somebody. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, have a greater point, a philosophical point to contribute. Say something original and not a repeated narrative. But we don't do that. We don't have real discussions. We have fake discussions, fake dialogues. It's narrative masturbation. Yeah. That's all it is. And then people are like, this is entertainment too. And then we're going to have scoffs and laughs because we're just going to be fake cynics too. Dumb. So we have tools to do it. We really already do. They have tools to do shit. They're working on it. We're just sitting around, dumping shits on each other. It's dumb. What a disgraceful species. You know what? If we get totalitarianism from that, then we built it. We built it, all of us. We have to accept responsibility for the world that we make, and we're a part of this world. And you can't say it's everyone else's scapegoat. And that's a coward's fucking viewpoint. You have to say, this is my world, and I accept responsibility for it. People are like, well, who do you blame for New Orleans? And I was like, I fucking live here. I consider it my fault. I wish I could have done more, but I can't. So fuck me. And by the way, I was one person who did write the Army Corps of Engineers about the canal system and plan. I actually did. So I did do something, but I still take fucking responsibility for it, because that's what some people should do. They should say, I don't like my nation and flag. Well, then do something about it. That's what Martin Luther King did. God damn it. That's what he was saying. He was like, everyone's a part of the flag. Not today. Everyone just say shit everything and fuck these people, and it's those people. It's just tribalism. What dummies. They don't give a fuck. Let the country burn. It's like today, if your house is burning, what are you going to do? Most people are like, run. You're not going to put it out or save other people? What the fuck? You have to look at how people would treat basic problems if there's a crisis. And most of the time, how people who would react, they need to be shot or hung because they're so treacherous. And that's a problem. And you have to look at the whole society at this point, that we're breaking down as a civilization. Timothy Leary and other futurists said the internet would be a new way of thinking. It doesn't seem to be turning out with their ideological view. It isn't. And look at the Snowden years, what it's revealed. It's outright Orwellian, and it's going to be worse. I mean, there's stuff out there that they're doing that we don't even know. And I'm not just being a negative person, but we have to take a positive approach and say, if the world was damned and the place was burning, we still have an obligation to do our best.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. And we need to use the tools that we have to our best ability. You can't just say, well, no one else is doing it, so fuck it. No, that's bullshit.
Become an informed consumer.
Right. Don't just buy now. Buy now and be happy. Buy more. You are made by the masses for the masses. Yeah, don't get into that shit. But that's what most people are doing these days. But of course, they're a nonconformist like everybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, Gavin.
That's fuck you too, John.
Yeah,
Talk
you're
about
right.
Mickey.
You're right that the electronic communication is a powerful tool, and we have to use it rather than just simply. But you know, there are certain things such as news, and you know, when newsrooms became revenue sources and entertainment as opposed to information.
Yep.
We lost an important, you know.
You mean
tool.
with the spread of idiot culture?
Yeah.
Where it became just everything is entertainment tonight. That's what everything is now. It's all like, hey, what's on tonight? You know, when people act like with Trump, okay, and Hillary and all these awful demagogues, they act as they're in a sports stadium pulling for a team, and it's
Very
like,
good.
and
Yes.
they're enjoying it. But like sports fans, after a game, they're like, "Hey, how you doing?" to the other team. They really are. Fuck your team, but how you doing? Have a beer. The vitriol with these people is sick. They're like, fuck those people. I want to hurt them. I want to mess them over. I want to malign them using the internet because I can hide behind it on all sides. There's not like they're saying, oh, it's epidemic against women. Horse shit. It's an epidemic against everybody because it brings out the worst. It's seeming like we're using it to bring out the worst when we should be using it to bring out the best. And instead, and it can't happen until we take total accountability saying, oh, it's not just women, it's everyone. We need to use this better, and we're really not evolved so far to use it. And until we admit our fault and accept on a mass level Socratic wisdom, that knowing our own ignorance, we will be complete failures as a species. We will doom ourselves.
So someone's listening to this and is saying, okay, Galen, you convinced me. I need to own part of it. Give me something concrete I can do. Give me your first step. Right?
I'll take it in the simplest terms, okay? First, the things that you can do wherever you are. I don't know where you are, but what city do you live in? You can vote right, but it's not about voting. You don't have to vote at all. I mean, I'm not actually big on voting. I know Landon is. But there's more things you can constructively do. It comes into how we treat people. We can treat people with respect. We can educate ourselves. We have more information. We're flooded with it. But our learning capacity is at its lowest. It's just shit. People used to have few books, but when they get them, they would eat them up. We're flooded with so much stuff now. So you have to find things, figure things out, and be patient. It's hard to be patient in this time. And we're jumbled from one mess, one trending thing, crisis to another. You can't be pushed by the whirlwind. You have to. You if you're going to do it, you need to ride the wind.
Increase your attention span on something.
Well, be patient. Increase your attention span and the way you observe. You have to. It starts with you. If you want to change the world, you're a part of the world. You should change yourself. You can't be depending on everyone else to do it. If 10 people did it, like, okay, people say, like, what can one person do? Which is just so bullshit fallacious. When you got a person like James Lawson back in Nashville in the late 50s. And what did he do? He led all this stuff that desegregated Tennessee. Then he got a few other people, saw what he was doing. They jumped in line. It took a few people. And James Lawson is as important as Martin Luther King.
But
And it takes-
for example,
well,
if
one person
if you're
does it.
hearing this and you say James who, go out and research and find out who
Yeah,
James Lawson
research
was.
James Lawson. Go research about the guy.
Yeah,
Amazing individual.
don't take Galen's word for it. Go out and
Right,
check it
don't.
out.
I agree. Don't take my word for it. And find people. There are doors out there. If you want to know what you can do things. And there are doors open in your life personally that you don't know exist. But you have to open them. No one else can open them, and no one else can do them. And you don't need all these other people saying, go down to this, go down to that. You don't. You know. You have the ability to awaken yourself, to be happy. And this is like I've told John, you can do it. You can be this person that you want to be. But it's your conviction and your will. And there are no excuses.
And again, it's part of that attention span. You know, if you're going to say, well, who is this James Lawson? What's this that Galen talking about? Let me go and do some research. Spend a half hour. Just start off with the basic stuff. Spend a half hour reading about this person. Right? Not 15 seconds of some tweet, but do a little bit of reading and try to find out, well, what are they talking about? That's being consumer information, not just having it shoved at you. Right? It's I think that's one of the things that's really if you hear on the news some event that you agree with, let's say it says something bad about a politician you don't like, question what they're saying. And then do what? Go out and do your own research. So if they say, well, some politician did this and this and this, go out and see, can you find another source? Because the classic journalism is not being practiced well today, where they would say they have several sources. You have to go out and find those sources. The thing on the other hand is the internet has a number of cases where you can actually try to do some research and find out, okay, did this really happen? And is this of consequence? And what is it, what's the background and why and so forth. Those are things that you can do, so that when it comes down to voting, you can have an idea about who's on the ballot and whether you can support any of them, rather than just picking the team because it's you vote for this person because they're the same as your party, right? Become a consumer and ask questions, and as Galen said, it comes with having a longer attention, increasing your attention span. So you could do something as simple as every day, if you hear something, go and just spend maybe even 15 minutes just reading about some topic that you don't know about yet.
I had a video on YouTube, and it's called, I'll just use the title for this, Educate Thyself. And you can, and you can critically think. I mean, there's a good book by a philosopher I like, Krishnamurti. It's called Education and the Significance of Life. And it just talks philosophically about learning. And it's very important, but very accountable. But there are little things like that. You can go learn things. You can think for yourself. There are lots of books on argumentation, about logical analysis that you can read. There's many wonderful things out there for that. And how we move as a society. I mean, I like a lot of ancient Chinese philosophy myself.
Yeah.
The Chinese military classics, Sun Tzu's works, all of that's very interesting.
And reading is one of the things that you can do. Again, even if you're busy, you can spend a little bit of time, so that maybe you don't watch one sitcom, but instead you spend a little bit of time reading. Right?
Or a 3-hour podcast.
Or something. So and it doesn't take much, right? To do, because this stuff can accumulate. You end the practice and read some of these things that are available. So for example, don't just go to Wikipedia, look up something and say, who is Vladimir Lysenko, right? The thing you can do with something like Wikipedia is they have references, they have sources. You can go to those sources and look at it. You can then go down to your local library, walk up to this marvelous person called a reference librarian and say, I want to learn about who this Lysenko was and what this person did and why some people talk about the impact of this person's life. And they'll bring you to a bunch of amazing sources, free, right? That you can do to become a little bit informed person. And you don't have to spend 10 hours a day doing that. You can if you want, but even if you just say, here's my 15 minutes of reading.
Make sure you get 15 minutes of porn in, too.
If you do just that,
look, Christopher S. Christopher S. does enough porn for everyone. So I think everyone could take their porn breaks to have a little reading.
There's a choo-choo train.
Yes. But that's that. And then, so you want to say, what can you do? Find some topic, something you hear about the news, something you hear someone says, and spend just 15 minutes reading about it. If you just start with that, right? 15 minutes a day is easy enough for you to do. That you will begin to become an informed consumer. So the next time the news comes on and says Trump, blah, 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 you don't sit there and say, yep. You say,
Or no.
You come and say, well, let me see. Is this can I find another source? Can I, NATO? What is NATO? How did NATO come into play? What does it do now? What's going on with why is there just reading about payment systems? What is the payment system? Then 15 minutes just reading about NATO. It's important, right? And it matters. Don't just sit there and say, oh, look what Trump did about NATO, right? Become an informed consumer so you can judge whether you think Trump is right or wrong or indifferent.
Yeah. You can also go pay my clock.
Yeah?
Yeah, who's on the clock?
Everybody in the fucking chat room.
No, they're not on the clock.
Yes, they are. My God. PayPal.com, SSWomanX@gmail.com, or Patreon.com/Pimp. In the description below.
Or if you don't like Pimp Monk who's giving you some truth, you could go play Blair White and Lacey Green and Onision. But then again, you might as well stick your dick or your private parts in a meat grinder.
But by the way, that's what I'm at. That's my thing is just spend 15 minutes looking at something. That's not requires great scholarship. It just requires you to spend a little bit of time each day on a topic. And it can be triggered by what someone says. It can be triggered by a news story where you go and look around the background because you become a consumer of information rather than a victim of entertainment.
And you see all these narratives, they're playing at your inclinations. You need to be critically aware of your own inclinations. That's what real before critical thinking, to have that, you need to have critical awareness of your own self, to own it and know your own ignorance. This is where we get into Socratic wisdom. You really have to understand that to know how your own mind moves. You see people all the time and they're just going ballistic. Trump this or this person that every fucking day, and it's just like, wow, I can't even look at this shit anymore. It's just all I look at pictures of like beautiful pictures of the world, travel pictures.
Yeah,
there's a lot of beautiful stuff because I'm so inundated with ugly stuff.
I had a go ahead.
I've just been so inundated in it. I've already been inundated, with so much ugly stuff in my own life over the years and all my own suffering. Of not really suffering with my own pain and my health issues, which have been hard. And I fought through this and personal things. And it's like, you get online and you just see, more and more shit. It's grotesque. I can understand why authors like Iris Chang, when she wrote about the Bataan Death March, committed suicide. It's like, if you take it personal and serious, and you need to, that's one reason why I also think people need, I think John, I got to tear you up, John, right now. You are a person who says you're not serious, but I think it's bullshit. I think it's complete horseshit that you play that. No, you're funny. You take the serious and you can play with it.
Yeah.
Like TJ does that too, and he's great at it. But you do it too, and that's a gift. But you it's not that you don't do serious. You just do it really well by playing with it and having fun with it. You're not being serious. You're being really serious in a lot of ways. Just doing it with comedy.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear this. You don't know how to have a part of the conversation. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
Fuck you, Gavin.
That's one reason Landon likes you. He's a serious person, but he likes how
No,
you
Landon likes
twist
me
it.
because of my
He
penis.
likes it. He likes you how you twist this stuff. And if he wants to like you for your penis twisting in his ass or something, that's between you two.
I'm gonna punch him in the balls next month.
And and I'm gonna tell you, Landon. Hopefully, this guy, when he comes out there, doesn't walk that much. If y'all have to get him a wheelchair to get him around to let his legs rest, please do so.
Yeah,
That's all I say.
we for example, with San Francisco, I hired a driver. I went out, I found a person who knows San Francisco, knows how to drive. She does,
If
Uber
you need a
and Lyft.
wheelchair, get it. That's all I say. That's my piece.
My piece is somebody in that fucking chat room better pay the goddamn clock.
Oh my god damn it! You with that fucking clock? Your clock broken.
I'm gonna murder some motherfucker right now. Because if I don't get that clock paid tonight, I won't be here until Thursday.
So
fuck y'all.
again, in talking about being a consumer, you just heard Galen mention the word Baton Death March.
There's a nipple of a death
If
march.
you don't know what that is, go and spend 15 minutes reading about it.
Read about the rape of Nanking, which that author who committed suicide writing about that did. You can go to some like LibGen site and probably download it. There are a lot of ebooks out there for free.
Well, yeah.
Or you can order it on Amazon.
Yeah.
May I recommend something?
Yes,
it's my fucking
It's your
channel.
fucking show.
I want to recommend a movie on Netflix. It's called Christine. It's about Christine Chubbuck, the reporter who actually killed herself live on TV.
I've been wanting to see that. I know all about it.
Excellent, Galen. You need to watch it. I'm gonna tell you, I really got into this movie today. I watched it today because I know all about it too. I've studied this shit for years about her because she's a really interesting person, and she suffered from depression and all that stuff.
She reminds me of Iris Chang in a lot of ways.
Okay.
With disgusted with the stuff that she was getting into. It was not just her personal depression. It was the media, how everything was.
That's what I was going to bring up.
She was doing stories and they were depressing her, and the entertainment glib shit that was going on. And she just was. She had enough. She was like, in a lot of ways, she was martyring herself in one ways. Like, hey, fuck you, wake the fuck up.
Yeah, and that's the reason I kind of brought that up because what you guys were talking about earlier about the media. She was sick of this, glamorizing blood and gut shit. She wanted to do real news, like real topics, and that channel wanted to keep on with fucking stupid shit. And so she went out, and the way she went out was fucking.
Well, we'll let them see what happened.
Yeah, but I recommend it's on Netflix. It's called Christine. It's not the movie about the car, Christine. It's just called Christine. It is a very excellent movie, and I definitely recommend it.
I'm going to definitely see it.
I honestly think it's a must-watch because it's a really fucking good movie. And now I'm actually starting this documentary series on Netflix that my mother recommended called The Keepers.
What the hell with that?
No, dude, this is
your mom. That's all I got to say.
No, fuck you in the butt. This right here is about this nun in this was the 60s, I think, basically she confronted a priest for molesting kids, and then she got murdered, and was it the church that killed her? But some people truly believe it was. I've just started the documentary, so but it is interesting.
I don't know it, so.
It's on Netflix. It's a Netflix original. It just came out.
By the way, Landon, I hope you get to see Alien Covenant.
Okay. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, it's like it's a sequel to Prometheus and Alien and Aliens.
Okay.
And I'm going to be doing an extensive mythological, philosophical, ethical, literary review of the movie, which I think is very and dystopian review.
I certainly seen the first two Alien movies, and enjoyed them. So
I think this one's the best one.
Is it just I don't know to give away what the movie is, but is it in the timeline, like forward or backwards, or is it parallel? What's
Prometheus is 30 years before Alien the original, and this is 20 years before it.
Okay. So it leads.
And it deals heavily with AI issues and philosophy of mind. Who am I? Who made you? Creation myths.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff going down.
That's
and the nature of love and what is a self.
Yeah. Speaking of AI, it's one of the things that at work they want me to investigate and to try to find. That I've been asked to help the general manager understand where's the hype and where's the reality, and also what can one really do with this system? Where are the limitations? Where is the business value? Because it's we're a business, and so I've been looking at this whole thing about so-called machine learning. It's fascinating on what it does, but it's also brings up a number of questions involved. Just recently, there was a really great conference on the approaching the truth of the game Go, where they had AlphaGo, this machine learning system by Google, and some of the top Go players in the world compete on just this game. And the interesting thing about that was that both groups came away with having learned something, right? That originally the approach saying, in fact, one of consider the person that's the great master of Go live today was saying, they thought they were going to wipe the floor because obviously, they're better than the machines. The machine people thought that they'd wipe the floor because they have this massive compute power. And what they realized in the dialogue about the games was that they both learned something about their approaches, right? That they benefited from a dialogue that came about, and it's a really fascinating thing. And again, it was just the last game of the tournament was held. I think it was yesterday, sans time zones with China. But I thought it was an interesting example where humans were taking the results of a machine-human interaction and trying to learn from that, gaining some insights into just something like a game. So I don't know if you've been following the machine learning or what's going on in that area or not, Galen.
Yes, I do.
I don't think that I mean, I think again that there's limitations to how this stuff is, and right now I think it's probably compared to what's going to happen 10, 20 years from now being relatively
Do you know many
crude.
people in the field?
I know of some, but I'm not rich into that area. I'm in the researching and trying to understand the field, and also doing it myself, right? I'm not just simply reading.
Well, I'm not a fan of Ray Kurzweil. I'll say that. I think he is a deluded ideologue. Same with his friend Jay Storrs Hall, Josh, who's been the head of the Foresight Institute. I'm not down with what he says either.
I know that there's sort of
he wrote Beyond AI.
Yeah, this transhumanism stuff sends you up the wall. I know, and it's. But I think that there is, for today there are some things that machine learning can do. That's why they're intriguing about some of these processes. Like we're we're working with a bunch of physicists that are going to use machine learning to try to improve how certain equations are solved. And so it holds promise for automation of some mechanical endeavors. But the notion of people becoming cyborgs and imprinting their consciousness into the Ethernet and living forever, that's
horseshit. That's insane.
Yes.
I mean, Wittgenstein would just take out a flamethrower to that stuff, and he did. It's like people have already annihilated that. And you know what they're doing? People, like a lot of people who put through stuff, and a lot of the stuff that people, like I said, Josh and Kurzweil put out is pure bullshit. And you know what? They know it is, but they're pushing a narrative.
Okay.
And when they do the deal of science, you know, it's not just people like the feminist. They're only doing their branch, and they're just going outright saying feminist science. Real charlatans are people going around like that who are full of shit. And it's nothing new. People have always branched out with things, with their ideologies. But, you know, we need to be serious about this stuff and AI and what it is. But, you know, there are people who are knowingly lie, refuting arguments, or ignoring arguments. And it's distasteful. It's ignorant. And you know what? It's willful ignorance.
Yeah.
And we literally live in an age of willful ignorance by the people who are the so-called pundits about science.
Yeah. Now, you know, in the area that I've been looking at, again, I'm just beginning to do stuff with machine learning. And part of it is actually coding and doing it myself rather than just reading about it, but actually performing the calculations and setting up systems. The thing that one of the things I realize is it's a tool. It's not an end, it's a tool, just like a screwdriver is a tool, right? And a tool has places where it is well applied and other places where it's poorly applied. And the notion of saying, oh, machine learning, you can throw machine learning at everything and make everything great, right? No, it has its place. And so one of the things I've been trying to understand is, what is this tool? What does it do well? What does it not do well? Now, some of the things that some people are doing with machine learning, I'm also, I wouldn't say afraid, but there's flags being raised when you start to put machine learning into systems that could really affect people, such as a car driving or a system that's going to manage great wealth on the stock market. Some of these sort of things that can have really devastating effect if it goes awry. I'm concerned that this tool can be something which is, you know, if hype just lets away that can do great damage. I think it can do great good, but it has potential to do great damage.
Well, Matt Schroeder in the chat, I don't know if my chat's still updating, but he had put in there, transhumanism is a cult waiting to happen. I want to tell you, it's already happened, Matt. And more so, if you think about, he saw Alien Covenant, by the way.
Oh.
The people who have watched that, a lot of them, you can tell by their reaction, it already has, because of their distasteful to grotesque, even the ones who either liked it or didn't like it, how they viewed the story. It's like a test to know somebody. Seeing Alien Covenant, like, oh, how do you see this movie? And then you're like, oh man. And then, like, certain people, you're like, okay, I need to get the fuck away from me. Like, get the fuck away.
That's why
scary.
I'm Matthew Schroeder. Get the fuck away from me.
Now, one of the things that I have a criticism about that area of science, it appears, is that so far, you know, I had a little bit of exposure to that when I was at Carnegie Mellon in the early 90s regarding some of this systems, and today what I see, some of the machine learning is just merely throwing more horsepower at the same kind of problem, and I haven't seen what I'd hoped to see in terms of great advances for that set. the machine learning systems often one of the common things they do is they say, here's some training data. We'll pour through training data through the system of linear equations, find a local minimum, and say, okay, we now have trained it. We hope the real world is like our training data. So if, for example, you give the system a whole bunch of handwritten digits, you can have the system get to the point where it'll recognize like 99.3% of the time when someone writes down a number, it'll be able to recognize it. The problem occurs is when you give one of these systems something which is just completely foreign, right? It still is if your real world data is like your training data, then it'll behave like there. And so talking about stereotyping, machine learning can be the ultimate stereotyping, where it goes and says, let's take a bunch of, here's an example of create evil. Let's go and take a database of people and their backgrounds, learn who's a criminal, who's not, so we can go out and watch the people who might, see if machine learning can predict who's going to commit a crime. That's the ultimate in stereotyping. Yet that system is actually being looked at by people in the government as a way of trying to fight crime by taking training data and having people having it to predict who's going to become a criminal. I don't know if there's anyone.
That sounds just so dangerous.
Yes.
It's like, what is that Spielberg movie? Come on, the one with Tom Cruise in the future.
Oh, yeah, the Minority Report.
Right. That's the one. I mean, there are a lot of dystopian movies. By the way, I'm putting it up there. I'm just going to call this to reveal. I don't want to go into my review or anything because I don't want to spoil it. But I do consider that this is potentially the most dystopian film ever made, ever. Alien Covenant. And what gets me is that a lot of people don't seem to see it, which shocks me. That says something about the age we live in. That they're so conformist that they don't even see it. And that's shocking. If you could put out a movie or story that is so dystopian, or it's so anti-individual in certain aspects of a story, that, and I mean, it's a good movie, but there's certain parts and characters that they don't see it. And so it really shocked me. I feel like I haven't been putting out videos because I've been ill. I got a new computer. I don't have it put together, but I'm getting there, and I'm researching, working through my vertigo, so everyone knows. Yeah. It messes up how I read. I have days where I can't read and I can't really do anything. I can't get out of bed because I'm literally have extreme vertigo. Yeah. But I'm in physical therapy. I'm working through it. But I'm going to get there and I'm going to make this fucking video because it's like, damn, I have to write this because no one else is doing it.
Okay, so I will make a point. I put it on my to-do list to go and watch Alien Covenant.
We should go watch it together next month. Nah.
Yeah.
It's out in the theater.
And listen, Landon, yeah, it's in the theaters right now. And okay. I want one thing. Just buy one ticket. Y'all should save some money, and you can sit in Pim's lap.
Yeah, I'll enjoy that.
And Pim is gonna wear shorts on this trip, and you are too.
I'm gonna wear some fucking Daisy Dukes, man.
Oh yes.
Yeah. I'll duke the fuck out of that shit.
Y'all should go on swimsuit day.
I think because I'm gonna be in San Francisco, so I think I need to fuck with some SJWs.
Yeah, just stay the fuck away from Lacey Green, please.
We have a few around there that you could.
Me and Sketchy's gonna be together, and I'm gonna have a camera. We're gonna fuck with.
Hey, why don't y'all go to Berkeley? You and Landon and Sketchy, and go to Berkeley and carry a camera around interviewing people.
Yeah, go up to People's Park, one of the so-called births of the free speech movement, and try to execute some free speech and see how far you get.
Let's see what happens. I'm telling you, I want to tell you right now, Pip, you're going to get the biggest views ever.
I'll punch him, motherfucker.
Well, I want to tell you, there are a lot of Nazis running around there, and they're on all sides.
Yes.
I'm gonna speak the truth though. I'll tell them to pay my clock.
So
they're gonna play the clock in blood.
so anyway, so we'll see. I mean, that's going to be this one of those themes next year is actually doing machine learning myself and seeing the mechanics of it, and also trying to separate the hype from the reality, as well as find out what's there. Well, anyway, I've been asked to explore that thing and help them understand where the there is. So we shall see. Anyway, so this again. I apologize. I didn't realize it was in the movie theater, so I will definitely.
Oh yeah, I've been wanting to see it.
So John, what we're gonna do? I know that priorities are Alcatraz, cable car, Golden Gate Bridge, the
You
Buena
gotta
Vista Club.
You need to take him to a really good gay bathhouse.
Hell yeah. I'll bathe everybody's balls.
Yes. They go there to see, and the other thing that might be, certainly we can go by walk around, but there's the cases where you think it would be better if someone pushed you in a chair as opposed to walking around in places either like Polk Street area, or another sort of culture is the whole Haight-Ashbury and what that has turned into.
That's big right there. I have to say, with having taken John extensively around, I know you have too, but I want to just relay my experiences. But John was in a lot of pain. I wanted to get him a painkiller and even buying him some shoes. And I wanted to get him his foam as ridden, but he was in a lot of pain. Like, he was in serious pain with and that's just his spurs. That's not talking about the blood vessels in his legs. So if I had to do it again, I would easily, there would be no question, I would have a wheelchair just to have on duty if it was needed. That's what I think, because I just don't want him having a problem, or, because it's a serious issue. And John, I believe, is going to take it seriously. But, and we've talked about all that stuff, and he's about when to walk and when to stop, when you have to say no, because I personally get vertigo. And one of the things that I would do is I push myself, because I have obligations that I have to do with other people, not just myself, but also in my own life. But I've been having to stop myself when I can't go, and that's been difficult. And so I know, John, he chastises himself for a lot of stuff, but John does also, one reason he's been hurt is because he doesn't stop himself when he does need to with resting his legs. And it's good that I talked to him about how he rests his legs at night, how he props them up. And I was really proud of him. I'm really proud of how he's taking care of them, because I have family members that have similar illnesses to what John has with his legs. And so I know extensively about it. But I want to put that word in for him and that recommendation.
Yeah, and that's part of why also we hired a driver, is so that we need to go to a spot, she can drive us to a spot, let us out where there's minimal to no walking, and she can park the car and come back and get us over. So those are things where, if you really have to minimize walking, we can still bring you to the spot where they have the cable car turned around, so you can ride the cable car.
What I want to see you do is I want you to take him to Berkeley and get him in a wheelchair where John is bitching at people and be like, motherfucker, I get up out this wheelchair, I whoop your fucking ass. That's what I want to see. I want to see that on camera. Guy in wheelchair whips Antifas, anarchists, and fucking Nazis. It's like, that would be fucking awesome.
Yep. But as I say, we've got. I'm gonna cover up the spot here, but see, we got there's the Alcatraz tickets.
Hell yeah!
Right. And
I'm looking forward to that one. So that's something I've been wanting to do since I was a little kid.
So yeah, we're gonna do that. So let's say we'll be able to do as much or as little as you want.
I'm gonna do as many hookers as I can. How about that one?
Yeah. So with Google, I got a guy. This Google guy that we're going to visit. His part of the campus is over where the Blue Cube used to be, and the Blue Cube was one of the major uplinks for spy satellites in an Air Force base that was in the Silicon Valley that people didn't realize was there in plain sight. If you knew where this weird blue building that was the shape of the cube was with a bunch of satellite dishes, if you knew where that was near the intersection of US 101 and US 237, you didn't realize you were looking at an Air Force base. And even on the city maps, we had to sort of delete that area. It was sort of paper over as sort of a nowhere's land. Well, that blue cube is now gone. But historically, it played a big role in development of spy satellites, in even things like during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the communications that occurred through that was even at that time with satellites, the very primitive satellite systems that was involved, active. So we're going to go to his spot there, and then we'll go back over to the main Google campus so you can walk. We can at least do one walk through there to sort of see the birthplace of Silicon Graphics.
I can't lie and say I may not piss on Google.
They do a pretty good job of watching what goes on their campus. Right?
Oh,
it may seem like an open thing, but there is a dinosaur turd, right? You can go to the dinosaur turd that's there. They have a nice T-Rex and a dinosaur turd that's available.
Yeah, you sound like that chick giving a blowjob to a fucking pineapple.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm keep coughing and trying to hold it back.
Sound like you sucking a dick.
So by the way, Galen, I was watching some of the images that Ingram did about the trip down there. I wish I could have gone on the swamp tour.
Yeah, me too.
There, but hopefully there'll be another time to.
I'm doing another one in the fall. I'm doing one again for Halloween. So I'm going to do another one then, and it's going to be. I would like to. I have somebody I could do it with who has his own boat. He was just happened to be out of town. I was going to get him, though. I just did a tour, but he's going to take us out for like a day. For a whole day, early in the morning and out, and we're going to go out. And he has a degree, and you would really like him, Sky Lewis.
So in October, I'm going to be back. I'll be coming back on the 30th from Hawaii. There's some work to do at the volcano there, so it depends upon. It may be tough for me to get back from Hawaii but we'll see.
It's like around the time of last year's. It's just I don't have any dates set yet. Yeah. But if you have something you would want to work in, I could work it around you.
Yeah.
I think Pitmunk would approve.
I'll approve, goddammit.
Yeah, because the following week I'm heading off to Botswana. We're doing some observing there in Botswana, and then go back to South Africa. There, I hope to sit in on Watch Parliament there in Cape Town and watch what's happening.
That sounds. I wish I could be doing that, and I was not sick and bad in New Orleans.
Yeah, watching the how the South African society is evolving is a really it's you're seeing history in action. You're also seeing some amazing things on both the amazingly good and horrific occurring in that society. So it's but it's a place I want to go back to get another feel from the ground there.
I'm curious.
Before the election.
You've been going to this thing with South Africa way back to before when apartheid was there.
Yes.
Have you ever thought about like writing a chronicle of this?
Yeah, I've thought about that in terms of my experience back, of dealing with activities in with South Africa, particularly before it was fashionable, um, and watching and so, but you need to have the context of apartheid, about the Boer Wars, and about Pan-African conflicts inside to understand how they got to the stage of the height of the apartheid movement, then understand how the society took a radical turn and said, no, we're going to overthrow apartheid, and almost voluntarily gave up power to and the rise of a one-party system and the perils of a one-party system. I guess that's probably the thing right now that is most dangerous about South Africa is you've had one party since the fall of apartheid that has run the show. And it's good when the party does good, but it's terrible when the party, full of itself, pushes really bad narratives. And we're heading towards an election in South Africa in 2019, where we might see that one party rule broken. The question is, what will replace it? And one thing you learn about the history of South Africa is it usually takes 2 revolutions before a country resolves itself. The break from the colonial past is one revolution, puts in a government. That government lasts for a while, and it takes another overturn in society. Sometimes peaceful, sometimes not peaceful, before the true society emerges. And so we're watching what's happening. The whole question about land reform and you see parallels to the civil rights movement here in the U.S. And in fact, one of the ways that I learned and got in contact and learned about apartheid in South Africa was from the civil rights movement here in the U.S., where I heard civil rights leaders talk about this place called South Africa and what was going on there. There's unique things about South Africa, and there's some very great parallels to what happened here in the U.S. South Africa now today has this question about land reform and about reparations. One narrative in South Africa is that the Boers, the Afrikaans, took over the land, kicked off the original inhabitants, and they will say, that a large percentage of the wealth, 95% of the wealth is held by 5% of the people. And the question is, well, they stole the land, according to some people, give it back. Other people say, no, we've been here for 2 centuries, 3 centuries. How long does it take before someone is a native of that land? Right? And you can't tell, looking at a South African, in terms of, are they someone who has immigrated in the last 5 years or has been there for multi-generations? But those kind of things are matter. And so the current South African constitution says you can't just take someone's property because their ancestors stole it from somebody else. You have to pay reparations. But there's other people that say, unless you take their land, you'll never solve the inequities in society. And that debate going on in South African society is coming to a head in this next general election, where we might see the.
I think the reparations debates on how certain things are. I mean, you've heard it in the U.S. They're literally insane and ridiculous because, I mean, that it's what are you going to do? Genetic testing on certain people, but that's not even what they're arguing, and it just becomes a big pile of shit. where certain people don't even care about those other people. Though, with justice and law happens, and when like if like I got something from John, or like John got something from me,
Yeah.
he needed something from me, and after it was done, he didn't get the service he needed, and in fact, he was worse off, and then he sued me. And what would he sue the difference for? You have to look at these things on how that would be, but it's in this transaction, and there are time periods for this. This is why they have time periods. It's not just, like if you think in terms of Israel, they have this thing where we're 2,000 years going on with our land, which is just retarded. It's like, no, if you want to say that's your land today, but stop stretching this shit back 2,000 years. You could kiss
Yes.
my ass. That's just horse shit. You're going to be like, my God, fuck yours. It's like, okay, you have lost any type of ethical argument at this point. It, like, you're just saying, fuck you, old God, Testament, kiss my ass. It's like, no, you just made the worst argument I've ever heard and I ever could.
Yeah.
Um,
And South Africa is also going through a whole thing about immigration, right? That there are people in South Africa that say the reason why we don't have jobs is the Zimbabweans are coming in over the border and are stealing our jobs. There's other people saying, hey, they're your relatives, right? That somehow someone drew a border across some spot and divided this identical people is irrelevant. You should welcome the people coming in from Namibia, from Angola, from Zimbabwe, so forth, because they're your relatives, they're your people, and this notion of Pan-Africanism is a narrative that's being pushed, as well as people who are doing the anti-immigrant stuff, saying the reason why we're having problems is we have all these immigrants coming in, messing up the place. That debate is going on in South Africa.
One of the things that I was getting back about a book, and maybe there's one out there, I would read it, but I'm not sure about the South African. But if you look at books, like you were saying, you got to start and read the history. And I would invite people with any of these things, like they just had the Confederate the monuments and other stuff in New Orleans, but nobody goes back and reads the histories. It's just like, what conversation can we have on anything if you're not bringing any actual looking at different viewpoints, not just one? Like, don't go just trust one narrative. Go back and look through history at these, and I think you're going to find something. You're going to be like, hey, let's look at this, let's get a consensus. And it's like when a good book, like, take maybe Landon disagrees, I don't know. There's a book called The Fatal Shore on the founding of Australia. And I mean, this founding of Australia, with all the British, the prisoners that they sent, and all of the, well, let's just say the racial issues that ensued, and pretty much genocide. I mean, it was a catastrophe at the founding of Australia. And you got to understand today's issues, you got to go back to that and read something like that book. I don't know if there's one like that, but, like right now, I'm even thinking of Fatal Shore, the epic of Australia's founding by Robert Hughes, that maybe they need a new Fatal Shore, and you could look up some old ones of the history, since you know those, and write your own about the modern South Africa. You could write that, or co-write it.
Because it's fascinating to see some of the stuff that's happened where they've done some things right. For example, when Mandela became president, there was a big cry for his government to destroy the monuments to apartheid, to destroy the monuments commemorating the Afrikaans and the Boers, so forth. And Mandela says, no. We want to preserve those monuments. In fact, I want children to be mandatory that they go and visit their local apartheid monument, which before they would have been prohibited from even getting more near, because I want them to see it, to understand their history, as opposed to merely destroying it because it's not convenient. And some of these apartheid monuments are offensive, but Mandela came back and said, I'm mandating that school children once a year have to go to one of these monuments.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting thing. So they sometimes have done the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was another case where the political crimes could be pardoned if you came forward and told the truth and told everything, right?
I know about this, and I got to tell you, just from my memory of this stuff that I know about it, and from you too, Pimlock, it's time for a joke. Jeez, man, like we're reaching down into a pit of blood.
But
Landon's going really far with this. He's like, and the people who raped and murdered the children, and he then told the truth, and they were like, "You're forgiven," and no one was laughing. So I need a joke right now, John. I know.
Surprisingly, there's a guy from Ireland. He says he's drunk. That's a fucking surprise. Fucking alcoholic motherfuckers. You want a joke? Okay, let me tell you a joke. Galen is straight. You can't put me on the spot, nigga. I'm an improv genius. I don't know what to do right now, though.
Tell me some of your mama jokes.
Your mama joke? I ain't telling no mama jokes. I don't like making fun of people's mama.
Okay, we'll do one. Make fun of TJ.
Oh, good God. Wait a minute.
Or Paul. That fat fuck. Worst movie reviewers together ever. Oh.
TJ Kirk here, man. Artist formerly known as Amazing Atheist. My brother Scotty sucks cock. Galen, fuck you. What's the difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea? Fuck, I don't know. Galen can probably tell you. Galen.
Yeah, that's another problem. That there's a thing today where you review every movie and you say it's a piece of shit to act like, oh man, like let me tell you, I'm a French intellectual. Like everything is just garbage. It's just so fucking stupid, man. Like you don't understand. Like I am influenced by the world. You know, I listened to George Carlin as a child. You understand? He told me how to think, and not for myself. I listened to Marilyn Manson and I dressed just like him. Oh my God!
But I'm an individual.
Oh yes, I'm such a unique person.
I express my individuality by dressing up as Marilyn Manson.
It's like other people do, who I have my heroes. I repeat what they say, but I am a unique person to the world. Don't fuck with me, you fucking assholes. I don't give a fuck. I have no fucks. I care not for your bullshit. I am so unique. I am beyond you. Well, yeah, right.
So drinking the grapes of wrath. See, this is wrath wine there.
That's an amazing movie.
And it's amazing wine, by the way. I highly recommend it. So there's a little bit of humor, right?
Not really.
And if you don't know
if
you don't know about what the Grapes of Wrath are, go and rent the movie.
John Steinbeck.
Yes, my nipple.
And enough, this is where the area is where he lived.
And this right here is a nipple born in 1977. And
wow.
Listen, believe me, there are occasionally people who read. You know, when
there's not.
Yeah, there are. I can prove it. Okay, there's this idiot, like this complete moron, fun by my friends, these drunken pigs, retards, and they have their little podcast where they drink and smoke dope, and then they have an alternate point of view, if you want to call it that. And I love my buddies. They're my buddies, and I love them. So I came on, and they had this little pissant who is a fraud and a scumbag with his little violent little girlfriend who beats little children. And so, you know, it was all funny. But I made a reference to Lenny of Mice and Men. And I dropped that in there where like this guy is so fucking stupid, and I was kind of like throwing that around, and a lot of people wrote me back and was like, look, you were really vicious, but, and I didn't think I was. I thought I was light on the guy, but you know, a lot of people wrote me back and wrote me back who were really in disagreement with me and talked about a mice and men with me, and then changed their minds, and they talked about the literature with me, and I had a great conversation with them. And that was pleasant, but that's so fucking rare to have that.
Yeah.
Because most of the fucking shit I got was to such level of idiocracy that it was like, you know, it's like, why am I even on here?
Yeah. So when you go on these tours with Galen, he gives you reading assignments ahead of time.
Yeah, he does.
And they turn out you might wonder how is this relevant, but then when it unfolds, you can see, you know, where it all fits in. And occasionally, again, this is one of those things where you had to spend more than 15 minutes on a topic. What does I say? It's so back to other humor, right? For stuff. The
balls.
I you know, if you're talking about of another bit of humor, there some of these, you know, there are some of these people in history don't take themselves seriously, right? They take themselves far less seriously than other people do. These icons, and one of the real privileges that I got to know a little bit was an amazing lady named Rosa Parks, who her public persona, the whole Rosa Parks narrative, was something that she understood. It was a machine, a whole public discourse, a public education system. But privately, Rosa Parks was actually a pretty laid back person, who was not not as serious as you might think. One of the things that she,
I think the same could be said about Homer Plessy.
Okay,
absolutely.
Was he? I mean, how would you say in terms of privately he?
Well, privately, you know, he was also, we see these historical figures, but at the same time, they were. I mean, I've read a lot about Homer Plessy, and here's this laid back fellow, but he volunteered to do something, and it was similar to what Rosa Parks did, but you know, she was caught up right in it. It was more of a plan with him, but here in New Orleans. But here's a guy, it was like the major implications of what he did, and then there was a lot of anger at him after going, and Jim Crow was constitutional, like through the Supreme Court at him.
Yeah.
But he maintained, well, I did it, and I think Rosa Parks could say for the same reason, I did it out of honor.
Yeah.
And I think it comes down to a very simple notion of everydayness, that I did it out of everyday honor for myself and the dignity of everyday life.
Yeah.
For myself, and it was like, it's not a choice at all. They neither had a choice.
Yeah.
And it was very simple. And they're regular people, but we put them up to this iconoclastic figures, like across the board, and it was like, no, they're people, and you could talk to them, and you could. I'll get out of the way so you can explain that more.
But you know, Rosa Parks understood her mythic figure and what it meant to people, and she had an educational foundation to talk to people about that set, as well as to meet people, and so she was very well understood, you know, her role in history. But at the same time, she also had to, when the camera was off, cut back and let loose. I mean, you talk about a lady who could cuss a blue streak of some really raunchy jokes. You know, but of course she did it outside because she didn't want to interfere with the myth of herself, and so she would use some of these other sort of gallows humor as a way, I think, of trying to also keep touch with reality. one thing, for example, that some people are shocked now that is that she was a player of a thing called Deadpools. I don't know if you know what a Deadpool is. But a Deadpool is a thing where at the beginning of the year, you pick the 10 most likely celebrities who are going to die this year. And basically at the end of the thing, everyone puts in their who's who I think is going to die this year. And you put it in your list. And at the end of the year, you tally up who actually correctly predicted who is going to die. And the winner has the most number of things on their list. And Rosa Parks was a really avid Deadpool person who would try to pick which, comedian, which politician would off. But she also always put herself on the list. The notion that she said she knew she was getting, this is again talking about the Rosa Parks of her last years, knew that at some point she would die and be able to get credit for herself on there. But it was one of those things where, again, the person behind the scenes was much more human than the myth in front. But understand that as an icon, as the mother of the civil rights movement, so-called, she understood her place and she understood what she meant, and she was very careful with that public persona. But she also had a private persona as well, and the.
I would have challenged. I'm sorry.
And the Deadpool stuff. Right? I remember I had a exchange with her where we were both describing that Alan Cranston reports that Senator Cranston was having health issues. So we both picked him, and the guy died like 6 hours before midnight. So had he lived another 6 hours, we'd have both had him picked as our list, and would have done much better. We were both lamenting the fact that the guy couldn't just wait another 6 hours and died in another year. But and all this is to say is that there are mythic figures that are also people, right? She's a real person with real foibles and real idiosyncrasies. Yes, she is a larger in life on the public persona, but she's also she also was a human being.
I would have challenged her to a fight. She's cool and all. I would have tried to whoop her ass. Yep.
No, so
you were related.
Krishnamurti, one time he was giving a talk, that philosopher, and people came up to him, and this is later in his life, and probably in the 80s, before he died, when he's in the late 80s, early 90s. And they were like, okay, so you say all this stuff, but I'm a regular person. And he sat down with the person right in front of everybody, and he started talking about his own problems. He started talking about how the delusions he's lived because he listened to other people. And then he talked about his own delusions of himself and how he's had to correct them, and his everyday things, how he fought through cancer. And he started talking about that, and the pain and sickness and problems he's had throughout his life, where he had been bedridden for years. And he was talking about that. He says, and he's like, hey, look, all we can do is be open with one another. I'm not this person or that way you manage me. I'm a real person, and so are you. And all we can do is talk together and see what we can do as individuals and together about this world. And that goes back to the earlier part of what we were talking about.
Yeah. But I gained a really great, healthy respect for Rosa Parks, the person.
His Deadpool friend.
Yes. We would pick, and usually the Deadpools are sort of private little groups on there, because it's sometimes not, particularly when you pick somebody and they don't die and they know about it. But she would always say, hey, I'm getting on in years. You better put me on your list, because.
Well, I'm not fancy like you, Landon. I'm not fancy. I used to do some Deadpools with my friends, but I didn't pick people. Well, I picked occasionally like some people in the neighborhood or something, but it was mostly just like cats and dogs. I was like, how long do you give that one? It's like, that's what we would do. And occasionally we'd see some old son of a bitch and we're like, yeah, how long about that asshole too? But that's pretty much it. It was just kind of a off the key Deadpool, but off the cuff, cuff Deadpool. But that's about as far as I went with it.
And she was actually a great source because she would meet all these celebrities, right? That'd come and want to meet her, and you sit there and say, well, how? And so I remember there was a chat discussion, or it was sort of the email group, and someone was saying, oh, let's put Reagan on the list, and she came back and said, Reagan's got dementia, and these dementia people, they hang on a long time. Mm-hmm. And the person sort of said, well, how do you know? I said, well, I just met with him last week, and he didn't seem like he was all here. So it was kind of an interesting bit of aspect of a great lady who was also a human being.
Speaking of Deadpools, I know for a fact that I've been, and you've been, and Pimp Monk has been in a lot of people's Deadpools. We all have been. Like, man, for a while there, I was not doing well.
Nah. Yeah, so how are you doing now? What's your outlook on health life?
I mean, I still have a lot of dental stuff to do, and I have a new dentist that's reconstructing some. He just reconstructed one part of my mouth. Mm-hmm. And then I have some more work, but I just don't have the money to continue it right now. So I'm just trying to work through that, and then and keep it healthy till something goes down. Because I had a part of my mouth that broke off recently, and then I got a dentist to fix it because it was a continual bite issue, and we're working on that. But I don't have the money to finish all of that right now. Yeah. But I got it where I have a bite where I'm not in pain. But that's continually through the whole last year was still a problem with my bite. Yeah. It's been a horrible problem. So I kind of grinned and bared it. Even when you were here, it was a problem. And finally, even my cap and work that was done, it kept coming off. So I don't know how many dozens of times I've had caps that were supposed to last for 30 years would come off in a week. Huh. And I keep, because I had a bite problem, and it's messing up all the other teeth.
Sure.
And then I have to do an extensive review of my mouth because I had so much done. I have another dentist, and one did the initial work, and so this other guy is a friend of his, but he's better at doing the next stage. Oh. So I'm going to him. And Lord, where do we go from here to make sure everything is on target and everything works with the money that was put down? So the other guy did the nitty gritty, and then this guy is gonna do the other. So I'm happy to where I'm going, but then I have extreme vertigo, and that limits how I can think, how much I can read. I have trouble sometimes looking even in a chat on my phone.
Do they understand what the source of the vertigo is? Why?
Yes. It gets into, as you know, with the vestibular illness between the ears, and either I was either from sickness or from injury, which I've had both. I got something with damage probably in my left ear and connecting to the brain. So there are two signals and they're offset, and they don't believe it's double, but they believe it's one. And it causes extreme vertigo, not just light vertigo. I have like extreme version of it. And like I did a test a few weeks ago, and I was pretty much grounded in bed for a week, completely. And I was sick, like nauseated and throwing up. I was bad off, really bad. Yeah. But I also did some stuff with my neck too, with doing the test, and that hurt my neck. So, the vestibular physical therapist, that's where vertigo, they want me to really go to the neurologist to have more MRIs and everything with this, because it's interfering with just physical therapy. It's so bad. Sure. So, that could lead to neck surgery at some point. If I could get covered for it.
Well, Theodore, I'm going to get there, buddy. Don't worry about the popularity. I'm going to get there. And thank you I'm glad you liked the video, and I'm glad it inspired you and stuff. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So for me, Galen, I've been working, as I say, on my health issue. I'm really pleased that this heart surgery has gone so well. It is an amazing testament to modern medical science that they were able to put me under and in 100 minutes rip over my chest, slice up my heart, fix a defect, sew me back up, and I survived, and the heart is functioning well. That, and as my surgeon said, there's a whole lot of dead bodies that pave the way for you to live, right? And you know, it's science really worked, and I'm alive as a testament to modern science.
I think it was that hot Asian nurse you had.
and Pimp Monk trying to. Boy, I'm glad I had you on my headphones.
Galen, you should have been there, dude. He had the headphones on, and there was this hot. He was on camera, and this hot little Asian nurse over there, and I was telling us, Landon, tell her you want to fuck her. Tell her to play with your dick.
Now, what is it he was doing as she was adjusting in the catheter, right?
Yeah, I told her, do a little extra pull. Tell her, Landon. And he was trying not to laugh and shit.
But yeah. So one of the things that's been driving me towards is going back, getting healthy enough to go back to the South Pole, which I'm still on target to get there in sort of early January.
Cool.
And so a lot of the work I'm doing in physical therapy in the gym and getting stronger, getting more physically fit, reducing the medications I'm relying upon, and so forth is all driven for that thing. But when I finally make it to the South Pole, it's going to be an incredible. I'm anticipating there's going to be an incredible amount of emotions going to wash over me, because all this trauma that I went through was a year and a half, and all this sort of thing is leading up towards my triumph of standing at the South Pole, having beaten the son of a bitch, and to be alive, to call up, and this is it, to call up my surgeon and say thank you very much, call up the nurse that was at the lead head nurse of the station there and say, your efforts brought me here. Thank you very much.
And can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And I mean, this is kind of invasion of privacy, but who is someone you considered is the most destructive or negative, stressful person that you've known over the past like 5 to 10 years?
10 years, I would say. Let's see. I would go back to probably. If I consider the 20 years, I would say it would have been the mayor that we impeached. Was a person who had great responsibility and abused that power. That was one of the things. There's another person that I probably could. But
I mean, in the last few years, has anyone been very stressful that you just don't want to be around, or?
I would say yes. There is somebody.
Well, let's give that person a fictitious name.
Okay.
What's that name going to be?
Ron. Let's call it the person Ron.
Oh, okay, Ron. Okay, you should have called that person up. It said when you got on the mountaintop, it said, "Kiss my ass."
Yeah, no, that would have been a nice. Yeah, that's a nice thing. I can. I mean, I usually when I'm there at the South Pole, kind of like calls, I'm talking to people I want to talk to. But there is that thing about saying "kiss my ass" would be I'm at the ass part of the world and you can kiss it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. To get scientific, yes.
for that, but that's an interesting. It's interesting said, but still, this goal, right? I'm respond much better to goals, right? Just like if I were in Pimp Monk's case, I'd be driving towards handing my mother the keys to the house I bought her, right? That would be the thing that would drive me to do things with my health. This goal is to get to the South Pole, to be healthy enough to be there. It's a very expensive thing. It's not something I can afford very well. I'm going to have to work another 5 years in Silicon Valley to pay off. But as far as health and about a drive to do something, this kind of thing is what really drives me to be able to focus on having a goal to reach. That's That's the thing. And it's if you look at my medical records, they say, and he wants to go to the South Pole. He wants to get healthy enough to be able to go to the South Pole to handle high altitude cold and to be there, to be physically fit. That's why we're going to operate on this 3-year-old person and not wait 20 years for when he has a health crisis. It is something that really is about and it's interesting to hear all the stuff going on politically about health. You go ahead.
Fuck you, Galen.
Tomorrow I'm taking my mom to the hospital to meet her doctor. And my mother is 80 years old, and I have to, I'm going to be there to go over to see if she's going to have surgery. She can't really walk right now. It's gotten really bad with her hip, and she really needs surgery, and I think it's going to happen. But I mean, it's a risky thing. So
yeah, surgery at 80 is not a trivial thing,
No.
in that sense, and that's part of the thing that my surgeon discussed with me is that normal protocol would be they would say, well, let's monitor you for 20 years, and if it gets too bad, we'll rush you into surgery and try to fix it. But a 75-year-old person responds much differently than a 55-year-old person, and his thing and why they made a board case out of me was to say, when people have these heart murmurs, when they have these valve leakage, you're better off doing the surgery when they're fit and young enough to handle the surgery so they can benefit from the result, right? Because if you're 75 and you have 10 years of surgery complications, that's no medical solution.
Real quick, Pit Monk, Theodore, we're getting into the old age, but I want to get into real quick. Theodore has some questions for you, John. About your own health issues of today with you, where you are compared to where he is, which I think lines up. So,
what do you say? Would you consider doing weight loss vlogs? Well, that would be good too. Show the food you eat, as well as I'm doing something similar, but I'm going to be doing more of these videos on my main channel as well.
How old are you and where are you from?
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm from Mississippi, and I'm 39 years old. I'll be 40 in November.
When's your birth date again?
November 28th.
You son of a bitch. Trying to get the fuck out of my birth. That's my month, okay?
That's everybody's fucking, my dude. Everybody fucks on Valentine's Day, then November birthdays happen.
Yeah, TJ's birthday is around Valentine's.
Because TJ's gay.
Yeah, but yeah, I say I'm October 28th, so we at least share the number. But,
I offered an offer in there, Landon. I told him I'd do the sexiest dance known to man if I make $100 tonight. I'm talking about sexy. I'm talking about it's gonna be so sexy. Everybody in this fucking chat room is gonna come to drawers.
And John, the king of improv, can wing it like no one else can.
The issue with his legs, Pim can explain this type of ulcer with the blood vessels in his legs, which high blood pressure that caused it was it's with obesity and smoking, and it caused problems in his legs. And he could tell you the specific name. I don't have.
And we're not talking about just slightly high blood pressure. We're talking about numbers that
stroke,
doctors
heart attack level.
Yeah. I'm gonna get more into that in future videos.
And I'm going to get you literature on it so you can have whatever you want. And Danielle talk to you.
Yeah.
And I know you want to talk to Danielle.
My numbers dropped a lot. Y'all fucking talk too much. People want to hear me, not you, motherfucker.
Well, then fucking speak, you goddamn silent little mouth.
You old son bitch. I respect my elders, you old motherfuckers.
Well, we can't help being awesome.
Well, then you fart and baby powder comes out your ball.
Yeah.
Well, does that mean we ingest baby powder, or we just
you baby powder eating motherfuckers? By the way, the person who put my video on the Reddit thing is done me a favor because It's like number 13 or 14 on the front page of Reddit.
Excellent.
It's pretty cool.
Well, John, I hope that you will spend some time trying to diversify your outlets so that if one outlet tanks you for some stupid reason,
Oh, yeah.
the N-1 other outlets just keep going.
Well, yeah, I've been testing a lot of different things. I've been doing Twitter stuff and VidMe stuff and all kinds of other stuff. I'm trying to get it out there.
But the challenge is how to bring your audience along.
Yeah.
I have a real good friend named Karel that I also a Patreon supporter of, and he developed an app where he has a website, and basically whenever he's going on this thing or that thing, he puts it up there. So you can go to the web page or go to one of his apps that basically will say, this is what Karel's doing. He's going to be on this radio show. He's going to be on VidMe. He's going to be on 4chan. Whatever it is he does, people can come to that website. The website is under his control. It's not under the control of YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or whatever. It's his site where everything Karel is shown. And if you want, and that's how he tells people, go to this site to find out where I'm speaking next, what I'm doing, right? So get a domain, and all you have to do for that blog is just put up, I'm here, so that people go to that website. You don't have to rely on, you don't have to be dependent upon Twitter or Reddit or Facebook or whatever. It's under your control on how you reach your audience.
Yeah. All right. I control these bitches.
Take control. Don't be a.
Most of my audience are faggots. I love them though. They're coming back. See, you notice I started talking, the fucking numbers jumped up.
Yes.
It's because y'all suck as human beings, is what it is.
That's
okay. We'll leave and I'll come back. That's cool.
Oh, fuck you, Gavin. You know I love you. I want your butt.
So Pinmuck, tell us a joke.
I just did.
Tell us a joke. That is not funny. Luna's not laughing right now. Neither is Schroeder.
Fuck her. She's half black. She don't know what humor is.
How do you know about all her race and?
Because I fucked all of them.
Yeah, you put your dick in a cherry pie. That's all you did.
She's my cherry pie. Cool drink of water make a grown man cry. Looks so good. I hope that pussy's tight. Ooh, she's cherry pie.
I thought it was custard.
Custard? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about the song, man.
I talk about the song too, but of a band you don't like me to name, so I won't.
Oh, Metallica. Fuck Metallica. Metallica's
No, not Metallica. Come on. Yeah, I have better taste than that.
I was going to say, Metallica's the worst goddamn thing on the fucking planet.
No, not Metallica. No.
What are you talking about? Metallica and what stage?
Every stage. No,
they were better. They were better back when they were younger,
I'm so
and they
sick
suck
of
now.
That shit.
They were okay then.
They
They're not. No, I don't think they suck, but they weren't great. They're not my type. But I can't even listen to the shit they do today. But then again, I think Nine Inch Nails with Trent Reznor, well, what it was Nine Inch Nails, was interesting back in the day, and I think his music when he does soundtrack stuff is interesting. But his actual band stuff of Nine Inch Nails today is he's the opposite kind of person. Like the music that when he actually does songs are the opposite. It's like sludge to me. And he's philosophically different.
Yeah.
Completely. I get what he was saying, and I was kind of with him at certain points, even though he's kind of this angsty little fuck. But I still appreciate it because he's against that Nietzschean. Manson was more Nietzschean than him. I mean, he was kind of a wannabe Nietzschean. And that's why when people interpret Hurt by Johnny Cash, it's like Johnny Cash is understanding. I understand if everyone likes that one and may not like Nine Inch Nails, the original one. But what the songs are literally saying poetically is completely different.
Yeah, it is. Johnny's just had like more passion to it, in my opinion.
Yeah, but
His
I would say
voice
that
is so
most,
haunting.
if you could really understand, yeah, it is. I mean, I appreciate both, but
Yeah.
I don't think most people get the philosophical differences in them. It's not like, oh, one guy just covered it. It's like, no,
No.
those motherfuckers were saying something very different.
Yes, they were. Johnny Cash he was singing to June Carter,
Yeah.
I believe. Right? Didn't
Yep.
you get that?
Well,
Yep.
he was doing this very, very Christian stuff and end of life stuff, and he was getting to with that last
He
one.
was getting ready for death, yeah.
Yeah, but Trent Reznor is like a young guy who's Nietzschean, and he was kind of embracing with the Nietzschean stuff of suffering in a very well, it was not a Christian way, but it was also a very angsty way he did it, but it's just a completely different perspective. It's like when his crown of shit and thorns. It's like they're saying something completely different on how they view the world, and it's very important to notice that when you listen to an artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And fuck
Yeah.
Red Eye. Landon hates Red Eye for some reason.
But you need to let Red Eye know that you're not mad at him.
No, he is mad. Landon told me when he was here in
No,
New Orleans,
you.
No, listen, Landon told me if he saw Red Eye, he would punch him in the face.
Well, Landon told me he was going to brutally fucking rape him, but
You know,
Boy,
I always said, like, if I had to
And
get
if you
back
believe everything you hear, you deserve the distortion of the truth. So
I always said that if I, like, there was some little pissant online who pissed me off, you know, if I just went and, like, raped them, like, I joked about this with people, like, oh, you don't like Steve Shives? Well, go rape him. Like, he ain't gonna tell nobody. He ain't gonna tell nobody.
no, so
Go rape someone. You don't like TJ? I've told people about that. I was like, go rape him. Yeah, go rape him.
and I did, by the way.
Yeah. You
so
wish.
my reference to custard pie.
Dude, I seen him wipe his ass on that stream that night.
Because you're all too serious here. So my reference to custard pie was the Led Zeppelin song.
Fuck them too.
Where you say, "Oh, your custard pie, yeah, sweet and nice. You cut it, mama, save me a slice. Your custard pie, yeah, I declare you're sweet and nice custard pie. I want to cut it, mama. Mama, save me a slice. I chew on your custard pie, drop down.
You're a pervert,
I
Landon.
chew on your custard pie. See, that deep lyrics.
But here's the deal. Okay, first off, I don't hate Led Zeppelin. I dislike Robert Plant. I don't like his voice.
I like Page's guitar.
Yes, I was going to say that. Jimmy Page is an excellent guitarist, but Robert Plant makes my butthole pucker up in a nasty way and want to puke.
What was that solo album? Like, it's like Outlander or Outsider Jimmy Page did in the late 80s?
Yeah.
That's pretty good, but
yeah,
he would have been Led Zeppelin if it would have been Robert Plant, but Robert Plant wouldn't get back to do it. He was the only one. He didn't want to do anything. They did one. I think they may have done one song on that, but that's it. But it was all the same stuff. It was, you know, and he just didn't want to. Robert Plant went and did some stupid like pop shit with "I'm the Real Cool One" or something, like "I'm a Cool One." I forget. It was some pop song.
Yeah, I'm a cool one.
Anyway, but yeah, that's one group that I've never had any contact or connections with. Yeah, but I at least I am a real fan of Jimmy Page's skill on the electric guitar.
I prefer the Who.
Tall Cool One. He's the Tall Cool One. It's the worst fucking lyrics. He went from doing Led Zeppelin, which I think is just Jimmy Page. I mean, fuck.
Yeah.
It could have got a bunch of different people, and it's like, I mean, the lyrics in this is "Lighten up, baby, I'm in love with you." Blah blah. I'm so tall and you're so cute. Let's play like Wild Wild Cats do. You're gonna rock your Tall Cool One. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that. Ah, you stroll, you jump, you're hot. Okay, it's just so bad. It's just like the stuff he did post Led Zeppelin is just pure shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whatever. Zeppelin, no, I'm not a fan. I like CCR, goddammit. The Who. I like The Who. I should play Grand Theft Auto. It's fun. I'm gonna get into it eventually, but somebody needs to pay the clock, or I want to kill Landon.
And I'm going to explain this. Like Schroeder is the only one, and he's going to keep his mouth shut. But there is a song that I'm going to discuss in my video about Covenant and dystopian movies. And part of it is a little hypothetical, but I'm going to get into it. And I'm going to discuss a song by Johnny Cash. That's really what I call David's song. That's the AI. And it's Johnny, his true song, and why it's important to think about it. I'm going to have like a little thought experiment where I'm going to explain things between this character, Elizabeth Shaw, and him, and explain it through a song by Johnny Cash. And I think people will find it very interesting, which will probably people like this person I told you, John Stewart Halls, and people like Ray Kurzweil, they'd probably want to like throw a fucking spear at me for saying it. But I think it'll be a great analogy. I know Pitmuck will like it, but especially Landon.
So what's your opinion on Bob Dylan?
What period?
Yes.
He's like Picasso or some fucking painter. It's like, geez, he goes through periods. I mean, I love Wilburys, and there's some other little periods, and he occasionally and the thing is, he plays stuff. He has this thing where he wants to play stuff different all the time in different ways. So certain periods I felt like hit the wall, and other periods were fucking great. I love all his early stuff. Then there was some other things that occasionally I liked in the 70s. Then he kind of came back in certain ways and later in the 80s. And then I kind of drifted away from him again. Then I came back to him again in the early 2000s. And now I'm kind of like, I don't know.
So what's your opinion about him receiving a Nobel Prize in Literature?
Yeah, I didn't understand everything, and like why now? Like I kind of figure like if you're going to give someone a Nobel Prize, like is it a special citation? Like I didn't understand that. I don't know enough about it, but why now? You know, it's kind of like if
you have to be alive there, and you have to go to go to Sweden and give a lecture is one of the requirements to receive the prize.
He didn't, but he did.
No, he actually he did. He
did later. He didn't initially.
But you have 12 months to do your lecture. So he ended up deciding. Someone basically sat down and said, "Dude, you're not going to receive it unless you go there and give your Nobel lecture." And so he finally did. But there are other. If you're talking about some of the there's some some of the people that really perfected blues that I think would have been a more deserving when they were alive recipient of a Nobel Prize in Literature for what they did.
Yeah, like who?
Waters.
Roger Waters or Muddy Waters?
Muddy.
Oh yeah, I mean there are a lot of fucking people who are gone. Like, geez, like that's ridiculous. There's
but
so
at the time, the person could have been deserving of the literature, the poetry that they did.
I mean, but if we're getting into like, I mean, a lot of those are musicians. I mean, they're not going to get into that. They're just going to get into the lyric writing. But
that's supposedly what they gave Dylan. I think is his quote literature, his poetry, right? That he put the.
Right. I mean, I feel like one of the great song, not just songwriters, but he was a lyricist too, was Alan Toussaint, who just died. Okay, and I knew him down here. I used to serve him a lot, and wonderful fellow.
Yeah, folks know that Galen used to serve in high end restaurants and sort of knew a lot of the who's who of the New Orleans scene.
So that guy is just incredible. But I mean, he just died. But he, like, I would say in a lot of ways, with how he's influenced lyrics and literature and music from behind the scenes as a producer and songwriter, he's way more influential than Bob Dylan. I would say Alan Toussaint is way, like, it's not even comparable. Like, I know Bob Dylan is more known, but that's not what is important here. It's, he's more known for his protests and some other songs that he's done. And now they occasionally will play his non-protest songs. And even when people do, they try to turn it into elevator music because they're like, oh, blowing in the wind, blah, blah. And then they don't really listen to what the words are.
Yeah.
I mean, if you listen to Rainy Day, and all of that, and there's just so many fucking songs, The Poet That Died in the Gutter, and all of the lyrics, how he did it, how he's influencing, and he was bridging themes. He did some great stuff. I mean, but he's had his periods, and I'm almost like, well, what period are they giving it, or is it a collected period?
I suspect it usually, when you get a Nobel Prize in literature, it's not for a book. It's your contribution to literature, period. So it would be a lice work sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think people like Patti Smith are excellent, the poet, and Jim Carroll, but he's gone now.
Yeah.
Or I mean, I actually favor Carroll more than I favor Bob Dylan as a poet. And Patti Smith is right there with Bob Dylan. They're both important.
You know what?
But what?
Rainy days and Mondays always gets me down.
So anyway, I'm hoping that we'll see a transformative change in Pimp Monk's health. Looking forward to watching.
Okay, I'm calling it. He's gonna die in Frisco with you. I'm calling him. He's in my Deadpool. Pimp Monk, I'm sorry, I got to do this against Landon.
You're in my dick sucking pool. You're gonna suck a dick before anybody else I know.
Okay, I'll suck Danielle's dick. How's that?
I want to suck her dick too.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I do. I want your woman, bitch.
So I'm calling it. Pimp Monk is going to die, and Pimp Monk's going to have Weekend at Pimp Monk's, and it's going to be he's going to be carrying around this big old fat guy who's dead, and you know what, Landon, I'm gonna throw you, and you're going to die too from pushing this guy around in a wheelchair. It's going to kill you. So I say they both die together.
Shut up, you gator-eating motherfucker.
So isn't there a commandment saying thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife or something like that? Or
Yeah, but I'm not a Christian, so fuck that shit.
Yes, but the God of intelligent design, doesn't like you saying those things.
And we're not neighbors.
Pimp Monk covets anybody's ass that is in sight, just so long as it's above 18.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be. But actually, I want it to be at least over 21 these days.
That's good.
Yeah, because I smoke a lot of cigarettes.
I thought it was cigarettes.
Oh, and by the way, Landon, when you come back, we'll have to do the World War II Museum.
I would love to do that.
When I come back, I'm going to do the hookers.
I did go through it, and I took Stella, and I had a lot of trouble in the museum. Because I had to explain it to Stella, and Stella didn't understand what war was, one, and two, what World War was and what World War II was. And she's like, well, if this is World War II, what was World War One? And were there any others that they didn't even list? She already picked up on that.
Yeah.
And she's like, and then after we left, she told me, whatever death count they gave for all of this, it was a lot worse, and it was far more miserable for everybody.
Yeah.
And it's still being felt. And I said, yeah. But I had to explain war to her, and it was difficult.
But that would really be because something like World War One is such a twisted cluster F, which led to World War II, which led to even more stuff. And unfortunately, we've got this narrative where World War III is nuclear holocaust, when in fact, I think we'll have World War III without, without the nuclear holocaust. We'll just find another excuse to descend into madness. But World War One, what a stupid collection of
and Landon, like, I'm going to take Stella to see Wonder Woman, which is is taking place in World War One. So I have to go back and really explain World War One before we go, and the problems of war to her. And I mean, just going, I had to go through, like, we had to go quick through the Japanese theater, and I mean, I got teary-eyed talking about it, and I even told her that to understand war and not to feel sad, if you come through the World War II museum, which I think, and I told her a lot of people will, and they're going to be like, yeah, we kicked those Nazis' asses. And I said, well, not in those words to her because she's 7, but
yeah,
that you're not getting it. That's not the point. That's you need to. If you don't feel disgusted or sad that our collective humanity had to have this happen, something's wrong with you. You need to cry and disgust. And Ingram told me he got teary-eyed and cried. Schroeder was on the edge, and then Stella handled herself pretty well, but Danielle started crying. She cried pretty bad, and I was explaining about. She's like, and there were these people, and they died, and they burned to death, and I was showing her pictures, and in the museum, and Stella handled it really well, but it was hard seeing a person really kind of lose their innocent view of the world, and it was in a lot of ways it's just fucking profane, but she had to know, but at the same time it was disgusting, and just to and we were acknowledging, and she knew it in her heart, and she asked me about this baby that was in this in China. And I could show you the picture, Landon, and then she asked me, when it was like, did the baby live? And I said, I don't know, but what do you think? And she said, no. Yeah. And I said, I don't think so either. And I even put forth later, like, would you even want this baby to live? And of course it was like, no.
So other things on next month, I'm taking a group of people to the military vehicle museum. It's a private collection of tanks from World War One up to present day, and stuff tanks that are actually been restored to working order, and understand sort of the history of tank warfare. You need to start in World War One and trench warfare, and how that evolved, and what the tank did to to the stage of warfare that's in World War One.
Hey, pimp, yell out Patton right now.
Patton.
But yeah, it's World War One. It's hard for me to see the honor in that war.
Oh, my balls hurt. I sit on my balls.
I mean, it's just, I think there's something bigger that needs still to be looked at all of these wars in a social biological sense. Yeah. Of looking at studying why tribal people, like we study ants and how they fight. We have to study people on a biological level more to see how these little tribes fight. And it's really sad that we haven't looked at ourselves scientifically and studied the bloodiest century in primate history, and its effects on the world, and because we're so egotistical, and that we only do it in a more simplistic sense. And I think there are a lot of studies on World War II. They're too numerous to ever read one person, but if you go look at it in a biological manner, it's non-existent, and it's you have to. At that point, you have to look at humanity and say, like, we still have a long ways to go.
So, question, Galen. Let's assume that there are other civilizations in our galaxy. Mm-hmm. Do you think those civilizations are plagued by wars as well? Is war fundamental to a
see what happened.
He
Landon
dropped.
died. Well, okay,
Now.
I'm gonna answer this.
Go ahead.
Landon's asking me. Well, here he is. He's back. He returned from the dead. He's like Jesus. He went.
He's a zombie.
He's the Jewish zombie.
Fucking Jesus zombie.
How many times have they given him a new heart? Jesus. God damn. It's the Christian Landon has returned. Landon the gray is gone. Landon the white has returned. Apparently he isn't speaking. Apparently they cut out his tongue.
No, we don't hear you, honky.
Oh God.
Saddam Hussein cut out his tongue and hung it on the wall for the people to see. You do not disobey Saddam Hussein.
No, we don't hear you. We don't hear you.
No, you would. My internet problem wouldn't do that. They can hear everybody else. So
They can hear. Luna can hear me. Can Luna hear me? If Luna can hear me right now, you have to stand on your head, Luna.
yeah, Red Eye. Y'all can hear us, right?
Red Eye, if you can hear me, Red Eye, okay, I want you to slap yourself in the face.
Would you? Don't be mean to Red Eye.
Yeah, fuck that dude.
Why you being mean to Red Eye?
I don't, because he's fun to pick on. Come on.
He's Australian. That's true.
Luna is a person who'd probably be jump. I can't hear you, Galen. Fuck you, Divisionary. You can hear me.
Yeah. See, they can hear us.
I should just kick Raisin Girl.
Fuck that whore.
Okay, I'll kick her. Hold on.
Don't kick her. I love her.
I already
All right,
did.
we're
You
back.
told me to kick her. I kicked her.
God damn it. I love her, Galen.
You told me to kick her. I did.
I love her, though.
Then you shouldn't tell me to kick her.
I thought you said Luna. I wasn't listening to right. Lazy Girl's the love of my goddamn life.
Chill out. And I got to answer Lana's question while you have a mental breakdown. Okay, Lana, what's up with the galaxy?
Hello. Yeah. So do you think that war is a product of a intelligent civilization, or do you think we're just particularly bad at being civilized?
I don't think well, first of all, we don't know who we are. We don't really know, what we need to do as a species, because we are also technologically advanced. So we've changed fundamentally as a species because we keep changing our environment. So we don't know our environments because they keep changing. We don't know the history of our environments in relations to our biology and genes. So we are really a mixed up species. And without knowing all these things and our objectives, we can't really accomplish anything. And it's no wonder we don't know how to use the tools that we have to go forward. And I mean, it's understandable that we don't, and we're failing. We're failing on a grand scale and where the world is right now. And it's a tough situation. And we're also so driven to do certain things. We're competitive, and it's not even just war. It's just basic competition to where other species that we don't understand, and even on a corporate level, as organisms. If you think of a corporation as an organism, a social, its own social ecosystem that it's putting forth, is so dominating to others that systems and life forms of biodiversity that it lives in symbiotic relationship with, but we can't see that. A lot of people can't, and therefore we are killing ourselves. I mean, we're in the biggest loss of biodiversity. It's going to be gigantic. 100 years. I mean, I don't even know the figures predicted for 200 going past that. I would have to say it'd probably make me cry to know that. But what about other species? I mean, species come and go. I mean, there are a lot of plant forms we do and we don't know. So I would say it's regular and ongoing.
As Omega said, whether aliens have war or not would surely depend upon their behavioral traits their biology would impart on them.
Well, I'll take this. Like, okay, take in Pinker. Pinker says right now we are at the most civilized. We're at the least warfare that we've ever been. Okay. Now, at the same time, though, to war to who? War between nations in the Clausewitzian sense? Or what type of warfare is he talking about? It seems very simplistic what he's pushing forth with his very quaint narrative, and I think it's silly. I mean, what about in the entire systems of other species and dominance? We're in an all-time war right now, more than we've ever been, and not even realizing it. And that's just ridiculous. But that's what people are doing right now. They don't see it, and we go around talking about global warming when I think it should be recharacterized in different ways and looking at what we do to the impact of our environment to other species and how we live in that. It's like we're shitting in our own hole, and it's just our homes. And it's not just that, it's all the life. We need that. You can't go around killing all these bees, killing all the wolves, doing this. It impacts all the rivers, the lakes, the ocean, the sea life, how we have pollution. What are we doing? And, and when people ask, what can you do? Well, don't pollute. Don't throw things out your fucking window. Look what you do. Only one person does matter. And if everyone else, let's just say everyone else, there are almost 7 billion people, and everyone else is a scumfuck. Well, then good. Don't be that. Don't be like everyone else. Good. Then you can be the one person who made humanity that at least it couldn't be said we were all scumbags. That, I mean, as far as other species doing it, I think a lot of species, you go look at ants, they're fighting each other like crazy. It would seem logical to think that there's an antagonistic species in biology. If other places, whatever they've evolved, could be called biology. I'm not saying that that's what they would, because that's speculative. There could be other forms of other things that could think in other ways that are not in biological form. I don't know.
Sure.
We think about robotics and all, and we think about like even in like Alien Covenant, you talk about synthetics, and there are all types of things that could be. But I'm not trying to get into theoretical physics here.
But I think Red Eye made a really good point when he said that Red Eye said that we're in a race. We better learn not to shit in our nest. We better learn to sail to the stars one day, because the sun's not going to last forever. And that's I think a really good point. If any civilization outlasts their local environment, they've got to be able to take care of their own nest. Whether or not other civilizations, whether war and an abuse of a planet is a product of civilization, or we just have to be particularly bad at it, is an open question. I mean, could there be other civilizations that evolve without soiling their nests?
I gotta take issue with Red Eye here with what you were putting forth. And we better learn to sail the stars one day. Well, why?
Well, he's looking at the long term and say that
what long term, and with who? Are we gonna have a Noah's Ark? Are we just gonna sail out there by ourselves? Because that seems extremely narcissistic and delusional if we're gonna do it by ourselves. And are you talking Noah's Ark? And in what way do we look at the world now represents how you want to represent this future? Because it's also, let me just get this in. If we're going to say we're just going to go out there by ourselves and fuck the world, we already raped it and destroyed it, and we're going to go out and live for us. I have to say, if I was a person, I can't agree to that. I wouldn't want us to stay here and die.
That's an interesting. I think he's pointing out the fact that the world is not a permanent spot, and if we are going to outlast the world, we've got to be able to reach the stars. But I think, Galen, the ability to successfully go to another place requires us to treat that spacecraft, which would be our own little nest, as a much more precious thing than even our world, right? That the people who successfully can go to another stars,
right. I know.
Have figured out how to get along with each other and not screw things up.
If potentially they even did that, okay? But when you get to this, Red Eye then goes on this bullshit. I mean, Red Eye is really spinning a web here for me to like. Oh, come on. When the sun goes nova, okay. When will how long do we have with our sun at its size right now, Landon? Give me that before I go on another rant.
Well, okay, that the sun has another 6 billion years, but the Earth will probably become uninhabitable in about 1 billion years due to the sun, changes in the sun. Right?
Okay. Well, Red Eye, understand this. Species live and they die, and this thing of thinking millions and billions of years that we're going to be around is not going to happen. We're not going to be around, and you're going to think that knowledge is going to be carried on from everything and everyone today. We're not going to. No one's going to know about this in 1 billion years. Nobody. We're going to be forgotten. It's going to be over. What matters, and that's fine. That's fine. You need to know with your life. There are people who died a year ago and people don't remember them or whatever. That's what you have to do, is make your life count for what it is. This thing of having this fucking heaven and this species that carries on and getting rid of the myth and pushing this other stuff and surviving in this long-term futuristic bullshit science fiction. Leave it in science fiction. I'm happy.
But Galen, I think there's this notion of our species exploring seems to be kind of built into what we do.
Yeah, but
it's pretty hardwired. So it's just a natural extension of.
Yeah, and we should take account. Like, we came through America and built fucking shopping malls everywhere, and polluted everything. And there are places that are very polluted. It's disgusting. Look what we've done around the world, and we're done with this. Well, it's like what I said about bloggers and their past. Okay, I'm being very consistent here, I feel. And by the way, hello, Dwayne. But I want to just go to when I talked about like Lacey Green and a lot of these other vloggers and who they're talking about, and who they talk to and all. Accountable to each other's past and how they're doing it, and upfront with the society that their audiences, blah blah blah. And they're not. It's all ridiculous. And like when we talk about going to all of this futurism and not taking into account, it's diluted fantasy, because there are no standards to it. There's no understanding. It's cherry picked, goody two shoes ideology that's inserted in there, and fantasy. And like when you really want to get into the nitty gritty, you can't do that. That's just ridiculous. It's absolutely, it's insulting to any person of intelligence. It's stupid.
So Galen, here's maybe a different approach to that thing. I hear what you're saying, but consider this: an entity that could figure out how to build a machine, a system, and an ecosystem that could travel to another star is a system that's going to have to figure out how to build an ecology in a world and not screw it up.
Build one and not screw it up? Or how about go over there and just implant its ego over there?
Well, who knows? Given at least what we know about the nearby star systems, they seem to be devoid of intelligent life. So it's not as if we're going to go and screw something up. We're going to.
How about we just work on what we have here with the lives we have and do right, instead of putting off this hope for tomorrow after we've already fucked this?
But the world of it, the exploring of our universe, our local universe, is part of who we are.
I know it, but we can start by exploring the world we are living in now. It's like you're going back into Aristotle and like how should we live and of course how will we live, and exploring this whole future stuff, but you're missing the present, which is where it's all, and we miss so much, not just and even existentially, and how do we live? How are we living, and taking accountability of that, which is what I answered earlier questions on. That's the foundation, not in shoulda, coulda, woulda. We have to understand where we are here and now is the only first step there is.
But if where we are is more than just our world.
Well, we can explore stuff here and now, but it's in the approach, because everyone keeps putting an end goal for it now. Fuck all your end goals Start where you are. So many people have these hopes and inclinations. As long as we live as an ideological species, we're not going to. We're not. That's non-science. That's bullshit. It goes nowhere, and it's great for fantasy, and people want to have happy with it. I'm great for it. And if the arts and all can explore that, and they can make us think better, critically, good. But when you get into the actuality of existential living and self-critical awareness, we have to build here and now, and to have self-critical awareness and without some ideological ends means to an end where we justify things and divide ourselves inwardly. Otherwise, we are a fractured species. Most people are not even whole people because they're so fucked up. I mean, it's the truth. People aren't whole, and we talk about a nation. We talk about how groups of people are tribally all over, and like you were talking about South Africa, not just America, but people are not even whole in their own fucking heads. I mean, we are a species that has a long way to go, and then we want to talk about doing all this other stuff, but we can start by exploring our own humanity to one another.
That's but I don't think it's a zero sum or a choice. I think, for example, sending out, observing our universe and sending out probes to learn about it is.
I think probes is great. I like probes, but I have to say that putting out, what I'm getting at is the notion of how we think about putting ideas at the end and having these grand notions. I think exploration and inquiry are always great, but we have to start with self-inquiry and understand the greater environment around us and take note of that, which human beings do not do. For all the science they learn, they can't translate that into action, and even the ones that do use it for other purposes. I mean, when we talk about all these grand things, science did this and science did that. Well, we don't always use what we've or what we built for grand purposes. We use it for very destructive because we're a destructive species. I mean, all this optimism, I'm not being negative I'm being negative or positive about it. We're an optimist. I'm saying is we have to just not do any of those. We have to look at things as they are and take stock of the world. Like I said, know who we are, know our objectives, but understand ourselves biologically, and then know ourselves also existentially. It's beyond just some kind of science. We have to understand ourselves and other people, but also realize the environment and the totality of it, and our place, of course, in the universe. But when we go too far from that, it's kind of like, what are we doing? I've always been into physics since I was a kid, but I mean, I'm not decrying that. I think we should have greater learning and understanding chemistry, which is the foundation of all of this. But at the same time, it all begins with how we think, and we don't teach people how to think. The school system is disgraceful. Cognitive development, it's like I always talk about it, the garden of humanity. Well, you know what? We're planting weeds. And then we want to talk about all these great things that we want to accomplish when we don't even know how to plant our own garden and tend to it. It's disgraceful.
But I think these grand challenges are important for us to work on. Something, the ability to even build a spacecraft that could have a biological system that's self-sustaining is something that we need to learn how to do. And it's going to give us insight into our own ecosystem by creating these sort of micro ecosystems that potentially are self-sustainable. Because right now, every biological system we send out above Earth's atmosphere is tethered to the Earth, and can't exist unless you have a constant supply of ships going back and forth. That's not going to work. I mean, imagine if you go back to 3 centuries and said that every ship that we sailed from the shores of Europe could only exist as long as you got canoes going back and forth to keep them supplied. No, that's not how you explore your universe. You've got to be able to have systems that can go out and sustain themselves for some period of time, and we haven't figured that out yet. So I think it's a combination of probes as well as learning how ecosystems work that's going to give us a set. Whether it's a trend, whether you end up sending a civilization someplace else, that's way down the road. Just being able to build a terrarium that can survive out in space and operate on itself independent of Earth is a challenge we haven't figured out yet. And I think the big problem with sending people off on a multi-generational trip to the stars is something that we're not prepared to do, because we don't understand the sociology and the psychology of people enough to have that system survive, I think.
Good, because if we try to do it now, blow it up.
You know, and no doubt, you know, you got this 500-year journey to Alpha Centauri. I wouldn't be surprised that, you know, in 75 years you have people who sit up and say, "Hey, Earth is a myth," and they're not flat earthers. There is no Earth, and we don't have any allegiance to this mythical place, and they would just, you know, a society which would go bonkers in such a system. So we have a long ways to go in order to be able to, you know, transfer civilization someplace. And some of it has to do with figuring out who we are and getting our own house in order. Some of it's figuring out how biology works and how ecology works.
I mean, I don't know what some of these transhumanists and Ray Kurzweil and how they have these grand plans, but I mean, I'm sure some of these people are like pet lovers, right? And you know, it'd be, and I know this is going to sound cruel, like I like to take a puppy, be like, you see this puppy, and give it to him for a day, and I'm like, let me see the puppy that I lent you, and then I'm going to talk to you about this, and then I would just shoot the fucking puppy in the head. I said, life dies. That's the way it goes. What part of this do you not understand? I sometimes feel like the religious people get it more than the fucking goddamn people who are proclaiming science, and it's disgraceful. And then of course you have all the wannabe learners who want to come in, but then they still think ideologically and they don't get it, and it's frustrating. Where's Pimp?
I'm right here.
Fuck you.
Y'all, fuck you. Y'all boring me to fucking death.
Well, somebody pay the clock for Pimp. Pay his goddamn clock so we won't die.
You won't see? Like, yeah, I gotta have the money. I will murder babies.
If you do not pay Pimp, he will die. He's gonna die tonight. You know, I promise you. If you do not pay Pimp right now, Landon will die too.
Yes, Landon will die.
Landon and they will both die on this trip. How's that? They will die unless you pay the clock.
Yeah.
Yes. TikTok, folks.
Motherfuckers. Do it now. If I don't see the clock payment in 5 minutes, I'm kicking both these bastards out.
So the stream of mini farts.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Y'all
what the fuck? We're talking about all this in the stream of, like, fuck you, Pimp.
That sounds like, isn't there a South Park reference to the Tunnel of Farts? Anyway, so
yeah, pay my clock.
Matt Schroeder was put in timeout? Wow.
You fucking A, he is a little fucking kiss-ass bitch.
Well, by the way, you had to. He actually misspelled the email address.
Because he's retarded.
Oh, he tried.
He can't even troll properly, you dumb motherfucker.
There you go.
Yes, now that's the one right there.
And mine is Danielle Zavala at gmail.com. Yeah, that's the one you got to pay to.
Don't worry about that one.
Pay Pimp's first, and then you can pay mine.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Dee, for that comment about the stream where I was talking about eclipses and it evolved into general science and that sort of thing. By the way, Pimp Monk, they want you on that show of the Debate Society. They'd like a humorist, someone who has intelligent humor. I said you'd be offensive, and they said that's fine. We will take offense. He can come in and do improv and be himself. They would love to have you on the Great Debate Society.
I'll talk to him.
By the way, I wanna tell, like, Pimp Monk hasn't made this announcement yet. Is it okay if I tell him?
I don't know, freaked out.
Yeah, you do. You're laughing already. You know.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you're laughing. Kazoom's coming to visit him, and
Oh,
they go,
fuck off! That's not true.
he's gonna do weight loss videos with Kazoom.
No. He's a gainer. He wants to
And
gain more weight.
No, he wants to lose weight with you, and y'all are gonna get very, very natural.
No, we're not getting natural. I can get you. What he calls himself Stinky.
Yeah, I've heard stories about him.
No, he calls himself Stinky.
Yeah, I heard problems with him trying to get him to restaurants.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I've heard stories.
Yes, there are stories. He ranks great videos.
Well, that's debatable too. No, I'm joking. I like Kazoom.
He makes very passionate videos.
Yes,
why don't we just agree there?
No, okay. I like Kazoom very much. Kazoom's cool. I like it.
Because he's not fake. I mean, when you see him making his video, he is what he is, right?
But the angst level is sometimes over 9,000.
Maybe 9,500.
Yes. The emotional level is definitely off the charts of a rating by any type of scientific, measurements.
Yeah.
So I don't think.
Go check them out.
Theodore, until you pay the clock, Theodore, you can't ask any more questions. You've asked 1,000,000 fucking questions. Pimp make girls love science, tease, and make a show about.
I thought I kick Raisin Girl. She's back?
Yeah, she's back.
I need to kick her again.
No, that's my.
You told me to kick her.
Raisin Girl is a very nice person, and
well, I wouldn't go that far either. She's got.
Oh yeah, I should kick her then. That's why.
She's a dickhead.
Yeah. She ain't no good.
I love her though.
Bunch of punk.
Will you do gym videos? They're asking, are you going to do gym videos too, Pimp Monk?
Yeah.
No.
Or are you going to do bathing videos with Kazoom?
That's not happening.
Yeah.
No. Or are you going to do foot rub videos?
No.
No. Or are y'all going to do bathhouse videos when you're in San Francisco?
No.
No. Then what the fuck y'all going to do?
We're going.
Well, I hope you were able to get enough data stream. Reserve some of your data stuff so you could have your Rice-A-Roni moment on the cable car recorded. That's one of. I mean, Pimp Monk's one of his dreams is to ride the cable car and sing the Rice-A-Roni song.
Who the fuck is Joyce Sparkles?
She's a crazy bitch.
Crazy is actually putting it mild.
I don't even know who that is.
She's doing. She makes all these. She gets obsessed with topics, and she'll make like 8 videos in one day about the same fucking topic.
And how do we know this person?
She got pretty popular because she made like 85 videos about her Nissan.
In a course of about 10 days.
Yeah, and then she made like the same.
How many videos?
Like 85.
85 in 10 days.
And then she made like close to the same amount about the Daddy 05 thing.
Well, I'm not as concerned to how many videos she made, but what was the content of the videos?
Dude, I don't even know about the.
Was there anything? What were the arguments? Were there arguments, or what? Or anything to say?
They're like, oh my gosh, look at this person, how terrible they are. Let's talk about how terrible they are because they're terrible. And oh, this is awful. And just look at what this person did. And of course, this person is awful and terrible.
Oh, I see. So this is basically a person on Twitter who decided to every time they tweet his video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that this is 85 videos where they had 84 epistemological, arguments, and the 85th was the summary. And this is not. We're not talking about something of that depth.
It still sounds better than Onision. But then again, at least he knows how to put together a sellable video.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of pathetic too. It's you know, he's a disgusting disgrace, but you know, all these people babbling and screaming for no point and to not if you don't like how another person conducts themselves, maybe it would be wise to get yourself in line and figure out how to conduct yourself. And maybe this person hasn't figured that out yet.
Yeah, I don't know that this person knows how to self-censor. You know, there's an expression that a friend of mine said, if you have nothing to say, please say it only once.
Oh, it's like they said, Luna says she talks if she knows these people, she doesn't. It's like, okay, getting involved, I've been involved with some stuff with PZ Myers and a lot of people, like even personally, with a lot of people that I knew people that knew people. I mean, I was involved with information. It would literally be if there was a lawsuit with certain things, like with Michael Shermer's case. You know, I've tried to get with Shermer, you know, to see if he had a case to sue, you know, Myers. But I also had information going back through the whole thing, you know, back 10 years, 9 years or whatever, with relevant information to that. I mean, I actually know people who had girls who had sex with him, what they said about him, and what there's this whole history to everything. So, I mean, I'm not a person who's just been talking shit when I'm like, fuck PZ Myers. That guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
And I mean, he is a disgusting disgrace. And I don't know why anyone would even want to talk to him, even on, like, if they said, well, we're going to talk about science. And I'm like, what? Like, that guy doesn't give a fuck about anything but himself.
Well, so
I mean,
Theodore Clemens asked, "What's wrong with Onision?" I remember he made a Banana song years ago.
Oh, Onision. Well, he's a person who is an antagonistic. He is a person who has bent the rules with people. He's a false flagger. He's a person who's a false DMCAer who is abused, and he's also very well known for coaxing girls on the side of Canada and the U.S. and crossing state lines, underage girls. He's known for, you know, he's posted videos that are of violence toward women and things where it's surprising he wasn't brought up on statutory rape charges. I mean, I would have to
And
say
by the way, Galen's he's it's actually mild. He's not doing hyperbolic.
No, I mean, really, I
Yeah.
mean, I've known, I knew his ex-wife, I knew his then later fiance, ex-fiance, and then a short-term girlfriend, and I mean, I've known all of these people. So, I've been in touch with Greg, so that's his name. He's just a really disgusting, sociopathic person. At least tendencies or traits of those. I'm not diagnosing him. I would never do that to another person. But I have to say he is a very dangerous, malignant, narcissistic, sociopathic asshole, and he's one of the worst social networkers that I've ever seen. And I saw him rise from the beginning, and he's a pathological liar and a con artist.
So Theodore asked, "Why isn't he in jail?"
I actually one time prepared a dossier on it, but the person who helped me prepare actually died, and I passed it on to someone else, and they didn't do anything. I turned in part of it to the FBI later, one part, but I didn't have the rest of the dossier because I gave it to someone else. But I could go dig it all that up again, but it's really tough. And the person who did the other digging died, and it was really hard emotionally for me to do that. And I thought about doing videos like I see with SXE Phil and these people digging up videos on other people. They don't want to put the law first. I could have done a video and just blown Onision out of the fucking water years ago, but I find it disgusting that somebody like SXE Phil like even calls himself a journalist now. Like that guy's a journalist, then fucking shoot me in the fucking head. Like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. That guy would sell his own fucking baby or his grandma for fucking money. He is such a scum. Like Phil, I want to say I trust Onision. If I had a child, I'd trust Onision with the baby more than I would Phil. Fuck that guy. Like, that guy is such a fucking rat, like scum fuck. Like, and I want to tell you right now, I've actually communicated with Greg on occasion. He blocked me forever, and he then deblocked me, and I've communicated with, but accessing Phil for exposing shit. He has Phil, not and his family. Is it like taught his entire family and friends, everyone? He tried to do a block war against me. This is well before people like Steve Shives. He's blocked me years ago. Like Phil, because Phil is such a lying con artist. He takes money for fucking putting out stuff. He was for SOPA, hardcore.
Yeah.
Like, just a rat fuck. This guy would sell out anyone. But the whole thing is, if somebody was hurt and he knew something that was of need, of a criminal need, he would think about putting that, not turning it in, posting it as a video to get views, not caring about if he could help somebody. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. And he never fucking will. He is a scumbag.
Yeah. So yes, Theodore, I mean, again, Galen's, Galen's actually, I'm surprised that you're actually holding back on there, but yes, Phil and Onision are not the pinnacles of civilization by any means.
And D. Wayne asked me about Sargon. What is this? Aware of drama between
Sargon, Thunderfoot, and Skeptic Venomous.
What about that? The guy who killed his girlfriend. What about it?
Oh, and the jokes about that, and that whole.
What about jokes? Somebody tell me.
Isn't the thing that essentially one of the claims is Thunderfoot quote decided to leave the so-called skeptic community, whatever that means, because there were people making jokes about the death too soon, quote, when the body was still warm.
Well,
the girl?
They didn't actually make the joke about the guy. They made a joke about him, the killer.
Okay, well, what about the killer?
I don't know exactly what they said.
Well, people make jokes. What's the big deal?
Exactly.
Well,
when I was a kid, there's a kid in my neighborhood, okay? And he didn't know how to deal with his uncle killed a good bit of his family and his grandmother. He had mental problems. And I was with him the next day. I went to see him. He's a few years younger than me, and he lives across the street, this kid. Little kid, like 6 or 7. And he was a little knucklehead, he was a real little troublemaker, this little kid. Wild little boy, a white kid. But I went over, and his name is Miller, and there was a pesticide company called Miller the Killer. We get them all, and so he's like, "Yeah, I'm sad about it," but he started joking, Miller the Killer. We got them all, and then it was he just tried to, and he did laugh it off. He just started joking about it, and it helped. I understand that, how people talk about that who aren't even connected to stuff. They joke about death. I mean, my friend William, who I was just talking about, who committed suicide, I had written all these jokes. So when we talked again about talking to him about death and how I was going to joke about him dying, and I had all this stuff about, because he was suicidal, so I joked about it, and it helped him. Like, he was going to kill himself, like on November 7th. He did at the end of the month, after something that had nothing to do with me. I had built a whole network, and he had a bad panic attack, and he didn't get to. Everything got fucked up, but I had averted that, and I had stayed with him, and it was really hard. It was the most depressed I've ever seen anybody in my life. But he'd already been to the doctor, by the way, and I was working on that stuff, and he was just in a horrible position. And but the humor really connected to it. Like, it was just trying to get into someone who had like a psychological stroke. But humor fucking matters. And like, I mean, on a social level, I mean, we look at political cartoons and everything. It helps us it helps us understand it. And comedy and tragedy are linked, and how we think about stuff, and how it helps us open up, so we don't drown in our
Yeah.
own despair.
But there's this thing that some people have in society that you can't speak ill of the dead, and you got to be respectful for stuff, and so they use that meme to say, oh, the so-called skeptic community society is toxic because look, they were laughing at these jokes about the killer when it was really serious, and therefore
that's just demarginalizing people. It's insulting. It's a way of trying to have people not listen to other narratives and trash people. It's basic tribalism and censorship, and then trying to scare people into self-censorship too, which is disgusting and insidious on so many levels of how people are acting, and that's just absolutely unethical. So anyone going around how you can't use humor is a swine. I would have to say. I mean, and so who's doing this?
I mean, Pimmo can get.
Thunderfoot, Vadim Newquist has been a little bitch about it.
So he's back in Thunderfoot, the great censor and science fraud of YouTube. Volkswagen science fraud censor piece of shit. Former buddy of PZ Myers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. And Vadim is actually backing that guy.
I'm not sure he's backing, but he's kind of on the fence. Would you say, Pimmo?
He's more than on the fence. He got both feet over it. So, but he's really him and Sargon's been having this fucking flame war on Twitter for 2 weeks now.
And I think that's what the D was talking about is Sargon is under fire because this is what D's saying, because he chose to be a victim. Chose the victim.
That's bullshit. Heard by the jokes, D. What does that fucking mean? I'm like, oh, too soon. There's no too soon. People take jokes.
Too soon for and that's and I don't understand this social thing about, well, you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, so forth. I mean, I think the dead is someone that you can actually insult with impunity because they're dead.
Hey,
and they can't whoop your ass. They're dead. A lot of people won't whoop your ass.
I want to tell you, I'll make jokes about it. Okay, it's like, I'll make jokes about fucking children being raped. I have ones and they're poignant. I have made them. Pitmonk's heard my jokes about, Pitmonk knows I have told him jokes about children being raped and even, about being child raped. First of all, I've been raped. And just because I've been raped doesn't mean, I have this special right to joke about rape. No, everybody can talk about stuff. It's human language, and to say you can't say this shit, it's like, no, you box in my context and intentionality. If you wish to criticize it, you have that right to do so, and I can listen to you or not. I think it's better to help people listen to criticism, and someone could say why not, and then I can respond to why, and they can be reasonable. But these people saying I don't have a right to, or I have to be stopped, fuck them.
Omega pointed out that he's saying that Vadim is more anti-Sargon than he is pro-Thunderfoot. And D is going, spoke to Vadim and said, can you argue that it's too soon to make jokes about this tragedy? And I disagree with Vadim. I think what I like about that I hope that people who are really good at humor, like Pitmonk, do make use of humor in these times of tragedy, right? I think that's the time when you need the humor the most.
This is what I think about Vadim. I think Vadim should put his money where his big fucking mouth is, because Vadim is a guy who thinks that Egghead and his girlfriend are right, and they need to raise money for shit, even though it's paying off bills. So he should send Egghead's girlfriend fucking money. How about that?
Yeah.
I say Egghead's girlfriend should get a lot of money and be rewarded, because he still believes, even though Egghead has admitted numerous times that he was lying and fraudulent, that he still, and how he believes in a guy who's a supposed Vadim conspiracy theorist debunker is a guy who actually has stated that Vadim, that Egghead is now lying, and it's bullshit that he's lying about fessing up. So it's a conspiracy, and then it's something by me.
Well, the shittiest thing is, Sargon didn't even make the joke. He laughed at a joke.
Yes, that's even worse. That so-called, well, the skeptic community is a bunch of degenerates because this guy laughed at a joke about a killer, right? And it's like, come on.
Well, let's face the fact: Thunderfoot and Vadim are just two big old pussies, and they need to get fucked. Seriously. I mean, look, I don't have a problem with Vadim. I got big ass eye boogers. Vadim's a buddy of mine, well, kinda, but right now he's acting like a little pussy.
Yeah.
And
So Muley Lips says anyone who defends a child abuser is shit. Halcyon.
Well, I'll give it to this. I guess even all those child abusers, I'd say even a court of law or even public opinion, they're welcome to their defenders. Doesn't mean I have to like them. Yeah. I'm all for freedom of speech for everyone, even the piles of shit. So, that's the thing that's really sad about this. When you have people trashing others' freedom of speech and trashing them and trying to have it where people don't listen to them. But first, backing Thunderfoot, one of the all-time scum fucks of the internet. I mean, this guy is such a wretch and so fallacious in his bullshit. He's so terrible. I mean, he spins the Samuel Huntington class of civilizations argument, which you could tell he didn't even read through to understand. He's so pig ignorant in his readings of political philosophy. I mean, Thunderfoot is a fucking dummy. He is so fucking dumb. And the problem is his fucking audience doesn't even know. I can't even speak well for Sargon. A lot of his stuff is just a bunch of trash, in my opinion, too. Excuse me, I'm walking on people, but I don't think well of Mr. Vadim and his dead fucking cat that he parades around. It's just like I don't give a fuck about any of this stuff. It's like it's all stupid and it's manufactured bullshit drama. It's silly and it's dumb.
Come on, Kreischer's cat is entertainment.
Yeah, well, if he wants, I like it sometimes, but. Come on, man. He needs to do more than one shtick. And I've even told him, and I told him I'd even help him push it if he expands, but he keeps playing the same recorded videos of his dead cat and that shit. It's like, dude, do something different. Like, you have talent, do something with it. But, I've given the same off to Pimp Monk, like doing shit, and I've helped Pimp Monk. Pimp Monk's been responsive, but he's been bottled down by health problems and other stuff and moving, and I've been through that. So I know, but I don't, Vadim is just stuck up there like, nah, I do what I want. Get other people to help me if TJ won't fuck him. It's like, okay, dude, be an asshole. Fine.
There's my nipple.
Good for you. But I just don't understand all these people. It's like back in Thunderfoot and jokes. It's like, first of all, the guy, did he not get charged with fucking first-degree fucking murder?
Yeah.
I mean, that's intent.
Well, here's the thing.
Fuck?
And
that's big.
Yeah, but all these motherfuckers are saying, he suffered from PTSD and all that shit.
I don't give a fuck.
No, wait a minute. It was proven he never was he never was an award. Never.
Okay,
ever.
Wait. Listen to me. I got another thing. Okay, I'm gonna be the first to do it. You want to hear somebody trashing people? I'll start some shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Start
This girl who got killed. What if this guy has all these problems that they allude that he has, which you're saying he didn't have? Well, I'm just saying, let's just say that he did have something. He could have had it from something else. Plus, he didn't do well in military training for wherever he was. We don't know. Let's take it for granted what they said was true. Okay?
Yeah.
What the fuck is she doing in a home with a guy who has a gun readily available? I don't know how I'm supposed to respect a person who does that. Okay, my own.
But
listen,
Galen,
wait, I'm not finished.
I'm not
finished. You can't understand what I'm saying until I get this done.
Sorry.
My own dad. Okay, he had traumatic brain injury this year. We had to remove the weapons at the insistence of the doctors and the medical staff, the nursing home, the place that he went, rehabilitation hospital. And there's a way of going about things where people have standards and duties to the loved ones that you have. And I grew up, my dad had guns and my brother got into them who's mentally ill. And I even had to go confiscate from another school my brother who had a rifle that was loaded, and he was angry at someone, and I took care of that, and I also got my brother put into a hospital. Not my parents, me, I did it. Okay, I took responsibility. I didn't ask my parents. I didn't do anything. I acted and did right. Okay, when I saw something was wrong, and when you have loved ones and whoever they are, you don't acquiesce to their mental health problems. You take action to prevent tragedies. And I find it despicable that I've seen people making excuses for a person who, like, why would the person have guns? Why would they have this? And I'm a big Second Amendment person, but at the same time, it's basic common sense. If I cannot get behind a wheel, if I am impaired, I shouldn't be behind the wheel. If I am not couldn't get behind a wheel, and I shouldn't be doing it, and I shouldn't be having a gun either. There are certain things in emotional places where you can't do certain things, and people have to be responsible. And it's not just of myself. I would want other people to hold me accountable.
I'll be right back.
Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying. I don't know the situation there. I just know third hand, so I have really no direct knowledge on what happened. But aren't there cases where there are people who are in sort of locked into kind of codependent relationships that it's hard for them to extract themselves from a potentially dangerous situation? Isn't that a common
that is, but again,
I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm just asking.
I understand that there are, but if there are people, okay, like I have a girlfriend and partner. I've been with her long. I call her my partner since we're not married. Danielle, and the Danny Z blog. Anyone who doesn't know, and she has BPD. She doesn't feel safe around having a gun with her, unless she's in a really good mentally healthy state. And because she doesn't understand guns either. But I told her if she ever wants to know, she'll get training so she can know and respect, just like when you drive a car. You have to respect and do those things. And that's part of it. I've been trained in that. And I'm about how you take a gun apart, you clean it, and do everything. So, but at the same time, you have to take responsibility of your relationships and everything in life. And it seems like in our society, everyone wants to blame someone, find a scapegoat, or this. These tragedies, a lot of tragedies are preventable. And when we want to look at, everyone wants to start blaming people. If my dad would have, since he got out of the hospital, he had a problem. And if he would have had the gun, he told me he would have used it. Okay? I prevented my dad from dying. Like, that fucking matters. If that doesn't matter, and then if someone was like, well, we were locked in and fuck it. Well, fuck them. At some point, I understand it's tragic, but that's still disgusting, and they matter too. A lot of people are accountable with these problems. And I'm not going about legally who's this or that was suing. I'm just talking about this basic looking at the situation, that there are a lot of people accountable. If you have a friend and who's not doing well, and you can't get him, and you see him going to the car and he's drunk, somebody could die.
Yes.
Like that. It's just, I'm talking about, just be thoughtful enough to care, to speak up, or even prevent something. I even got my brother put in a hospital. Okay. I mean, I've gotten adults put in a hospital too. I've done that at one who was going to commit suicide, and I stopped him and I had him put in a hospital. I did it. And, and I saw everything through, and he later got very healthy and he lived a long time. That particular one died from an illness, but I've seen things through. But there are preventable tragedies, and all these people going to look for political scapegoats and then having the audacity to laugh about somebody making a fucking joke. That's obscene.
Well,
that's what's obscene.
To laugh or to make a political statements out of it. And I think so. There's a number of things going on here with this whole drama, and some of it has to do with people that are saying there's actually even a skeptic community, right? That it was a Thunderfoot that decided he was going to leave the skeptic community because somebody laughed at a joke that he thought was inappropriate. The notion that there's even a skeptic community itself that he's leaving is perhaps a joke, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
but such as theirs. But yes, I am not a person who thinks that the dead are sacred and you can't make jokes about it. Um, if you have the if I guess it's a bit. I guess it just depends upon what you consider to be out of bounds, and people have different boundaries.
Well, we have different boundaries, but we have to respect that other people have different boundaries. Is the key.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Your boundaries are not my boundaries, right?
Right, and we have and to have a civilization, we must be civilized to respect one another, and apparently a lot of people don't.
And well said, D. I hope that when I die, people mock me as well. So
Well,
I would be disappointed if I died and Pump Monk's around and he doesn't sit there and trash me and make jokes about my dead body. I would be really disappointed.
I'm just pissed off that dude's cancer got beat.
You know
Yes.
what? I want to tell you, if anybody look, excuse me, Pimp, I got to do this. Pimp, D, if anybody can send D money or is in the area, please buy him cigarettes, lots of Camels, anything like that you can, because you know what? Fuck this suicidal piece of shit. You know, like he just wants to sit there and hurt himself. Well, fuck him. He don't want to sing, then he can smoke himself to death. I hope he dies. Piece
I
of
think
shit.
It's kind of funny that essentially D had all this chemotherapy in order to basically take his gerals and turn them into poo and flush it down the toilet. But that's essentially what's happened. Is he had these tumors, and the tumors turned into poo, and Mr. Hanky flushed down the toilet where his toxic urine and poo went away. Yeah, but basically D created a toxic dump of all of his horrible bodily fluids. It's true. I mean, isn't D didn't D don't you weren't you basically told that your essentially your chemotherapy bodily fluids were hazardous and you had to flush the toilet twice and all this sort of stuff.
Well, that was Pit Monk when he loses weight.
I'm gonna shit some shit.
Yeah, Pit Monkey was like, it's like something out of a science fiction movie. When he starts metamorphosing, it just happens.
Yeah. Mr. Dwayne at gmail.com
Fuck that faggot.
is something you should send money to right after.
No, you shouldn't.
sswomanx at gmail.com.
Yeah,
Do that
SS woman.
first.
Yeah, you pay my fucking shit first. And if I'm tired of people coming up here fucking promoting their fucking PayPals, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, mine. Right? And if anybody wants to know mine, it's at what is it again, Pit Monk? Tell me yours.
It's sswomanx@gmail.com is my PayPal email. They better pay it now.
Well, if anybody like to become a long-term patron of the Pimp Monk, he's
Yeah.
here and he's working on stuff in himself. So
Patreon.com/Pimp.
so I did my shilling for Pimp today.
Yes, you did.
They better pay it. Yes, because Pimp Monk needs the money. And He's got these bills coming due.
I always getting money. I'm a broke fat
Yeah.
fuck.
He needs the food. Listen, guys, he needs food, healthy food.
Yeah.
He needs to buy lots of healthy food.
And strippers. Salad and strippers.
Lots of healthy food.
Salads and strippers.
And what is it? A little bit of salad dressing to drizzle over
Down
the salad.
over the stripper.
Well, it's 3:20. I better keep going.
All right, buddy.
All right, sir. It was always a pleasure. I look forward to the next time we meet. May not be in October, but it'll be sometime.
Does anybody have any questions before I go? I just am like baffled over all that Vadim bullshit and Sargon and Thunderfoot. That sounds like a pile of shit.
Nobody. No, don't ask no question.
Any last questions for?
Please no.
Someone says Raisin Girl says good night.
Good night.
I should kick her.
I love her. She's
Little Miss.
What do you think of Brett Keane? He made a new
Oh.
TJ Attack video
Okay,
again.
here we go.
Oh
Okay.
God, damn.
I have no commentary on such mentally unhealthy people who don't need to be on YouTube.
Yeah.
How's that?
Okay.
Cheers to that fellow and his family. And I don't know why people want to bring up something like that and why it should be taken seriously. Like,
Rising
you
Girl
know,
challenged you. She said, "Bring it, pump."
where? No,
In
she
the
did.
chat room, you said,
chat
"Bring
room.
it, pump."
She's inviting you.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, kiss my ass, little Miss Chrissy.
She got some nice titties though.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye,
Yeah.
Gail.
Cheers. Hey, Racing Girl. Cheers to Murphy's Law.
Yeah. What?
How's that?
There you go. I'm not leaving, by the way, people. So stick in here with me. I'm not going.
He's gonna sit here and he's gonna
I
have strippers
finally
on
may
in 1
have.
hour.
I probably will finally have a chance to fucking plug my clock and really get a fucking payment here since Galen will shut the fuck up.
And everyone hold him accountable. Don't let him smoke cigarettes. Make him feel guilty over everything
Yes.
he does.
No,
We gotta fuck with this guy. Pimp Monk thrives off being fucked with. Okay,
I don't give a fuck.
we gotta fuck with him. We gotta
So-
harass and bully him.
So here's the thing: is that
No.
if someone makes a clock donation,
Yes,
sswomanx@gmail.com,
please, somebody,
then
please do it.
then he will agree not to smoke a cigarette for the next hour.
Yeah, but it has to be a handsome fee.
1
Yeah,
hour.
Somebody give him one.
Yeah.
Give him something. Okay.
Yeah, it better be more fucking dollars. It's gotta be like 50. Dude, man, I'm blowing up on fucking Reddit over here.
Well, look, good for you. You made a good video, man.
Yeah.
I want to tell you, I was touched by the video. It was uplifting, and I think we all need that. I'm glad with all this bullshit that you put out something really that was true. And sincerity matters.
Yeah.
So cheers, Pimp Monk. Thank you.
bud. Thank you, bud.
All right.
I
Okay,
appreciate
good night.
it. Good night,
Good
buddy.
night.
Fuck you, Pimp. Landon, you're awesome. Talk to you later.
Thank you, sir.
Love you. I hate that fucking guy.
I think he's still listening.
I don't care.
The philosopher of the internet. Okay, he's gone.
Luna's a cutie. I agree. She is a cutie.
Yeah, Luna, I'm looking forward to your return. Raising Girl. Actually, Raising Girl is the one that's kicked out. I'm looking forward to your return. So
Yeah.
hang in there. I don't know how you could time out somebody.
You don't untime him out. She'll be back. She knew he was going to do it. That's when she said, "Bring it, pump."
Yeah.
Now let's talk, motherfuckers. Clock payments.
TikTok, folks.
Look, PayPal, sswomanx@gmail.com. Patreon.com/PimpMom. Money needed. Do it now.
If you're a Patreon person, you can just bump it up temporarily, and that
Yep.
payment will go instantly to him. And he needs it for food, to pay bills, and to get
Strippers.
ready for his
Trip, yeah.
trip.
Yeah,
So-
'cause my bus ticket went up the other day, for fuck's sake. It pisses me off. I hate it when it does that. Oh
So-
my fucking God.
Every little bit counts,
Yeah, it does.
but bigger bits count more than little bits.
Bigger bits count more. Yeah. So do it now or die. Let's see if anybody's done it.
Dee
No,
says, "Why don't I get a wrench?"
because you're a faggot.
You're looking for a wrench, as opposed to a screwdriver.
Molly gave me some wrenches.
There
Wow.
you go. But yeah, I guess it sort of depends upon your tool set of choice. I mean, these guys here can be used as tools. They're not good tools, but they're eating utensils.
Okay.
But no, you
one needs to pick one's like, for example, there's if you're into measuring things, these guys here work pretty well. Of course, if you want to bang things and smash things, those guys work pretty well. Any of those suit you, D? Of course, if you're into there's other tools of the trade here. What is this? Is this some sort of chemical thing, right?
A barbecue grill, isn't it?
Or is that a barbecue grill, or is that a gas? Yeah, you might succeed in there. So there is, of course, chains like this that can help. And if you need some medication, right, there are these things here that can go out.
Yeah. Fucking drugs are always cool. Look, if I get $100, I'll do the sexiest dance known to mankind right here.
And this will be, at a height of improv powers, right?
Yeah, they're gonna get the sexiest dance they've ever seen in their fucking lives, dog. Every one of these people in the chat room will have an orgasm or die laughing or want to kill themselves
or something like that.
Maybe something similar. Let's see. To bang and smash things. Real good. Yeah. Let's fuck.
Isn't that like an eggplant? To bang and smash? Oh, is that the eggplant is something you'd use to bang and smash things? Or you would bang and smash things like an eggplant?
The eggplant's supposed to be it's reference to dick.
There's some money fleeting away. Someone wants to fornicate with you, apparently.
For money, yeah.
And of course, there's a finger going into a circle gesture. But I guess it kind of depends upon where you're at in the grand scheme of your icons. If you need more volume, you can always use some of these if you're not being heard over the noise on that.
Megaphone. Megapahone.
Of course, if you want to be one of these people that pushes around baskets, of course, you can also be like you can also be someone who collects baskets and restores them, like Bubbles does.
Should prisoners with life sentences be offered assisted suicide? I don't know. I don't know.
Should prisoners with life sentences be offered assisted suicide?
I have to think about that more.
By offered, meaning they're encouraged, or if they want to commit suicide, this should be allowed. Airplane, 2 towers, inside job. Oh yes, I wonder if there's a tinfoil hat. So what do you think, Pinmonk?
I'd have to think about it more. I don't really want to think about it right now. Off the cuff, I don't want to stop anybody from if they don't really want to live anymore. But I also want people to give a chance to live. I don't know. That's a hard question to answer straight off the top of my head.
Because D is saying, let's say he says, let's say that's an option, totally voluntary.
I mean,
it says I have to say no. I could see that. I could see that.
That's off the top of my head. I just really wouldn't want to answer it. I just have to really sit down and think about it a lot and weigh the options and shit.
And Grumpy says yes. Independent autonomy to and all.
I don't know who Grumpy Purple Sloth
D
is.
says yes.
Grumpy Purple Sloth is on the clock. I do know that.
So a couple of bucks. sswomanx@gmail.com.
Couple hundred.
Patreon.
Yeah. Patreon. Yeah.
Kind of negates the point of a life sentence, right? I mean, Mega's got a point of saying if the life sentence is a life sentence, but it's a life sentence as long as your life lives. And if you decide to terminate your life,
but
isn't it still a life sentence? I mean, someone who voluntarily commits suicide under a life sentence, it still serves a life sentence.
Yeah, but here's my thing. Let's say somebody who raped 5 kids. I don't want them. I think death is too easy for them. I want them to suffer.
Of course, Red Eye says only if everyone gets free assisted suicide in a Trump care.
I want them to suffer. I don't want them to die. So that's kind of my initial thought.
If you consider, life in prison as a punishment, then
yes. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a punishment for what he did. I know there's innocent people in there, or whatever, but there's also some vicious motherfuckers. And if they get life sentences for doing some very sadistic shit, I kind of want them to. So I want them to pay for their crimes. Even though I've talked about this before. I think the prison system's fucked up anyway. So that's the reason I stopped supporting the death penalty until we fix our fucking system. I used to be a big supporter of the death penalty, but I really started reading up on our system, and until they fix that shit,
yeah,
I can't support that.
I don't trust it.
Yeah, I don't trust it. No, I don't think that death's payment enough. Nope. Not because I don't think it is, because here's the deal. I was raped as a child, and I suffered a long, long fucking time. Still do, actually. Still have fucking suffering for it. So why should he fucking get off so goddamn easy? That's what I think. Why should he get the fuck off so easy after he fucking put a life sentence on a child? Because once you rape a child or anybody, you're putting a life sentence on them. So he should just get death because, you know what? Fuck that. No, fuck that. I don't support that. I'm going to say that right now. I don't support that. I don't want him to get the fucking option for assisted suicide. Nope, don't want it. I just said that everyone's not guilty, but most of them are. So that's just my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm not, because I'm never wrong. My fucking eyes look good tonight. So look at my beautiful fucking eyeballs. Making them vaginas wet up in the chat room. I know it is. Maybe even a few penises hard. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I don't want my tax dollars spent on punishment just to make people happy. Fuck that. It ain't about making people. Yeah, I want to make the victim happy. I do want to make the victim happy. So yeah. So yeah, I don't know. That's just my opinion. I do want the vengeance, though. See, that's the difference. I want vengeance. I want the vengeance. Hell yeah, I do. Vengeance is a beautiful fucking thing. Tastes like good sugary fucking treats. Feed me the vengeance, motherfucker. Feed me the fucking vengeance. I want that vengeance. It feel good. It feel real good. So let me look over here. I'll check this shit out. Let me check this shit out. So yeah, okay. Oh shit. I hit the wrong button. Invitation. There you go. Things are suicide won't stop people killing themselves if they choose to do it anyway. It just makes it more humane. But I don't give a fuck. I don't want to be humane to a goddamn child rapist. I look at it different. I know, but I don't give a fuck. Bullshit. 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 Your anger, you can have anger and keep going. You don't have to forgive or forget. Fuck that. I'll never forget or forgive the motherfucker that raped me. I won't do it. My anger got me through a lot of shit. My anger kept me going. If I'd said, "Oh, I'm all innocent. I'm gonna forgive you," I would have probably shot myself in the fucking head. I'd have probably put a bullet in my fucking head. So yeah, some people that works for. Me, it wouldn't. I'm just saying. I know.
In the meantime, you can send send via PayPal to sswomanx@gmail.com.
Yeah. You can do that too. Yeah, and that's another thing. You want to, don't you want to mentally fix somebody really instead of just, hey, he wants to kill himself, so let's help him. I mean, seriously. If a person's got fucking mental issues, maybe we should help them first instead of giving them goddamn. I'm just saying, this is my opinion.
As Galen says, suicide is not to be assisted when anyone's having anxiety. That's absurd. You're right, Galen. I think that assisted suicide, it needs to be reserved, I think, for special cases, not someone who just feels inconvenient about life.
Sorry to make you feel uncomfortable, Molly. I hope we did. But sometimes discussions like this just pop up. And we're not always going to agree. You're not always going to, I've said it, you're not always going to agree with what I say.
And as Glenn said, suicidal people are medically unwell, right? So it's not but being medically unwell doesn't mean that you're terminal. I think it's got to be a medical suicide has got to be reserved for very special cases, not simply you're tired of life or you're mentally depressed or something. In fact, those people need to be protected, not encouraged off themselves.
Yeah. I mean, that can be, and mentally unwell can be fixed. I mean, not fixed, but it can be assisted and calm them down. You know what I mean? So you don't want to just like, yeah, here's a needle, shoot it in my. I don't know. I just, like I said earlier, I'd have to really think a lot more about it. This is just my initial reaction. Just my initial reaction.
Showing and Red Eye's talking about showing a little mercy to someone who's riddled with cancer, that's terminal.
Yeah.
That's a different sort of situation, right? And it doesn't matter whether the person's a prison or not. I think the people who are a terminal cancer who choose to
in their life on their terms should be allowed to do so if they are able to make that decision and they're in a position to be able to make that decision.
Yeah.
You know, like my mother chose not to go through extraordinary treatments to combat her leukemia and lymphoma. And she was very well aware that she was going to die. She just said, I'd rather have 2 months with my loved ones than 1 month under extraordinary treatment where I'm not able to even communicate. And she chose on her terms of how to die.
Yeah.
And Galen says the mentally ill, by the way, receive more violence than any segment of the human populace.
Yeah, I've heard that too. You ran out of characters. But yes, they do receive an awful lot of violence. Yeah. They do. I don't know, that's a touchy one.
Yeah, I mean, my mother, one of the great things she did was she taught me about death.
Mm-hmm.
And she taught me about life, right? She gave me life, she taught me about life, and she, the way she died gave me, when I was approaching this medical situation, I was much more comfortable with the thought that, you know, it could be terminal than anything, and I owe that to my mother.
Yeah.
And what an amazing woman to serve as an example of showing her family how to die. Quality over quantity, yes, absolutely. When your red eyes mom did the same thing. There are moms down there, there are moms up here. Mommy to me, but yes, mom, mommy.
I'm Australian, and I speak English.
But as I say, the last words I spoke to my mom was, "You know, I love you, mommy." Said that over and over again, and she was able to react and smile. I mean, that was about all that she could do and communicate. And she died later that morning. But again, her showing about how to die, how to terms, taught me a lot about life, and it allowed me to go into this, you know, medical situation, which could have been terminal, with a much more of a calm, satisfied air. And again, that's one.
Landon dropped in mid-sentence. There he is. Up, dropped again. See, everybody else having issues tonight, and I ain't had none. Ain't that a motherfucker? There you go. Welcome back.
Yes, sir. But anyway, those are things that you know, death is an important part of life. And I hope to have as much fun as she did when it comes my turn.
It is an important part. It scares the shit out of me though. I ain't gonna lie, I don't want to die. Fuck death. I just dropped two, just came back. What the fuck? You're gay. That's what the fuck.
I think that there's something going on with YouTube where there are these.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, not with YouTube. With maybe it's between YouTube and Google Hangouts. I'm not sure.
YouTube's a piece of shit. That's what it is. YouTube is fucking up lately, man, left and right. I don't know what the issue is.
But I imagine, Dee, you know, you faced mortality with this whole cancer thing. I wonder if that's given you a different outlook on life. You know, that certainly going into that heart operation and recovery was something that you know, gave me a different view on life.
Okay, we read this shit.
My Red Eye says my last words to my mom were, "It's not fair." Blubber like a baby. She held my hand. She was gone 2 days later. She was stronger than me at the end. Yeah. But one of the things I'm going to do, I have some of my mom's ashes, and I'm looking forward to, with this particular eclipse, one of the things that she wanted to do was to see the eclipse, so I'm going to bring some of her ashes to have visible during the eclipse. She's also into water, so there'll be some spots there where we'll put. So D said, I don't value life that much, honestly. And you said that, I guess, a number of times, not from a depressed point of view, but it's almost like you can take it or leave it. I guess is at least that's what you seem to convey to me. Is is that right? Or
I seen that Molly was having a discussion the other day with an anti-vaxxer on her page. That person's a moron.
So it says, after that day, life seemed to become priceless. Funny about that. Yeah, isn't that interesting? That again, part of my mother's teaching about death also taught me value about life.
Yeah.
Right? And think about that she chose to withhold treatment so she could spend time with people that she loved in as conscious a way as possible.
Mm.
D is such a stray cat in a door.
I like to think it was her friend. Yeah. Yes, Landon, I'm happy to be a part of this universe, but I place no higher value on myself than anything else. I do. I place way higher value on myself than I do anything else. Except my mama.
And Red Eye says, yeah, it's her kind of nature that rubbed off on me. I even try not to step on ants on my front path. Never cared about ants or their welfare before her death. And that is interesting on that sort of thing. I'm for example that way about snails as well on the sidewalk at night. It's just, it's one of those things.
Just one of those things. Oh, man. Well, shit.
I think people often mistake how D means things. Sometimes I think even D does. Yes. What D is talking about is a little bit of honesty that probably most people would care not to examine his life. He's saying, that he's happy to be part of this universe, but he places no higher value on myself than anything else.
And I do.
And as I say, it's there's a bit of honesty in that, because you'll say, "Oh, D, don't say that." Blah, 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 blah. Like, no, I think it's just being more honest.
D, if D thinks you're gonna take one step, he's gonna take the other step. That's all D is. D's a fucking little bitch. That's what D is. If you say blue, he says black. D's a fucking little shithead.
Nihilist, yeah. I don't know, D. Would you, as someone who suggested that sounds like a happy nihilist, would you own to that or dispute that, D?
What you drinking? That's right. You drinking Wrath? Is that what you're drinking? No.
I'm drinking Wrath wine.
Yeah.
This is my. I've had basically a slow sipping this particular nice glass of wine. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Lucius Highlands Pinot Noir.
I got a penis in Noir.
And spiders, even a snake, invaded my house at 2 a.m. Yes. My death is no more relevant than any other natural process. That's true.
Yeah, but now you're talking about a human emotion. Well, see, she should read more with those who contemplated many things as he works these questions in his head. But Pimp is right. He's a contrarian. Yeah, he's a contrarian. But that's okay. I was just fucking with him.
Heavy part comes and goes, but Neelis is dead on accurate. Fuck anti-nat arguments. Death of any conversation. So Red Eye's talking about, you know, ants and spiders and so forth. You know, I'm a person that you know, I actually don't mind spiders in my house. I know that
Fuck that.
Because spiders help keep down the population of other bugs I'd rather not be around. So, you know, as long as they're not kind of too out of control, and if they are, then I start sending some of the spiders outside, because I only need a certain number of spiders in my home to combat the other critters I'd rather them go after. So
I'm gonna smush them little fuckers.
yeah, I know that some people are really but no, I help preserve them, and so we have like a sink where the spiders come down through a hole and can sometimes get trapped in it, and I take pieces of paper and get them on the paper and put them outside of the sink so they can go off and crawl and wage their war on other bugs.
What's up, Persephone? How you doing, baby?
Hey, here's the phone. 66. Hi, how are you doing?
That's so Persephone right there. She got
66. 66 is a nice number.
Yeah, she's cool people though. I love her. I want to fuck her in the butt.
Have you met her?
No, I didn't. I didn't have the opportunity to meet her. I was in her area when I was in Tampa, but I did not get the opportunity. She was real busy, I think, or something. I don't know. Maybe she just didn't want to meet my ugly ass.
So, you know, one of the things about 66 that you might be interested in is if you look at the number of primes that can be displayed on a 12-hour clock. So think about, you know, 12-hour digital clock and the number of primes that can be displayed on that clock. It turns out to be 66. There's 66 different faces of a digital clock, a 12-hour digital clock that are prime.
I got an itch. My balls itch.
66 is also the smallest number whose sum of distinct prime factors is the fourth power. So, yeah, 666 is a nice number.
666. 666.
So yes, D's. You know, some people might think it's depressing, but I think D is just being honest. Some people are in denial, but actually agree with D. They're just too chicken to admit it. D's at least honest about his thing. Now, I disagree with D, but I respect his thought processes that led him to that conclusion.
I think D's full of fucking shit. That's what I think. Always at work, I hate you, Persephone. I hate you. Working that ass off. God damn it.
Oh, you have a 66 VW bug. Wow. Cool.
The bug.
Is it still in operating? Say you have a 66 VW bug. Is it still in operating order? Do you take it out and drive it, or is it more of a in preservation state?
that. Uh-oh, am I losing my internet? I did.
By the way, again, back to a previous thing that Galen said. If you don't know what nihilism is, go and do a little, like 15 minutes of reading. You might find it interesting. You might find it objectionable.
All right. My shit's starting to fuck up with
So,
things.
hey, D, can you sing at all right now? Galen wants to know, can you sing? I thought D could sing, but I'll let him out.
Hello? I lost Landon again. There he goes. He's back. Yep, he left again. Fuck, Landon. Get your shit together. Where's my shit not together? What's going on? Hello?
Yeah.
It's weird, dude. YouTube's acting up. That's all
Right.
YouTube. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, sort of there. But this the philosophy of Kierkegaard is an interesting thing to ponder and consider. So D, Galen says he needs you to sing for a part in his upcoming video. D, can you do that? Hey, Bunny, how you doing? But yeah, I think D has got a great voice and he's got a good bit of talent there. So Galen D says he'd be honored. So Galen worked together on his video.
There you go.
Yeah, but you need to learn about Kierkegaard and people like Nietzsche and Heidegger and some of those people to know whether or not you think nihilism is something that you subscribe to or not.
Anyways.
How you doing there, Bunny?
Hello?
Hello.
See, my YouTube started really fucked up.
So again, I will point out it's SS Woman.
Yeah, ain't nobody. Well, yeah, go ahead. At
Gmail.com.
Yeah. Liz was the last person to pay the platinum. Nobody else has paid the platinum. It makes me sad. It makes me want to murder people. Why is that shit in here? Okay. I want to murder a motherfucker. I got like, God damn, my shit's slow.
She says
Hey.
the bug is a project.
Hey, if
Your bug
if
project
someone
is it a
doesn't-
restoration project or is it a project just to keep it running?
if someone doesn't pay the clock, Pitmonk has threatened to kill me. So somebody please
Oh,
save
you're
my
doing
life.
better. Got out of bed before 9 p.m. today. Wow.
Landy, can you not hear Galen?
I cannot hear Galen.
Hello.
I can hear Galen, but
He joined the call, but I haven't heard his audio yet.
I can hear him.
How about now?
Yes,
I
you
can.
can. There you go.
Okay, I was saying that Pitmonk has threatened to kill me, so I had to come back because he says that if someone doesn't pay the clock, he's going to kill me.
You're gonna kill the bastard.
He's going to murder me if not. He wanted to murder someone. He's decided it was going to be me. He said that I'm in a lot of misery and he's going to assist in my death.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care if I don't want to die, which I don't want to die. So Pitmonk said he's going to assist in suicide. And he doesn't have to get my consent to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
So
he's
what's
saying very seriously.
Yeah.
so while you're while you're contemplating the saving Galen's life, what do you think about some of those people like Kierkegaard and Nietzsche and so forth?
What about them? They're great to read. They're wonderful, but most people don't understand them. Wittgenstein is the other one. Very tragic people. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like Kierkegaard had this sad thing with love life, professing, and he talked about Christianity and being Christian, but at the same time, the guy was the fiercest critic, like of all time, against Christians. Like
Yes.
I have to say, if you really get into what he's really saying, he pummels Christianity worse. He makes Nietzsche look soft.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just brutal, and he's so existential, and just he tears apart Aristotle and Plato. I mean, he's ruthless. I mean, and he really dedicated himself almost like a monk to this, and gave up his love, and it was just this big thing. And I think about like people like him, and then there's also Schopenhauer is very, and you were talking about nihilism. You talk about Schopenhauer, and he is absolutely fundamental to understanding things in philosophy. And then you move on to Nietzsche, and they're all kind of corresponding to one another. Nietzsche doesn't really get Kierkegaard for some reason, and somehow they didn't link. But Wittgenstein gets him, and he also gets Nietzsche, so it kind of corrected things. But they all have profound things to say, and they're all worth studying, and they give you a lot of things to think about, and help see the world and history. So when people go back and just read history, that it's also imperative to look at a lot of philosophers, because these philosophers are philosophers who looked at other philosophers like, what a bunch of shit, because there's so much shit out there too. I mean, they were also very critical of philosophy itself. So they weren't just like, we're philosophers, yes.
Yeah.
That's not what they were doing.
I mean, if you had to sort of put it into a soundbite, I guess you'd say nihilism, argues essentially life is without any objective meaning or purpose or value. And I don't know that I see that. I understand how someone might think that, but I don't know if I.
But I mean, Nietzsche's arguing for the arts and the purpose and the meaning that you bring. He's right there too with it. And Kierkegaard saw much beauty in life, but he was also pointing out our fallacies in books like his Either Or and How We Think. He was drawing upon so much because in the errors of how we conduct ourselves, and where Schopenhauer built, you could see on top of all of these, like, Nietzsche's finally calling for this reevaluation, which the postmodernists poorly answered.
Yes.
Because they rejected Darwinism, and were not even accepting of all other philosophies, even naturalistic philosophy, which is just the stupidest turn ever.
Yes.
But then Wittgenstein, he embraces everything, but he also criticizes some things in scientism and problems with ideologies, which we were getting into earlier with science and philosophy. So Wittgenstein kind of takes it in and says, how does the human condition work? Brings it back home. And he kind of answers, I really think he answers Nietzsche's call. It's not the postmodernist, it's Wittgenstein that answers the call, which I think a lot of people miss. And then people like Joseph Campbell, which Sketchy loves, as I do too, he was doing a Wittgensteinian project of kind of evaluation that's also answering Nietzsche's call, but in a Wittgensteinian and kind of manner. So, and if people haven't seen, you want a good place to start, go at the one like Joseph Campbell with his Power of Myth series, to look at religion and the world and thinking about all these things. Because Joseph Campbell's going through it. He was seeing the Scopes trial and trying to figure out religion and all of this stuff. So going back to the 1920s.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of good things to read, and they matter. Like, you will be impacted when you read these things, how you see things today, and how you can even look back at the past. I mean, Kierkegaard is a person who could be summed up with his famous statement. We live going forwards while we're looking backwards, and but we're also looking backwards in a skewed fashion.
Yes.
It's not like we looked with the Rashomon effect with seeing all the different perspectives. We see with a single perspective, and we're not usually open to other perspectives because we're so
looking
tribal.
backwards is a decayed perspective because we forget things, or we choose to forget things, and we collapse things. So the life remembered is not the life you've lived. It's it's a diminished perception of that life.
Pimp Monk,
What?
please put the gun away. I don't want to die.
Okay.
Will somebody pay him? I want to get shot.
Ain't nobody gonna pay, and I'm getting sleepy.
And they're gonna kill you. Gonna kill me.
I'm gonna murder you, then go take a
Yeah,
nap.
just a buck extra a month on there you can do for the patreon.com/monk.
Just do it. You can cancel it in a month. Just pay
Yeah.
$1 to save my life.
The dollar's not gonna do it.
Oh, come on, man.
It's gotta be a handsome fee.
$1. Somebody help me.
Oh,
I'm stuck. I'm stuck in Pimp Monk prison, and time keeps rolling on.
Dollar's weak sauce.
No.
The fuck?
So now nihilism shouldn't be confused with fatalism. I think that's a even deeper pit of despair, and that's something I tend not to be a fan of. But that's just sort of my general nature.
Of what?
Fatalism.
Oh.
There's just
It's part of the thing. Basically, it's talking about that all life events are actions to fate.
Mhm.
That we're powerless to do anything other than we actually do, and there's no. That's sort of the anti-free will. Of course, I don't understand will either, so I don't.
I'm not with either.
Yeah, I don't understand it, so I can't say I totally
I
get
could
it.
get into that. I know what you're talking about. I could get really into it, but it's a lot to unravel, and I got to go in through neuroscience and the philosophers and all that. It's just that's like asking me to give a talk.
Yes.
It's
So
like, no. It's like y'all want to do that, y'all got to pay. Not only pay, I really mean it. The only way I would do that right now is if you paid Pimp Monk money to wake his ass up,
Yeah.
and then paid me and Landon enough to talk about it.
Yeah, we ain't got that much fucking time.
Only if the money pays for it.
It'd be $1,000. And plus, I'm sleepy.
Or even girls just waking up.
I don't give a fuck.
But as I say, you if you paid, you could learn about things, because I would be, for example, willing to discuss about predeterminism, which it's similar to fatalism, but not quite. See, and you can learn about these things, and if you can also go out and read about them.
Yeah, pay $1. Come on, you could do it. Pimp Monk might spare my life if you become a monthly patron. He needs that.
No.
He might spare it. Well, at least he's gonna shoot me just to I might live, but I'll be wounded. Because he's cruel.
I'm gonna murder you. It's gotta be a handsome fee.
He's gonna shoot Bunny too.
Yep.
Yeah, so Grumpy, PayPal to sswomanx@gmail.com.
I wish he'd shoot Raisin.
I'm going to.
Because that would be Murphy's Law.
I'm going to shoot her, but it's going to be a whole different way.
I didn't think those count as bullets.
You can call them bullets. Call them whatever you want.
Triple barreled shotgun there.
Save Pimp Monk. Pit Monk is gonna kill himself unless y'all give him money. Come on.
Yeah, I'm
He's
dead.
gonna do a murder-suicide now.
I'm gonna do it right now because I'm gonna go to bed.
And he uses money for important things like food.
I'm gonna kick Raisin Girl again, that bitch.
What's she do?
Fucking mouthing off on me again.
Oh,
She
Look,
says, "Boo at me,
she's
will you?"
daring. Yeah,
She's
she's
daring.
daring. She's, you know what? She's just getting off on this. This is like she's just fucking with me. You should kick her right now because she's doing foreplay. She's crazy.
she's
Now, the
masturbating.
other thing, Galen, you might consider is she's asking for it to deny her
Yeah, I'm gonna deny her.
and let her live. That's perhaps even
Yeah.
worse fate.
Yeah, I'm just gonna deny her. I'm cruel. I ain't kicking her. I'm gonna ignore her. I'm gonna pretend like she don't exist.
Yeah, she'll have to beg. She'll have to beg Red Eye to do it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, no one's begging Red Eye for nothing.
I'm done. That's it. I'm done.
Red Eye, well, Pit Monk, who would beg Red Eye for anything?
Hoburger.
That's sad. Red Eye, you need help, bro. You need help. Somebody, we need to save Red Eye. He needs help.
No.
Well,
Somebody say something. Make a joke about Red Eye.
What's the difference between a red eye and a green eye?
What is it?
It's a matter of frequency.
Wow.
that's one of them size jokes. Fuck that shit.
I love that. That was good.
You know what the difference between red eye and 1,200 faggots?
What?
None.
You know what the difference between Red Eye and Pink Eye is?
What?
Oh dear.
One's much sicker.
You know
Oh dear.
You know what the difference between red eye and a butt raped child is?
What?
Red eye's the one who raped the child.
Oh, man. So that's why you don't forgive him.
Yeah.
But as I said, it really is true, Raisin, that you're gonna have to beg Red Eye to do it properly because
Red Eye, fucking put her out of her misery.
Fucking I'll do it. Fuck that hoe.
No, wait. Well, she's gonna tell you to go fuck yourself. I bet she won't. I bet she won't. I bet she won't tell Pit Monk to go fuck himself. She will not rebel against you, Pit Monk. She's obedient.
Now
She's
she
an obedient.
will.
She's an
You
obedient
sure?
little
Let's
woman.
Let's see.
No, she won't. She's an obedient little white girl. You know she is. She's completely submissive.
Oh, Red Eye
Oh man. Well, she's submissive
Time
now. Red Eye got his bitch.
did. Yeah, do not poke the Red Eye, for it is.
It is
A
contaminated.
It's a contaminated faggot. Let me see. Boy, it'll fuck me in the butt running sideways.
Yeah, there's a joke that has Red Eye in its part of its punchline. Yeah, yes, Red Eye. I guess you did come under peer pressure, but okay, D, you go off to sleep. Think about fatalism and meaning of life and determinism and free will.
I timed that motherfucker out.
Yes. So, just a couple of bucks. You can do it on Patreon. You can do it on PayPal. You can go on,
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna probably gonna watch Netflix. Fuck it. There's Bunny. Bunny's been in here though. That's what
You kicked D.
I did.
Why you kick D?
Because he's a faggot.
Like, everybody knows that.
I don't like faggots. I'm a homophobe.
But D was on his way out anyway, so he just helped them out the door.
I don't like his little edgy. You want to be edgelord ass.
You know what? D is such a fucking. You know what? I've one time, and I got to go into this before you go, because Pimmonk is going to love this conversation. Last one. There were times where D would be arguing, and this is back in like secular TV days, where Pimp was doing a lot of the stuff getting bigger, and Pimp would tell me, he's like, that little fuck, he gonna disagree again. Watch. And this, you know how Pimp talk. He like, he gonna disagree. That little motherfucker. He's like, I'm full. Fuck him up. Watch him disagree. I'm gonna say something that he agreed to last week. He gonna disagree this week. And then he went and did it, and D was fucking disagreeing with it. It was like he was then repeating the opposite argument. So it was like, damn it. It was like, and he was like, what? Huh? And it was like, I did what? He's like, no, I didn't. And he wouldn't believe that he did. He just he's a contrarian little shit. He really is. But he does need to read the other books and philosophers. It would help him. But man, he gets in tunnel vision sometimes with D.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to have deep philosophical conversation with somebody that doesn't understand the fundamentals of philosophy. It's like having a mathematical discussion with somebody who barely can do arithmetic. Sometimes, if you don't understand the fundamentals, it's hard.
D's smart, but what I found is I rely on things with people who don't have it. If he's smart, I can do some, but where I don't, I find things in the arts that he can reflect upon, so we have a basis of meaning. Yeah. And I think that's a good way. If everyone wants to know a rule of thumb for communicating people, because just because you have English, you can't understand one another. Okay?
Oh yeah, Dee's a very intelligent guy, and
it's like if Landon and I, we just started talking. Is Landon still there? Oh, that motherfucker! I want to get this finished. He'll be right back.
He's back.
There he is. So the thing about it is when you can't communicate, find a way of shared meaning with another person. That's the important thing on the internet. You have to find a way of shared meaning. Just because it's easy to find disagreement, okay? That's sure. Everybody can disagree. D disagrees just to disagree. I mean, fuck. You know, like Pimmonk would pull out his hair if he had any. He'd be putting his hands through it like, what the fuck? But that's the thing, is we have to find a way of we have to find a bridge where we can cross together. Otherwise, we don't have any way of understanding one another. And at that point, how can we even have disagreement? Yeah. And so I would put that to people, that they need to do that. And next time, you motherfuckers need to pay Pimmonk sad, and he's going to go watch movies, and he's going to smoke and die.
Yes. So
goodbye, Pimmonk Show. It's over, folks. He said, "Fuck it.
I'm committing suicide."
Yep. He is going to smoke 500 cigarettes, and he's going to eat 50 Whoppers.
And it's your fault.
Yep.
And Landon's going to pay for it.
Yeah. But you can't eat those burgers before you show up to Green's restaurant.
I ain't eat no goddamn buns. I eat the meat, but I don't eat the buns. Low carb, bitches.
Yeah, we're gonna take him. I gotta take him. Green's at Fort Mason is a premier vegetarian restaurant. It's run by the Zen Center, and they do really, I think, amazing vegetarian food. So we're going to subject Pimp Monk to a little bit of culture in cuisine, right? And it's from basically the Zen Center and their approach to food, which is really interesting.
That gives me an idea.
I got an idea for you.
No, it's for you, Pimp Monk. I'll tell you when you're not on live.
Yeah, and it's not. Wait, when you're talking about Zen Center, we're not talking about Asian food. It's just their approach to
Asian.
Zen doesn't necessarily mean Asian. The Zen Center is a center.
All them Asian people, huh? You racist?
Yeah.
You offend me.
You should have said chinks.
Yeah.
But we're fucking
No,
awful
or as Landon has always told me, those nippy people.
nippy.
He's like,
God,
those fucking nippy.
Nippy.
It's like,
Wait a minute. So if you got like an Asian from like the 60s, would it be a nippy hippie?
Landon told me he likes nipple people's feet. He said the nippy people feet. He says they got nice clean feet.
dear.
They got a little nippy
Oh
tail.
dear. Oh dear.
Little delicious feet.
Yeah.
See, and this is why you should contribute to sswomanx@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you whores.
Where are you going to find discussions like this? You know, what you'll find is stupid things about Thunderfoot and Nisi stuff. This is where real stuff happens. So give the man, you know.
Hey Pim, will you take a video request before
Yeah.
before you go?
Yeah.
I want you to do a. Okay, I know this is gonna sound weird. I'm giving you an idea for a video that's a request. It's for me. I want you to do a video trashing Brett Keane. No, listen to the whole thing. But it's Paul and making fun of really Paul doing it like, look, y'all.
Yes,
Listen
exactly.
to this.
Do a Paul trash.
Yeah, but really, I was like, this is what makes me feel better ripping this guy. Because this is what I live for. Come on, TJ. Hook her up. Toss that salad, bitch.
Y'all, yeah, no.
You gotta go admit, he eats TJ's ass more than he goes to Ashley. Sorry, Ashley. You know that's true.
Well, TJ may have good ass. I don't know.
It's all a matter of
Have you
target
been in the
size and
bathroom after
perspective.
him? Have you been in the bathroom after TJ has been? I don't know what the fuck you talking about. That fucking dude is the stinkiest person I have ever met.
Yeah, some people's poo is really dangerous.
Gross.
And there's one guy I know that I will not let in the house if I know he hasn't taken a dump already, right?
Okay, TJ is so stinky. Before, when he got out of the bathroom, and it was like he forgot something in there, and he was like, "Hey, King, could you go get that?" I was like, "Why don't you go there?" He's like, "I ain't going back in there." He knows how bad it is. He's like, "I ain't going back in there. Fuck that shit." I don't
So
even- I
you
ran out
need
of
a
Lysol.
bathroom with one of those nice timers you can turn on, but you need to leave the door open just a little bit so you can get the negative pressure to pull stuff in. Because if you completely close the door and turn on the fan, it basically pulls a slight vacuum, and it doesn't really exhaust it. You need to have the door open just a little bit to have airflow enough so that it doesn't come through the door, but on the other hand allows air to flow in. So when the stinky person is gone, Mr. Hanky, and you want to purge it, you open the door just a little bit, and you can tell because you basically can pull the door, start to pull the door a little bit close, and if you got too much suction, it'll pull the door out. So you find that spot, which depends upon the volume of the air, and then you can purge out the thing. The other thing you can do to handle the situation is light a match inside. So if you take a sulfur match and you light it and let the sulfur match burn down and drop into the toilet, that also will pull, because some of the methane it'll both burn out some of the methane as well as the sulfur smell will basically combat.
Or you could just get some VI poo.
That's nasty.
There's a new product out there. It's called VI poo. Because even VIPs have the VI poo. That's their actual fucking slogan.
Oh, is this stuff that they put on the top of the toilet?
Yeah, it's supposed to stop the fucking scent of shit. I don't believe it because I'm gonna tell you something. I've took shits to fucking the fucking paint drips off the fucking wall.
Now here's the thing: is that for example, and like we have at work these urinals that don't require flushing because basically the urine goes through basically a vapor barrier of a chemical that's on top. So to me that it's becoming impossible because it's the outgassing from Mr. Hankey that you begin to smell. So if you put something on top of the toilet bowl that acts as a barrier, you could do a lot to combat the stinkiness of.
Or we could
food.
just put a Raisin Girl in there to clean up all the shitty toilets.
And it also depends on what you eat, right? Carnivores tend to have the really stinky poo, right? Vegetarian
No.
poo is not so bad.
I don't believe that for one fucking second. Vegetarian shit stinks worse than meat.
Well, I think it's also a person just because they can put hot sauces and other things in it. And I want to tell you,
True.
certain things, will they add up with the mixtures, even just because they're not eating certain meats, it could come in. So
That's true.
I'm
That's
sorry,
true.
Landon. I have to award a total, not a TKO, a complete KO. In Pit Monk has won this match. You're out. You're out, buddy.
All right. Fair enough.
Fuck you.
Pit Monk won
Yes, I did.
the scientific battle of the poo.
Goddamn right. I've been through shit in my time. Goddamn it.
Okay, that was a shitty fight right there.
That was a shitty situation.
So I would say that this calls for experimentation, right? And then do some.
So I'll tell
Well,
you,
I think they had an experiment like this on South Park, and Bono lost.
Well, that's unfair because Bono is what he is.
He's a piece of shit. That's all he is.
he's an humanitarian.
Man, if they cut that dude, fucking diarrhea would come out. Just like Trump or Hillary or any of these other people. They're like, they don't have reptiles, they have diarrhea people. That's what I believe in. That's my conspiracy theory.
Why is Raisin Girl being mean to me? I'm the one that's been defending her all fucking night.
Okay, I kicked her out again.
I'm the one that told him not to kick you. You're going to talk about cleaning shit with my tongue.
Yeah, goodbye.
Now I'm not even going to defend you.
So, Alan, so you're right that there are vegetarian foods that can make your food stink, but it seems like that the particular bacteria that's working on essentially decomposing meat has a particularly foul smell. Not to say that you can't find foul, odorific foods on in the vegetable kingdom, but but the thing you need to do is these. We're talking about subjective things rather than objective measurements. And so I would want to do an experiment.
So you want to shit side by side?
Yeah. So how would you quantify the stinkiness of poo?
I don't know.
You could put your mouth in it or something. I don't know.
Your mouth really, Damon? Fuck off.
Yeah, Pit Monk, you test.
Hell no. But we finna test the goodbye because I gotta go.
No, wait, we're almost to this. I'm studying it right now. Actually.
Yeah, but my mom's wanting me. She needs help.
What does your mom need?
I don't know. She just yelled my name a minute ago. So, John, come here.
I want to add one thing in John's favor. Also, it's due to certain people's conditions and their health and who it is, the size of person, and what they eat.
Yeah.
And how they eat and chew. And
what's
so
in your
all,
guts?
Right.
Yes.
Right. And so certain people have conditions that can allow certain things, even certain types of vegetable food, and other people can eat. Some people also in their development, they were eating something, and certain people, because they ate one type of meat that was not, there were certain types of meat that, that were caught in the wild, to people who get stuff in like cities through development and processing non-processed meats, and they can eat, certain people can eat only certain ones. So that all matters in their digestion, and it can allow for extremely odorous to disgusting, extremely disgusting, and also uncomfortable for them that it's coming out of them. because it's like an alert that they're having a problem.
Yeah, passing gas and really foul gas is something that you should seek. Excessive gas, excessively foul stuff is something you should seek medical professional.
And I had that because I had colitis with C. difficile from all the antibiotics I took, and I had it very bad, and I still have bouts, but I'm getting better from. Yeah,
because antibiotics can really do a number on the stuff in your gut. But I imagine you could probably get a Department of Health or Department of Agricultural grant on studying the odoriferity of poo. And
Bunny wants to smell the poo. So who wants to poo on Bunny? Does anybody want to take a shit on Bunny? Come on, she's down with that. Who wants to shit on Bunny? Come on, somebody shit on Bunny's face.
See, I don't know that actually it's the amount of you would. I mean, could you like measure the amount of methane that comes off of poo? And is that a example of a because some stuff they drop in that toilet and they're fine. Other stuff that stuff is coming out of the toilet pretty rapidly. So.
Well, how about that, John? What's his name? The boner guy? What's his name? The representative?
Oh yeah, yeah.
We could just put him by a pile of shit, and see if he cries.
There you go. Well, I'm going.
Yeah, Mugu don't eat the poo poo.
Yeah.
That's what that says.
Red Eye wants the poo.
Thanks, people, for watching. I'm gonna have to overtalk these old bastards.
See you in Discord.
Yeah, see you wherever he said this turd. Anyway, I don't know. We was talking about shit. I thought I'd say this turd. Anyways,
Mr.
bye,
Hanky, the